been a long, successful season. How do you make the turf track today?
Alistair, yeah, we posted good, 23 good on the penetrometer reading. Yeah, we've been blessed with great weather and great racing on both our surfaces here and in Scottsville.
I know that rain is a rarity at this time of year. Has there been any since Hollywoodbets Durbanville?
It's been a very dry month. Our first rains and only rains was 7 days ago, and that was 8 mils.
Has that done more benefit than harm to the track?
No, water management has been critical during this period, but it does help us being able to be in control of the amount of moisture going into the surface.
Over my shoulder, the flags are blowing. What's the story with that, and how do you expect things to go as the day goes on?
The wind is going to stay like that for majority of the day. It's about a 25 k an hour average wind, but there are forecasts of gusts up to 60 k's an hour as the day progresses, and the cloud cover will increase at the same time.
That is a tailwind, right?
It is a tailwind, yeah.
Well, this meeting, we were chatting off air, has generally fallen foul to some weather demons in the past, but we should be good for the 10 race program.
Yes, normally Gold Cup you'll have 6 weeks of glorious weather and gets to Gold Cup day and it's overcast and grim. But yeah, the forecast is some rain forecast for later, but they say later is in the evening, so we should have a glorious day apart from the wind being a real howler.
False rail?
2.5 metre spur, same as July day, so everyone's got a great opportunity to get out into the straight.
Well, Kirk, credit to you and your staff because, like you say, it's been a long winter, it's been a tough winter, it's been a dry winter, drier than usual, but it looks amazing.
Thanks, Alistair.
Great. So there's Kirk Groenewald to chat about the track. The 3,200 metre Whirlpool Gold Cup will be race number 7. There are 4 grade 1s to look forward to on today's card. Like I said, Equus Awards to be decided. Lots of them anyway will be decided today, as is the norm. We'll see you at Hollywoodbets Greyville.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much to Alistair and to Kurt. And I agree with him, Graham. Kurt and his team have done a fabulous job at this track, and right through the winter now, winters are mild, but nevertheless, winter is winter. And how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Yes, Kurt and his team have done a fantastic job. It looks like a summer track out there. As Correct. You say, we've had a mild winter, but nonetheless, the key word that he mentioned there is in the absence of rain, he can determine how much water the track needs and he can manage the water. And he's done that to absolute perfection along with Kevin and the rest of his team. So the track is in magnificent shape.
Alistair, coming up from the Cape, didn't want to hear the word water or rain.
Absolutely, and those on the Highveld, where of course the tracks are frostbitten and very hard and very dry, which is absolutely normal for winter. It's obviously also normal for the Cape to get rain at this time of the year, and they need it. It wasn't that many years ago we were down to day 0, so we must never begrudge rain, but they've had record rainfall in July, historically record rainfall in July, and while there are signs that it might start abating, obviously, we've got racing scheduled for Tuesday and Wednesday in the Western Cape, but we'll have to see how that pans out. But right now, it's the climax of champion season. It's an all-star cast over 10 feature races with the first off at 12:05, and we're in for a heck of a day's racing, Warren.
And what's fabulous, Graham, I know you're looking in the opposite direction. I'm looking over your shoulder. The crowds are here early, and that's very exciting.
Yes, we'll have a nice crowd here at Hollywoodbets Greyville today. We do clash with the final of the World Cup final of the Polocross in South Africa playing Australia. So there's a lot of needle just up the road here at Shongweni, and they're expecting a crowd of anything between 8,000 and 10,000 there today. And many of those people, of course, torn because the World Cup Polocross event is a very rare occasion here in South Africa. So many of our racing fans are up there, but there are plenty here on the course as well, and we can all look forward to a wonderful day's racing. Let's hope South Africa give Australia one to go on with in the Polocross World Cup final, which, as I say, is just up the road at Shongweni.
Absolutely. Well, Raheel Radhakrishna is standing by in the parade ring. We've got a huge team working today. We'll meet and greet them as we go along. But for now, let's go down and say hello to Raheel Radhakrishna.
Thanks very much, Warren and Graham. Joining me here is Alistair Cohen. We'll be working alongside him in the parade ring for the first few races. And we've got Sheldon and Craig Peters upstairs in the commentary box. It is set to be a great day's racing. It is the final feature race day for the 2023-2024 racing season in South Africa. 10 races on the program, 10 feature races, and as Graham touched on, race number 1 at 12:05. Alistair, how are you doing? Good to be working alongside you once again, and it looks to be a great card.
I love this race day, Raheel. It's wonderful to be here as we draw close to race number 1, and it builds as the day goes on, obviously with the 4 Grade 1s and with the Whirlpool Gold Cup. To take advantage of the Whirlpools and the inflated numbers that will be behind today's race meeting, I think is well recommended. A 15 million rand pick 6 carryover as well. It does look like the Sean Tarry show. He's almost become synonymous with this race day. We know how well he gets horses to prep going into the race days that matter, and last year was a case in point on this very day. The dynamic with Tarry versus Snaith going down to the wire, obviously as Graham referred to, still 2 race meetings that are scheduled for Cape Town on Tuesday and Wednesday, but there's obviously a lot of reasons to be tuned in. I'll tell you what, half an hour ago, it's actually funny that we just turned around to see the crowds. Half an hour ago, I was actually saying to 1 or 2 people in the parade ring, where's everybody? Well, they've come just in time. When the horses entered, the people entered as well, which is great to see.
I think the one thing that us here in KZN have sort of been known for is the crowd, because they never let us down here in KZN.
No, they don't. You know, Shaheen Shaw probably summed it up in one of his Sporting Post articles that the racing crowd in KZN is built different. They love it. They obviously don't miss big days, but even those bread and butter poly meetings they're here for. I love the KZN crowd. There's so many smiley faces. Everybody wants a piece of the action. They all want to jump in. They all want to share the winnings, and hopefully we can share some winnings with them today.
Yeah, absolutely. The horses are in the ring. Warren and Graham, back to you, and Alistair and myself will try get some interviews for race number 1.
Thanks very much to Alistair, and thank you, Raheel. Yep, it's as I said, a big team. We'll greet everybody as we go along, but thanks, Alistair and Raheel. Number 5 is Prince of Taranto, a son of Crusade out of Mullins Bay, Mayor Graham, owned by Messrs. Butcham, Twetwa, Narek, De Roval, Riverland and Ntlantla, and some of the owners are on course. You know, this horse ran second to Mrs. Geriatrics, in fact, quite close up to Mrs. Geriatrics, and when I last checked, around 40 to 1. I'm not suggesting that he maybe can win, but certainly at that price and looking at his well-being, I'm putting him into the quartet.
Seriously overpriced in the market at this stage. Tony Riverland is pretty confident. Many of the owners on course, as you said, and Neil Butcher will be watching from afar in Ireland. That's where Neil finds himself, and he'll be shouting for Prince of Taranto. His picture of well-being is number 5, Prince of Taranto, and I think you leave him out of your trifectas and quartets at your peril. He has a horse that's found some market support in the fixed odds market. Is number 3, Emalenzi Yokaduduma. It's interesting, the cheek pieces have come off. The blinkers go on for the first time in his career. The tongue tie goes on. He has largely been disappointing in his last couple of runs, but he's a very capable son of Dynasty. And if the blinkers help him get his mind on the job and the tongue tie has a beneficial experience for him, then he could certainly get into the mix as well. Currently showing at 12.50 and 3.20 on Tab Gold. And of course, this is where the Whirlpools kick in. Every single one of the 10 races is a Whirlpool race, and already the win pool is climbing up towards the 2 million mark. The Swinger, of course, is one of the Whirlpool's favourite bets, and that's already over the 4 million rand mark. So there's going to be lots of value to be had for all of our totalizated customers today. We thank the Hong Kong Jockey Club. They are responsible for this 10-race Whirlpool event here at Hollywoodbets Greyville today. Yesterday we saw the King George VI and Queen Elizabeth Diamond Stakes at Ascot, which was also a Whirlpool day. Here's number 2, Get Impressed.
Get Impressed is for Justin Snaith, Keegan de Mello, and we did a lovely podcast with Keegan de Mello during the week, and already received thousands of hits, and lovely to have our Keegan de Mello back in KZN. This is owned by Greg Bortz, Gary Player and Gina Goldsmith, bred by Millstream Farm. Lovely to have Jan Mantel at the races, and owners of Get Impressed. A horse that I think is a massive, massive runner. He looks good. He's just got the one stable assistant with him. He just looks a picture of health, does Get Impressed. His form in KZN is solid. His overall form is solid. He was a little unlucky last time, Graham, not to get a bit closer. I think he's a massive, massive runner. 5.50 and 1.50 on the national tote. I think he's a huge contender for top honours.
Well drawn in gate 2. Those red earmuffs will be coming off at the before the start of the race, and they're just there to keep him nice and calm and nice and quiet, and certainly he's very well behaved in the parade ring. Here's your favourite, number 1, Joker Man. He's won 5 in a row, and he's going now for 6 in a row from pole position. Also has the red earmuffs, which will be removed at the start, and he's the clear favourite in this race, is Joker Man.
Joker Man is certainly the favourite, but we'll come back and talk about Joker Man in a moment. Let's go down to Raheel. He's got Anthony Delpeche with him, Over to you, Anthony and Raheel.
Thanks very much. I'm here with Anthony Delpesh, nominee for the Hollywood Syndicate. And Anthony, just quickly to start off, it's been another great season for the Hollywood Syndicate. When we have a look at the owners' rankings, second, it's not done and dusted just yet in the owners' rankings. And with a big day for the Hollywood Syndicate, you guys could put up your hand.
Yeah, we definitely need a very big day, and yeah, it's been a very good season, but a season with no Group 1s though, as last season we had 5. But we're very happy. We've had 116 winners, very happy.
Oh, we'll touch on the runners in a moment. The first horse I want to speak about is the horse in race number 1, Imalenze Yokuruduma. Now, he's been a horse that was nominated for the Hollywoodbets Durbanville. Last time out, things didn't particularly go his way. I don't think he got a lot of help in the saddle, and the apprentice rode him, but you've got Sereno Moodley aboard today, and he's been the subject to a lot of betting support in the market, from around 12 to 1 into 4 to 1. What type of chance do you give him in this race?
Well, you know, we're trying the blinkers and the tongue tie on him for the first time, and he's a kind of a horse that needs to get into the race because he's doesn't show any speed and he's losing his position. So hopefully from a good draw we could be just behind them. I think if he brings his homework, he'll have a big chance, but I think the race is very competitive.
It certainly is, and just going through the balance of the runners for the Hollywood Syndicate today, we're just speaking off here. Got a good hand in the Mercury Sprinter Grade 1, and then of course in the back end in the Grade 2, the Gold Bracelet with Happy Chance, but you can touch on the balance of the runners.
Yeah, I think I'm a Giant must have a good chance. He's got a good draw from last time being drawn 13 out of 14, so that's going to make a big difference. And I think Cruise Control, I think we didn't ride him the right way last time, so today he'll be bowling along in front, and hopefully the wind blows and help him a little bit. And Happy Chance, the 10 furlong is only question mark, but otherwise he's the best rated horse in the race.
Anthony, thanks very much. All the best. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much to Anthony Delpesh. Alistair Cohen, over to you.
Thanks very much, Raheel. Thanks, Anthony. I'm joined by Keegan de Mello, last season's champion jockey of South Africa, gone on to Hong Kong and plied his trade with great success. Keegan, welcome home.
Yeah, good to be back.
How do you feel to be back on familiar turf?
Oh, it's great, and seeing so many familiar faces and a big crowd here is really refreshing, and yeah, I think racing in KZN in general is going very well.
Let's just take a walk towards your ride just so you don't get a fine. You don't want a fine on your first day back. Just quickly, Hong Kong first season, happy?
Very happy. Obviously the last month and a bit was a bit off, but yeah, that was excuses, but we're back here today to make amends.
We'll chat to you later. There's Keegan. He's about to get a leg up in front of the NHA. Let's go upstairs to Sheldon Peters. He'll be calling the first few races home. Looking forward to all of the action. One of the great race meetings on the South African calendar gets underway in just over 10 minutes' time.
Thanks very much to Alistair, Raheel and the entire team as runners for the first race on the big race day, the World Pool Hong Kong Jockey Club. Welcome all our guests and all those that will be viewing from around the globe. Race number 1, the World Pool with Tab Gold Darley listed, 200,000 Rand at stake. Number 5 is Prince of Taranto with Matthew Thackeray. And you'll notice the jockey silks, they'll be blowing around as there's quite a bit of a tailwind. They are predicting up to 56 kilometers, between 20 and 56 kilometers. At this stage, it hasn't hit that barrier just yet. But probably later in the afternoon you'll see the wind start picking up further. Lovely to have the World Pool, Moment of the Day Champion Stakes, Grade 1. The Hong Kong Jockey Club Champions Cup, Grade 1, 1.5 million Rand at stake. The Mercury Sprint, the Douglas White Stakes. The 4 Grade 1s. Remember to get involved in massive pools. There's 10 minutes to post time, and here is the horse looking for 6 in a row. Joker Man number 1, Richard Farid the pilot. Bred by the Narrow Creek stud, Johan Janssen van Vuren for the Werners. Number 2 is Get Impressed. Vercingetorix for Justin Snaith. Welcome back, Keegan DeMello. Greg Bortz, Gary Player, Gina Goldsmith. Bred by the Millstream Farm. Number 4, it's Raining William for the Drakenstein stud. Gaynor Rupert. Samanga Kamalo is your rider. Number 7, Countdown, Dennis Schwarz for the Glen Cotson team for Messrs. Bamford, Frost and Luty. As number 4, it's Raining William moves to post. Number 2 is Get Impressed. Number 1, Joker Man, both with the red earmuffs. Those will be removed down at the start. Imalenze Yokadaduma. Number 3, Serena Mudley, Blinkered. Richard the First is number 8, Muzi Yeni the rider. Then number 7, Countdown. The filly Mary's Green Light, number 6, Marco van Rensburg. Next up, number 10, Sundance Kid, ridden by Rachel Benica. Number 12, Grinkov. Sean Veal, taken down quietly, passed by number 10, Sundance Kid. Red earmuffs on number 13, Former Gear. Gavin Arena takes a hold there, and there's a look at number 13, Former Gear, being steadied. And number 13, Former Gear, is currently one of the long shots in the race. 7 minutes to post time. Good and welcome to all the viewers around the globe joining us at Hollywoodbets Greyville. From myself, Sheldon Peters, I'll be taking you through the first 5 races as we look out to the golf course. And as you can see, it's a windy day out here today. They are predicting winds of 20 to up to 56 kilometers per hour. There you can see those flags are now starting to pick up. It's a strong tailwind, and later on in the day they'll probably pick up even further. So keep a close eye on the conditions. There's the 2.5 meter spur. The track condition is good. Penetrometer of 23. And when it comes down to rainfall, the last 24 hours 0, the last 7 days 8 mils. Irrigation, nothing in the last 24 hours. In the last 7 days 20 mils. And the weather report is sunny with increasing clouds and a 25% chance of rain. 6 minutes to get your bets on. Let's go down and join the team.
Welcome back to the Encore studio. And yes, chatting about that wind, Warren, it goes without saying here, particularly at Hollywoodbets Greyville with a very strong tailwind, it is a benefit to be able to go forward. Those horses which like to go forward, those horses which either like to make the pace or run close to the pace, are going to have an advantage. And certainly in that respect, in this, the first race, no problem for Joker Man. He's won his last 3 starts. He's won 5 in a row, but his last 3 starts without ever being headed and being drawn in pole position. He's going to have the run of the race. And Get Impressed, who did impress on the way down to the ring, down to the start, who is arguably the pick of the canter pass, number 2, Get Impressed. He will equally enjoy a good passage out of Stallgate 2.
Yeah, this drone footage is world class, in my opinion. Fantastic. But going back to Joker Man and Get Impressed, yep, not easy to win so many races in a row. Hats off to Johan Janssen van Veeren for keeping Joker Man in mustard form. And yep, he's got a lot going for him. He certainly is a horse, well, that the punters believe is the winner of this race, 1.8 and 1.3. He is obviously making his course debut. Get Impressed went to the post beautifully. He looked really well, did Get Impressed, for Greg Bortz, Gina Goldsmith and Gary Player. Lovely that Greg and Gina are here, but solid form. Get Impressed really looked good. And I think he's going to... Keegan de Mello could well get off to a winning start today.
Interesting runner in the race is number 4, It's Raining William. 1,600 metres is probably stretching him, but he also likes to go up handy. So the tactics here are going to be interesting, particularly over the first 400-500 metres of the race, because I think Richard Fourie is going to be looking for the lead on Joker Man. It's Raining William likes to go forward, get impressed, likes to sit in the box seat. But with the tailwind, number 4, It's Raining William, despite the fact that he's got 60 kilograms on his back, will have every chance of seeing it out all the way to the line. Joker Man, as you mentioned, it's never easy to win 6 in a row. He went into his first win of a rating of 80. He's now been gone up 26 points in the ratings. He races here for 106, but there's a shot of It's Raining William going to post. He's a very, very good racehorse in his own right, and he's often run against the very best in the land. So this is slightly easier pickings for number 4, It's Raining William, but the 1,600 metres has to be a slight question mark, despite the fact that he's going to be aided by a very strong tailwind up the short Hollywoodbets Greyville run-in. What do you make of It's Raining Williams' chances?
Big chance. I'm just reaching for the device here to read the comments from the stable and share that with the public. What do I make of It's Raining Williams' chances? Yes, bright chance. I do prefer Get Impressed. In the canter past as well, Graham, I far prefer Get Impressed over It's Raining William, just in what I see in the canter past. But they've both got huge chances. The comments from the stable is Get Impressed is flying back home and was a tad unlucky last time out, and certainly has good each-way chances at around 5-1 when the message came out. It's Raining William has come back to his best and is not without a chance, doing very well at home. So they seem to have a strong hand.
Now, as we know, there's a struggle at the top of the National Trainers' Championship between Justin Snaith and Sean Terry. I say a struggle because as we sit here right now, Justin Snaith does hold a commanding lead, but it is mathematically possible for Sean Terry to mow him down. Went very close last year in a similar situation. It went down to the very last race. We need to stress that this is not the final meeting of the season, so whatever happens today, however close it might get, we still have a couple of race meetings to go before the season officially ends on the 31st of July. But clearly here, Justin Snaith had a very good day at Fairview Racecourse on Friday, putting another 300,000 to 400,000 rand on Sean Terry, stretching his advantage, which makes Sean Terry's task of catching him here at Hollywoodbets Greyville today that much tougher. But with Get Impressed and It's Raining William, and Grey King unfortunately is a scratching. So initially Justin had 3 runners, now he's got the 2, number 2 Get Impressed and number 4 It's Raining William. He's going to want to get on the board here very early.
He certainly is, and 2 top trainers, and they want to win, consummate professionals, and they always give us, the racing fans, a thrill all the way to the wire. Just having a look at that drone footage again at some of the horses behind the pens, their behaviour. Number 7 is on screen or just walking past. That's Countdown, is a little on his toes. There's It's Raining William, looks good, nice and calm and focused. In the background is horse number 11. That is Money Heist, who's also not without a chance. Good looking son of Gimme the Green Light and Joe DeMatter is here on course. So having a good look at them behind the pens of what we can see. There's the favourite, nice and focused. They look good.
Yeah, they do look good. They've been well prepared, as one would expect, for the All-Star Climax of Champions season. And while the betting is a little lopsided in favour of number 1, Joker Man in particular, number 2, Get Impressed, with number 4, It's Raining William, the only other run in single figures. This is a handicap, which does bring other horses into the race with a chance. We've touched on number 5, Prince of Taranto. He's fancied by the stable, and as you mentioned, Money Heist in former gear. But they're starting to load up for the first of 10 feature races here at Hollywoodbets Greyville. The Whirlpool with Tad Gold Dali listed handicap over 1,600 metres. Your race caller for the first 5 races, Sheldon Peters.
Thanks very much, Graham and Warren, and all the viewers joining us from around the globe. The Hong Kong Jockey Club Whirlpool. First race, Whirlpool with Tab Gold Dali listed, 200,000. It's Raining William, Get Impressed, Joker Man. Sundance Kid coming forward, Prince of Taranto. Flags up in the opener, and let's see how they play their cards out the machine. Get Impressed is right there, Sundance Kid, Joker Man owns the rail back in 4th position. Then we have Money Heist on the outside. Prince of Taranto, blue sleeves and cap, looking to get onto the rail, but he can't because the yellow and purple silks of Imalenze Yorkadaduma is at the paint. On the outside, Money Heist is 5 lengths off. The filly Mary's Green Light got the black body and red cap. Grinkov's further back. Then comes Countdown in those mesmerizing silks, the red and white whirls. 8-9 lengths off as they move past the 900-meter zone. Towards the back end of the field, Richard I and Former Gears dropped anchor. Just on about 800 meters left to go. Out in front, Get Impressed by half a length. It's Raining William is right there. Joker Man looking for 6 in a row, scraping paint back in 3rd, Sundance Kid 4th, followed through by Imalenze Yorkadaduma as they hit the burners and hit the turn for home, 400 to go. Get Impressed by a length and a half. It's Raining Williams trying to pick up. Joker Man still 3-4 lengths off. Looking out, Money Heist is trying to come home. Get Impressed trying to last the last 100 meters. Former Gear starting to weave his way through. Mary's Green Light, Imalenze Yorkadaduma, but it's still Get Impressed in the first race. Get Impressed, Sundance Kid. Get Impressed. Bullseye in the first race from Sundance Kid. Money Heist maybe just ahead of Mary's Green Light. But number 2, Get Impressed, will rise to the occasion and kicked away at the right moment. And with a strong tailwind behind, would always take some beating from that point onwards. So well done to all the connections. Justin Snaith and Keegan DeMello. First ride back in South Africa. Bang into the winner's enclosure. This is for Greg Bortz, Gary Player, Gina Goldsmith, Sundance Kid. Then it looks like Money Heist just ahead of Mary's Green Light. Former Gear and Imalenze Yorkadaduma. Former Gear came from near the back of the field. However, with that 2.5 meter spur, they turned for home with a tailwind, and Get Impressed said, "Hi ho, Silver, catch me if you can," and that they could not do. Number 2, Get Impressed, and what a victory. Keegan DeMello from Hong Kong back to South Africa, back to where he belongs in the winner's box. Let's go back to the respective studios. Race number 1.
Bang, bang, thank you, Sam. Keegan DeMello back in South Africa, wins his first ride back on home soil for many a month after riding this past season in Hong Kong. And Warren, isn't it appropriate that Keegan DeMello comes here on a busman's holiday on Hong Kong Whirlpool Day and he takes out the first race? You were very confident, he got the run of the race, the tailwind certainly helped him home. Grand run from all of numbers 10 Sundance Kid, 11 Money Heist and 6 Mary's Green Light to fill out the minor placings. No kind of effort from Joker Man, and It's Raining William ran out of puffers. I thought he might do over 1,600 metres, 1,400 metres, definitely his best trip, but this was a nice confidence building win for Keegan DeMello and an important win for Justin Snaith.
Absolutely, he's put his cards on the table very early. He did go to the start a treat, Graham. We did like him in the studio. He really did go down a treat, and he's come back even better. Lovely to see Keegan at the top of the straight. You know, he went to the front, just got off that 2 meter spur and said, let's not play games, let them come and catch me. And yeah, he maybe was running a little bit out of steam. The pack were chasing, but a superb ride and a superb performance from Get Impressed. The second horse, a Sundance Kid for the Arundel family. Great effort, huge effort. Money Heist charging home late, and Mary's Green Light. Good effort.
Absolutely, well done to Greg Bortz and Gina Goldsmith and Gary Player, of course, who owns Get Impress in partnership with Greg and Jean, has been having a wonderful time of it, has Gary Play in recent months. And well done to Jan Mantell, who was in the parade ring with Ashley Parker. They're here from Millstream and Ascot Studs respectively. So Jan Mantell, as a breeder, has drawn first blood on this very, very wonderful day of racing that lies ahead. And Get Impressed returning to the winner's enclosure after winning the World Pool with Tab Gold Dali Arabian Stakes. Keegan will be delighted. He's got a nice book of rides, and he's wasted no time at all in getting into the winner's enclosure here. By his own admission, I would think he's had a bit of a frustrating season in Hong Kong.
Absolutely. He did mention that in the podcast that everyone's busy listening to. He has having a bit of a frustrating time, but he's determined to get it right, and right he will, because he can ride. He's just shown us that again. This horse has loved his race, Graham. You can see he's come back, his ears pricked, he's just got a bounce in his step. He really has done well, this horse, Get Impressed. But welcome back, Keegan. And lovely to have you in the winner's box. And Greg Bortz and Gina and Justin Snaith, they're all there to meet their horses. They lead them into the winner's box. And a son of Verse and Getrix, bang, in the winner's box.
Well, the cheer of the crowd when Keegan de Mello brought Get Impressed into the number one box was seriously, seriously loud. Welcome back to our Hong Kong travelling jockey, Keegan de Mello. And also, very warm welcome to Lance Whiteford, director of Gold Circle, who will help hand over the mementos after race number one, the World Pool with Cape Derby Dali Arabian, which has been won by Get Impressed, trained by Justin Snaith and owned by Greg Bortz, and also Gary Player and Gina Goldsmith as well. The winning groom is Zamakutle, who picks up the 2,000 Rand prize from Gold Circle and Hollywoodbets. Zamakutle, very well done. Congratulations, as always, with Justin Snaith, a well-oiled machine. Your horse looked great.
Thank you very much.
Well done to Zamakutle, who picks up the 2,000 Rand. Keegan de Mello, the winning jockey. One ride, one winner in South Africa this season. Easy game this. You must have learned quite a bit in Hong Kong.
Yeah, look, obviously Hong Kong has boosted my confidence a bit, and you can come and sort of ride races like that. It was pretty much straightforward. He bounced out pretty nicely, and wasn't my intention to go, but the stable companion didn't seem to have the the first couple strides out the gates as much speed as I did, and I was there quite easily, and he had a soft lead, and I was able to pick it up at the right time, and towards the end he got a little bit leg weary, just looking for company.
You've been riding on some world-class race courses in the last 12 months. How does Hollywoodbets Greyville feel to you today?
I promise you, Greyville can compete with the world. It's a really nice course to ride it, and obviously I don't know what they've had during the season, but the course is spectacular.
Did this horse impress you with his never say die attitude?
It did, yes, because he did a lot of things right today, and during the week I said to Justin that he settled much better at work, and he seems to do things the right way, and it just shows you that those little bit of changes can help a horse improve a little bit.
I know that you don't know all of these horses that you're riding, but you have done a little bit of work. Is there any hints in what you felt back at home?
Look, a filly for Glenn Lock and Key, very nice filly. if it wasn't for a draw, I say she's a big runner, but obviously she's going to have to be very good from that draw, and I think I'll have the right sort of running race, but let's see how that plans out. And Justin's also, like I said in the podcast, I'll sound like a broken record, but they've all worked well, they've all had good preps, and it's just whether they're good enough or not.
Good to see you. Welcome home.
Thank you very much. Just a big well done to Justin and his team back at home, Gorkin and all the boys. And to Mr. Borst as well, thank you very much for the opportunity. And to World Pool once again, thank you.
Collect your memento from Lance Whitefoot, of course, director of Gold Circle. And it's wonderful to have King DeMello here, as we were shouting him, Lyle and Luke for the last 12 months. Justin Snaith, the winning trainer. Let's get him in here, the trainer of Get Impressed. There's always been something to like about this horse. Justin, well done.
Yes, very much so. He's such a beautiful looking individual. He's just taken his time to come to hand, and I thought he had all the form for today. Great draw, and obviously having Keegan DeMello. It's fantastic having a rider like that here on a big day. You've got to be proud of the youngsters that head overseas and do well, and kudos on him to come back here and ride today. So really well done to him, to Greg, who's here. Gina sadly not here. She's watching Brooklyn play rugby. So really well done to her, and to Gary Player, who is just an incredible human being. I'm actually playing in a Ryder Cup next weekend, and I asked him to do a voice note for my team Europe, and he did it, unconditionally. And you've never heard guys go so crazy that Gary Player is actually interested in our Ryder Cup. So thank you to him. He's a legend of racing and sport, and for Greg to have this win is great. And my uncle, who bred him at Millstream.
How untapped is this horse?
I need to do my job. There's more there.
Good.
I need to go home when he goes back to Cape Town, and I need to knuckle down and figure it out. There's more there.
It's been a good weekend, obviously successful at Fairview on Friday. More runners to come. How happy are you with your horses that are coming up later today?
Look, I think we're more prepared for today. Greyville is a rough track. You make no mistake. It's tough racing out there. You've got to keep out of all the trouble. It's become that type of race course, and if we can just stay out a bit of all the argy-bargy, I think we're in for a nice day.
All the best.
Great, thank you very much.
Don't forget your trophy, Justin. I know that you're used to getting these, but there's another one. That'll look nice in the box. Well done to Justin Snaith. Here's Greg Bortz, winning third of the owner. These colours are going up everywhere at the moment. When are you going to run out of space on the wall? It's running out, isn't it?
Yeah, the wall's run out, but we can always make more.
This horse looks like he's got something about him, Greg.
This was the one horse that Justin had flagged early on as one that he really had high hopes for, and actually it was the horse that we were hoping would be, one of our Hollywoodbets Durban July runners this year. And he didn't quite get there, but he's really taken to Durban. He had one showing where I think coming from an outside draw, he didn't quite show his best. But other than that, he's improved. He's loved it here in Durban. And he's getting better and better, and I think we'll actually see some more of him in his 4-year-old career.
I know that the day's just started, but there's a lovely buzz at Hollywoodbets Greyville today, isn't there?
Yeah, terrific. This is just a wonderful day's racing. Obviously having World Pool as part of it is super exciting, and that adds to the pools and the excitement. But also coming off the highs of Hollywoodbets Durban July, and then to have sort of now just Champions Day and all these Group 1 races is sort of a nice bookend to the season, and particularly with obviously the competitive trainers championship and all of that going on, it makes it a very exciting day.
Have you been into the classic room since the first Saturday of July to see your colours among all those amazing, famous, familiar colours that have won Africa's greatest horse race? If you have, how did you feel when you saw that?
I'm going there as soon as we're done with this interview.
On your way.
On your way. Thank you, Ali.
Well done to Gary Player, Gina Goldsmith as well. There's Greg Bortz's trophy that he'll be taking back to Cape Town. Greg, very well done.
Thanks, Sam.
Brilliant stuff. So there we go. Get Impressed is the winner of race 1. Well done to Jan Mantel, who bred the son of Verse and Guest Race. Nice win from Get Impressed, and that's how we begin here at Hollywoodbets Greyville for Whirlpool Gold Cup Day.
Forward, Prince of Taranto. Flags up in the opener, and let's see how they play their cards out the machine. Get Impressed is right there. Sundance Kid Joker Man owns the rail back in 4th position. Then we have Money Heist on the outside. Prince of Taranto, blue sleeves and cap, looking to get onto the rail, but he can't because the yellow and purple silks of Imalenze Yorker de Duma is at the paint. On the outside, Money Heist is 5 lengths off. The filly Mary's Green Light got the black body and red cap. Grinkov's further back. Then comes Countdown in those mesmerizing silks, the red and white wills. 8, 9 lengths off as they move past the 900-meter zone. Towards the back end of the field, Richard the First and Former Gears dropped anchor. Just on about 800 meters left to go. Out in front, Get Impressed by half a length. It's Raining William is right there. Joker Man looking for 6 in a row, scraping paint back in 3rd, Sundance Kid 4th, followed through by Imalenze Yorker de Duma as they hit the burners and hit the turn for home, 400 to go. Get Impressed by a length and a half. It's Raining Williams trying to pick up. Joker Man still 3-4 lengths off. Looking out, Money Heist is trying to come home. Get Impressed trying to last the last 100 meters. Former Gear starting to weave his way through. Mary's Green Light, Imalenze Yorker de Duma, but it's still Get Impressed in the first race. Get Impressed, Sundance Kid. Get Impressed. Bullseye in the first race from Sundance Kid. Money Heist maybe just ahead of Mary's Green Light. But number 2, Get Impressed, will rise to the occasion and kicked away at the right moment. And with a strong tailwind behind, would always take some beating from that point onwards. So well done to all the connections. Justin Snaith and Keegan DeMello. First ride back in South Africa. Bang into the winner's enclosure. This is for Greg Bortz, Gary Player, Gina Goldsmith, Sundance Kid. Then it looks like Money Heist just ahead of Mary's Green Light. Former Gear and Imalenze Yorker de Duma. Former Gear came from near the back of the field. However, with that 2.5 meter spur, they turned for home with a tailwind, and Get Impressed said, "Hi ho, Silver, catch me if you can," and that they could not do. Number 2, Get Impressed, and what a victory. Keegan DeMello from Hong Kong back to South Africa, back to where he belongs, in the winner's box. Let's go back to the respective studios. Race number 1.
Well, the show is certainly on the road, and we're moving steadily towards the second event of the card. That is the World Pool with Gold Circle debutant. It's a grade 2 event over 1,200 meters, and it runs in approximately 16 minutes, where the red hot favorite is number 2 Rodeo Drive at 1.6 and 1.3. But we'll come back and talk about her, Graham, in a moment. Because number 7, Just Reckless, is the horse that we're looking at from the local stable of Mike Miller, to be ridden by Tristan Godden, who's really riding at the top of his game. She's good, this filly. She came from a mile back last time.
Very good. This race for 2-year-old fillies. Number 7, Just Reckless, is one of the leading lights in the country. She's run really well in all of her races. Last time out, she was only 4th. She was 4th, beaten only 3 lengths behind Quid Pro Quo. Previous to that, in the Alan Robertson, under 2 lengths behind Quid Pro Quo. And she ran second to Little Ballerina in the nursery at Turfentine on the Highveld. That was back in April, and Little Ballerina reopposes here. And at one stage, it was looking as if Little Ballerina was, in fact, the leading 2-year-old filly in the country. So Just Reckless brings a lot of form into this race. 10.80 and 2.10. She's certainly an attractive each-way proposition. The favourite, Rodeo Drive, and of course finished second, about a length or so in front of her in the Alan Robertson, and since then Rodeo Drive has gone back to win a race at Turfentine, beating Pointer by 3 lengths, who franked the form at Turfentine by winning yesterday. But here's number 10. Number 10 is You Bring Me Joy, one of the long shots in the race, Warren.
Yes, indeed, one of the longer shots, Graham, for Waiho Mawing, Dylan Chinsamy, Marlon Nika, Messrs. Nell and Ashwin Reynolds, who I believe some of the owners are in town. Does have the widest draw to contend with. Last 2 runs are concerning for me. When she was 10 of 10 and 14 of 14, she's run last in her last 2 starts. That has me a little concerned. It clearly has the betting public concerned, because she's the biggest outside, as you say, at 40 Rand and 10 cents.
I'm a little surprised you're only a little concerned.
Okay, that's number 10, You Bring Me Joy. She certainly was bringing the patrons joy earlier on, but her last 2 starts,
we mustn't forget she won 3 out of 4 starts, and to have won 3 races as a 2-year-old is no mean feat. Here's number 4, Little Ballerina. Now this is an interesting filly. The first race winner was by Vercingetorix. This 2-year-old filly is by Vercingetorix. She set the standard, a high bar, early in her career, and although she ran poorly in the Golden Slipper on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day, when beaten nearly 10 lengths by Quid Pro Quo. That was her first run over 1,400 metres. She did it from a wide draw, and we know that after she beat Kindred Heart, she suffered a bit of a virus and took a little while to get over it, so she would probably, in any case, have been badly in need of that run. So Little Ballerina can be expected to go a lot better here, Warren.
11.6 and 2.6. I agree with you. I make her a massive runner. If you're not in her camp for the win, well, then you certainly got to put her in for exactors, as we have a look at the visuals from the parade ring. And Alistair's there. Alistair's in the parade ring. He's standing by. So I think without any further ado, here's Rodeo Drive. But let's see who Alistair's got.
Yeah, got Sean Terry here with me. He's obviously got Rodeo Drive and a number of other horses. Sean, we're going to try to be quick and to the point. This filly, she's all the rage. What are your expectations?
Listen, she's done everything right. Obviously, I mean, I did bump Johan's filly early on, and she was better than me, but this filly has come on a bit, and I think she's a huge runner.
Did all the horses after Hollywoodbets Durban July Day go back to Randkiesfontein?
Yes.
Okay. Anything before the Colts feature that you want to earmark in races 3 and 4?
4 is a tough race. 3 is the tough race. 4 is also tough, but I mean, I think World of Alice is probably looking for the step up in trip. The 2 Colts, I think, are in good shape. Obviously, Lucky and Mrs. Browning. Lucky, the draws against him, but he can do anything. The 2 in the Gold Cup are spot on. Yeah, everything's in good shape. Obviously, Cousin took his run really well. He's bursting at the seams. Certainly hasn't felt the July run.
Perfect. Thanks so much for your time. All the best.
Thank you.
Thanks so much to Sean Terry, who obviously got on to quite a lot of silverware at this race meeting last year. So we really appreciate that time. And also lovely to have a syndicate of people through Haraka Bloodstock, through Jodie Peters' team that she's put together to be part of Rodeo Drive, and various others that are around, including Jordan as well. Let's go to Raheel.
Thanks very much, Alistair. I'm here with James Crawford. He's got Kindred Heart in this race. And James, how's the emotions after Hollywoodbets Durban July?
Always running on a bit of a high after the July, but yeah, we've come back down a little bit to earth. Still on cloud 9 every now and then, but yeah, we're ready to rock and roll today.
Well, it was a special achievement to win it 2 years in a row. And Kindred Heart in this race, filly that met older horses last time out. She's back against the same age group today. What's your expectations?
You know, I thought last time, you know, she's always been a filly that's got into the front on her natural speed, and last time out, I mean, she just had no price to get there. So I think coming back to her right age group, I think she's in the right place. I think we do need a little bit of luck today. There looks to be a bit classier horses in the field than us, but you know, if we can get a little bit of luck in running, I wouldn't be surprised if she's there.
2 races that you seem to hold a strong hand in. We'll touch on the Mercury first, where you've got 3 horses, Sergey, At My Command, and I Am Giant, who cracks a draw.
Yeah, well, all 3 have cracked a draw. So yeah, we couldn't be happier, to be very honest. Each horse has improved. Sergio, we opted to miss the Post Merchants. I think we just over-prepared him a touch for the Golden Horse. I Am Giant, you know, I think if you go and you watch his last race replay, At My Command was half a length ahead of him at the top of the straight, and they were level pegging by the 300, but he had nowhere to go. Correct. So I think you can't take him out of it either. And you know, At My Command, he's proven to be enjoying the strips back over the sprints, and you know, I really do make all three of them to be massive runners in the sprint.
Race number 9, Future Gold, Happy Chance.
Future Gold's doing very well back at home. It is quite a strong field for her, especially with the weight that she's going to be carrying today. But she's doing very well back at home. I think she'll run a very honest race. Definitely the draw's going to help her get into a better position for nothing. And then Happy Chance is just absolutely flying. You know, we were a bit stiff last time in the Group 1. But now, you know, third run after a rest, stepping her up in trip. She's actually improved from that last race. So I really do make it to be a massive runner.
James, thanks very much. All the best.
No, thank you.
Thanks there to James Crawford. The horses are on parade, and we'll hand up to the commentary box.
Thanks, Rahil. Race number 2, World Pool, with Gold Circle debutant, Grade 2, R500,000 up at stakes, 1,200 metres. Number 1 is Simply Majestic, Gavin Larena. The favourite is number 2, Rodeo Drive, located in Beverly Hills, California, Los Angeles. And why is Rodeo Drive so famous? The 3 blocks of Rodeo Drive, just north of Wilshire Boulevard in Los Angeles, make up one of the most famous streets in the world. The street is known for its collection of ultra-high-end designer and boutique shops, and has been featured in more than a few films, from Beverly Hills Cop to Clueless. And here's a look at number 2, Rodeo Drive. The short-priced favourite, Richard Furry Rides, goes down with the overreach boots on, which will be removed down at the gate. Good look at the favourite, number 2, Rodeo Drive. Odds on 5 to 10, paying up at R1.60. Number 3, Happy Holly, Kelvin Abib, sports the red earmuffs, which will be removed down at the starting machine. There's a look at number 3, Happy Holly. Serena Mudley's on number 4, Little Ballerina. Kindred Heart, number 5, Pierce Stradham. Number 7 is Just Reckless, Tristan Godden. 8, Dark Winter, Keegan DeMelo, Open Proceedings. Number 10, Little Bit Strong, You Bring Me Joy, Kabedi Dahaba. Valiva, number 9, Muzieni Valiva. 7 minutes to post time. Get your bets on World Pool Race Day.
Welcome back for race 2, the World Pool with Gold Circle Debutant Stakes for 2-year-old fillies over 1,200 metres. We are about 6 minutes away from race time. This is the first leg of the bipot. That pool currently standing on 361,000. The overwhelming favourite is number 2, Rodeo Drive, who Warren was beaten by Simply Majestic when Rodeo Drive made her debut. Sean Terry made the point, but that was Simply Majestic's second run. It was Rodeo Drive's first run. Fair to say that although Simply Majestic commands respect here, that Rodeo Drive has progressed since then.
Absolutely, Graham. And, you know, she beat Pointer in her last start. She dawdled up, and there she goes. She's not the hugest filly we've ever seen. We were just discussing in studio that she's a medium-sized filly, not the biggest girl in town, but she's certainly got gears, and she's well put together, and really a lovely quality filly in the making. She trotted up, absolutely trotted up last time, beating Pointer. Pointer won yesterday in Gauteng. So there's lots to like about her. Simply Majestic, I thought, really looked fit as well. She's got an obvious chance, but the overwhelming favourite is definitely, as we know, Rodeo Drive, and that last win really made me stand up and take notice.
Little Ballerina, I keep coming back to Little Ballerina because she is an interesting runner. Rodeo Drive brings all the right form into the race. Little Ballerina made all the right headlines early in her career. Her form lines were much talked about. She won second time out, beating Talk to the Master. Then she ran third behind the Cape's leading 2-year-old One Stripe, beaten only a length and a half. Then she beat Just Reckless, who reopposes here by 3 parts of a length in the nursery at Turfentine. And Just Reckless might have been a bit unlucky that day. And I chatted with Candice Dawson after she beat Kindred Heart, because she was obviously being prepared for the Alan Robertson, but that never materialized because even in the race against Kindred Heart, she was harboring the virus. It all broke out a day or two after beating Kindred Heart, because she was a little surprised that she struggled to beat Kindred Heart as she did. But then the reasons were there for all to see. She was harboring a virus in the race. She went down with the virus. It kept her out of work for a little while, put her on the back foot. But here she is, Little Ballerina. Can you see her bouncing back to the kind of form that she showed earlier this season?
Without a shadow of doubt. And last time, we must remember, yes, although valid excuses, she was drawn 11 of 14. She gets a much kinder draw this afternoon. Yes, whether she can beat Rodeo Drive, that I don't know. But can she put that horrid run behind her? I'd be shocked if she doesn't, to be quite frank with you.
Interesting exercise is the fact, when you look at the best weighted column, of course, these are 2-year-old fillies, and the handicappers have now started putting their ratings together for the 2-year-olds, which become finalised at the end of the season, and those are the ratings they'll take forward into their 3-year-old careers. They have got Rodeo Drive as the best weighted, but only by a half a pound or a pound ahead of number 7, Just Reckless. So from the handicappers' ratings, the handicappers' assessment, these fillies are pretty closely matched, much more closely matched than the betting would suggest. But going back to the course conditions today, with the tailwind, the track running fast, tactics play a role, with Simply Majestic drawn in gate 1, Rodeo Drive in gate 2. Rodeo Drive, are you expecting Richard Fourie to take the bull by the horns and go to the front?
Graham, yes. You know, they obviously believe, you know, that they're possibly the best.
Or will Simply Majestic go forward?
Well, it's hard to tell. I mean, they both like to race forward. Obviously, how they jump, how they, you know, who gets the clean break, who might not get the clean break, and the 2 top jockeys that they are will work it out. They're definitely not going to cut throats. You know, they're not those kind of riders. But certainly, for me, I think I wouldn't be surprised if Richard Fourie ends up in front of Gavin Larena on Simply Majestic, but that's merely an assessment.
Let's give number 3, Happy Holly, raiding from the Eastern Cape. Gavin Smith is never frightened to travel with his horses, and he's travelled here with the 2-year-old daughter of Heavenly Blue, Happy Holly, who has not put a foot wrong. She's had 5 starts for a win in 4 seconds. She ran a close second behind Splice the Main Brace, who's the leading 2-year-old in the Eastern Cape. So Happy Holly is rated about 8 pounds inferior to Rodeo Drive, because obviously we're all aware that the Eastern Cape is a somewhat weaker centre than the major centres, Cape Town, Durban and Johannesburg. But he wouldn't have brought her here if he didn't harbour some confidence that Happy Holly was not going to disgrace him.
He does have some confidence in this filly, Graham. I was lucky enough to bump into Gavin at Summerveld during the lead up to this race, and she's a gorgeous filly, as you can see in the canter past, and her form is of high standard from Port Elizabeth. And he's expecting her to run a good race.
And then the winning team of the first race, Keegan DeMello and Justin Snaith, they team up with number 8, Dark Winter. Very easy winner of her last start. She's a decent filly. Might be held by Just Reckless, amongst others. Was beaten 2 lengths behind by Just Reckless at the end of April. But clearly Dark Winter is no slouch.
The comment is Dark Winter bolted home last time out, but against a weaker company. We'd be delighted if she ran into the top 3 to earn some more black type. So that's the comment. They seem to give it more of a place chance than a winning one.
Awkward draw for the daughter of What a Winter, but Justin Snaith and Keegan DeMello, as mentioned, have got off to a winning start. They're about to start loading. The last word I'm going to give to number 7, Just Reckless. She was carded to race with the blinkers. They've changed their minds. The blinkers come off, so she races as previously equipped, and I think she's a big runner here. So for me, it's about numbers 1, 2, 4, and 7. That's Simply Majestic, Rodeo Drive, Little Ballerina, Just Reckless. I make those the 4-class fillies. The betting would suggest that number 2, Rodeo Drive, is home and host.
That it does suggest indeed. Let's see how she performs, and who's going to tell us that is Sheldon Peters.
Thanks very much. Inside the final 60 seconds to get your bets on. The win pool approaching 5 million rand. The place pool just over 4 million. And look at that swinger pool, over 8 million rand. Runners about to be locked and loaded for race number 2, World Pool with Gold Circle debutant, grade 2, 500,000 rand at stake. Kindred Heart, first one to step up. They've taken a hold of Just Reckless. Silver with the gold star. Just Reckless moving up. Happy Holly. Red and black silks. Little Ballerinas on a forward move. Valiva. You Bring Me Joy to step up. Used up quite a bit of energy on the way down to the start. Number 10, You Bring Me Joy. Rodeo Drive, the hot pot favourite in 2. Simply Majestic to barrier 1. And away they go. Simply Majestic jumped a little bit awkwardly. Happy Holly is right there, the first 200 metres. You Bring Me Joy circumnavigating the field at the 1,000 peg to pick it up. Kindred Hearts on the outside. Dark Winters wide in the first 400. Towards the inside, Happy Holly. Simply Majestic. Rodeo Drive now tugging away up into second, and Richard Ferry on the prowl now on the outside has the shadow roll. Further back in the running, Just Reckless and Believer. You Bring Me Joy, 600 metres to go. Rodeo Drive and Richard Ferry about a pounce on the right hand side. Towards the inside, Happy Holly corners in third, then Little Ballerina. 400 to go, and Richard Ferry says let's go, and Rodeo Drive extends a length and a half. Happy Holly's on the inside. Just Reckless looking to come out the pack, then Little Ballerina. 150 to go. Rodeo Drive clear, but Just Reckless is coming with a super run. Just Reckless, fast and furious over the top. Rodeo Drive second, then Happy Holly and Simply Majestic. Rodeo Drive had every opportunity, but number 7, Just Reckless, started to come fast and furious, and will blow them out the water the last 75 metres. So number 7, well done to the Mike Miller team. Tristan Godden, the Racing Boys. Omar Iqbal, Sterling Miller, they give me the green light. Rodeo Drive, every chance. Then came Happy Holly behind these, followed by Simply Majestic. Rodeo Drive, given every opportunity, struck the front, went clear, but towards the outside, 5 off the right-hand side. Just Reckless with that torpedo run comes the last 200 metres and then just stretches away in devastating fashion. That's the running of race number 2.
That was a brilliant win for number 7, Just Reckless, the 2-year-old daughter of Give Me the Green Light, bred by the Boerland stud, trained by Mike Miller, ridden by Tristan Godden. She brought high quality form into the race. She was overpriced. I don't want to be an after the race merchant, but I thought that Rodeo Drive was underpriced and Just Reckless was overpriced. And Tristan Godden has brought number 7 Just Reckless home with a wet sail just when it looked as if number 2 Rodeo Drive was on her way to victory. But what a run also from Gavin Smith's filly number 3 Happy Holly.
Huge run from Happy Holly, Graham, and wonderful that the PE horses run an absolute cracker. It looked as though at one stage it was going to be Rodeo Drive from Happy Holly, but the way Just Reckless just let down and absolutely blew them away was impressive and lovely for a KZN trainer and KZN filly. Just fantastic all round. Just Reckless, she's bred by Boerland Stud. She's good, she's very, very good.
Well, that certainly laid down a marker for Quid Pro Quo later on today, because Just Reckless was 5th behind Quid Pro Quo, then 4th behind Quid Pro Quo. Just Reckless was a very unlucky. She had a troubled passage in the Alan Robertson, yet finished only a length and a half behind Quid Pro Quo and only a length and a quarter behind Rodeo Drive. Well, she's turned that around over the extra 200 metres here today in no uncertain terms under a very confident ride by Tristan Godden. And what was quite pleasing to see, that today's racing, despite the tailwind, is not going to be all about the front runners. She quickened well from somewhere off the pace to win, going away full of running.
Huge point, great point, Graham. Absolutely, that she did, and encouraging for the rest of the day's tactics and conditions, and just wonderful for young Tristan Godden. Well done to you, Tristan Godden. Hearty congratulations and smiles all round, and to the Miller team, to the Racing Boys Pty Limited, nominee Amir Iqbal and Sterling Miller. Sterling Miller, well done, because he puts a lot of money into the game, to Sterling. He owns a lot of racehorses, not only in KwaZulu-Natal, but around the country. So a very fitting win. That's it. Into the winner's box comes Just Reckless.
Race number 2 on the day, the Goal Circle Debutante Grade 2 event goes away off the Michael Miller yard. What a season it's been for them. And this filly, well, she now becomes a Grade 3 winner and now a Grade 2 winner. Joined by Lance Whiteford here in the presentation area, and he will be handing out the winning mementos. Lance Whiteford, the director of Goal Circle. First and foremost, let's congratulate the groom. He receives his winning check on behalf of Hollywoodbets and Goal Circle. Well done. 2,000 rand, Hollywoodbets, Goal Circle. Excellent job. Well done. Well done to the winning groom, Janaze, who receives his winning check. Let's get Tristan next up, and just what a filly she's turning out to be. She's done a lot right today.
Yes, no, definitely. You know, she's always been a nice filly, and she's grown nicely into herself. We were contemplating whether to run in the mile, the 12. This looked a weaker race, so yeah, things panned out. Big ups to the whole team. They put a lot of effort into this filly. So yeah, I'm very grateful, and I'm just blessed to be standing here.
You weren't a border for a first graded win, but your border here today in the grade 2. And what a season it's been for you.
Yes, no, I must say big thanks to all the trainers and owners for the support, especially to the yard, Mr. Miller, Sterling, Judy, Littles. It's a big team effort, and just to get these horses here in this condition, it takes a lot of hard work, so well done to them. This filly was so fresh today. She was exceptional, and she looked good. And yeah, look, the race panned out well. She switched off just behind them, and just before we turned for home, I was traveling quite well, and it's just a matter of me waiting for the right gaps.
Well, how's the conditions out there? Because in race 1, Keegan won from the front, but today you were in the second race, you were off the speed.
Yeah, look, I think the track is lovely. I think it will be fair. You can win from anywhere. So yeah, may the best horses win today. And to the sponsors, Whirlpool, lovely meeting, and to Gold Circle, and to the owners. I mustn't forget the owners, the racing boys. Omir, I know he was a bit disappointed last time. I told him don't worry. So nice to get the gold for them.
Well done, Tristan.
Thanks, and then to my sponsor, Sporting Post, thank you very much.
Great job there. Tristan got in the winning rider, and he receives his winning memento there from Lance Whiteford. Next up, we'll have the winning trainer, Michael Miller. If not, Craig Udy's going to come through and have a chat. Well, let's get Sterling. Sterling, well done. What a filly she's turning out to be.
Yes, thank you, Raheel. She's been an amazing filly this season. I just want to say a big thank you to my partners, Umar, JD, Christian. I know Umar's overseas and the other boys are busy with their families, so a big well done to them. It's well deserved. To my entire team, Craig, my dad, Lily, my mom, you know, from top to bottom, it's a massive team effort, so just well done to them. And to Tristan, unbelievable ride, well done.
You guys weren't shy to travel early on in the year, to taking up to the Highveld?
Surprisingly, the more she races, the more she loves it.
Well, excellent job here. It's been a good season for the yard. All the best, Stel.
Thank you very much.
Well done there to Sterling Miller, and he'll receive his winning memento, and the breeder as well is going to receive a winning memento there. Sterling Miller will take that as well from on behalf of the breeder, Boland Stud. Craig, you want to have a quick word before we wrap it up? This filly, incredible win today, and she's only going to get better with time.
Yes, she's not a big filly, but she is got serious ability, and you know, she's been a little bit unlucky. She was very unlucky in Maritzburg. I think if she hadn't hung out like she did, she probably wins it. In Joburg, when that horse came across her, if that hadn't come across her, she wins that as well. So she's been a little bit unlucky, but today she shows what she can do. She gave them 6-7 leg start and boned them down.
What's it like to work with her back at the yard?
She's not the easiest filly in the world. She's a bit hot, but we don't mind. When they're this good, you don't mind.
Job well done.
Very well done, and well done to Sterling, Omar, Mike, the whole team, Lily, everyone. When you work with horses like this is like the cherry on top.
Well done, Craig.
Thank you very much.
Well done to Craig. He'll receive his winning memento there from Lance Whiteford. And yeah, well done to the entire team, the entire Michael Miller team. They've done a fantastic job with this filly, Just Reckless. She's notched up a 4th victory, and it is a 2nd graded success. She now becomes the grade 2 winner. And well done to Tristan Godden as well, the rider of number 7, Just Reckless.
Welcome back to the winners' enclosure here at Hollywoodbets Greyville in the time-honoured tradition of Gold Circle. Here on Gold Cup Race Day, the last day of Champion Season 2024, this year sponsored, of course, by Whirlpool and the Hong Kong Jockey Club, we present to our national champions a gift from Gold Circle to honour the achievement during the season just ended. Well, the Trainers' Championship is still mathematically up for grabs, although Justin Snaith, of course, took another leap forward by winning the opening race here today. But the Jockeys' Championship, that was signed, sealed and delivered, well, let's say 6 months ago. What we didn't expect was a record-breaking season. And right now, it's once again our great pleasure to welcome here Richard Fourie off the back of an unbelievable season, champion jockey of 2024. You were reminded earlier today that Keegan DeMello, our former champion jockey, is back in town. But what a wonderful season, Richard. You've done so many interviews. We've spoken about the Trois Quatre. We don't quite know where you're going to end up on, but it's a record that could stand forever. Congratulations.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, and obviously to all the support throughout the whole season. Obviously, without them, none of this was possible. So thank you to everybody, and also to the public for closely monitoring this and following it, and just bringing the gees and the spirit back to racing. So thank you to everyone.
We're joined by Chief Executive Officer of Gold Circle, Michelle Narak, to present Richard Fourie with a very, very special Psycho watch to add to his growing list of trophies and all sorts of prizes that you've won over the years. But Richard, from Gold Circle, many, many congratulations, and may it be onwards and upwards from here going forward.
Yeah, greatly appreciate it, and obviously to Hollywoodbets Greyville and all the sponsors, thank you very much. To my agent Ken, and to my family, thank you very much.
Am I allowed to ask the obvious question, the last question? Plans for next year, local or international?
Most definitely local, but there is one place I'd like to visit in the world. So let's see if I can get my feelers in there and hopefully have a little stint in Japan.
Wow, Japan. Richard is setting his sights high, but he set his sights high when Hollywoodbets put the R1 million up for grabs to beat Anthony Delpech's long-time record of 334. That he did with 6 weeks to spare. He's climbing towards 380. Ladies and gentlemen, please join in and give Richard Fourie a rousing round of applause, our champion jockey for 2024.
And away they go. Simply Majestic jumped a little bit awkwardly. Happy Holly is right there, the first 200 meters. You Bring Me Joy circumnavigating the field at the 1,000 peg to pick it up. Kindred Hearts on the outside. Dark Winters wide in the first 400. Towards the inside, Happy Holly. Simply Majestic. Rodeo Drive now tugging away up into second, and Richard Fourie on the prowl now on the outside, has the shadow roll. Further back in the running, Just Reckless and Believer. You Bring Me Joy, 600 meters to go. Rodeo Drive and Richard Fourie about a pounce on the right hand side. Towards the inside, Happy Holly corners in third, then Little Ballerina. 400 to go, and Richard Fourie says let's go, and Rodeo Drive extends a length and a half. Happy Holly's on the inside. Just Reckless looking to come out the pack. Then Little Ballerina. 150 to go. Rodeo Drive clear, but Just Reckless is coming with a super run. Just Reckless, fast and furious over the top. Rodeo Drive second. Then Happy Holly and Simply Majestic. Rodeo Drive had every opportunity, but number 7, Just Reckless, started to come fast and furious, and it'll blow them out the water the last 75 meters. So number 7, well done to the Mike Miller team. Tristan Godden, the Racing Boys. Omar Iqbal, Sterling Miller, they give me the green light. Rodeo Drive, every chance. Then came Happy Holly behind these, followed by Simply Majestic. Rodeo Drive, given every opportunity, struck the front, went clear, but towards the outside, 5 off the right-hand side. Just Reckless with that torpedo run comes the last 200 meters and then just stretches away in devastating fashion. That's the running of race number 2.
Race 3 on the card is the at Whirlpool Twitter Stakes, Grade 2 over 1,200 metres, off at 1:15. It is the first leg of the place accumulator. And on screen is number 2, Chocolate Soldier from the Cornet Spaceyard, to be ridden by Marco van Rensburg, a winner of his last 2 starts. A winner of 3 from 6 outings is his career record. Currently showing at 8.60 and 3.10. For a long time he's been the fixed odds favourite throughout the week, but he started drifting out from 28 to 10. The last call I saw was 7 to 2, but showing 8.60 and 3.10. That's on the totalisator. Of course, today being a Whirlpool day, all the tote pools are going to be massive, particularly the swingers and the exactors and the duplers, but it's fantastic to have this memorable day as billed as a Whirlpool race day, courtesy of the Hong Kong Jockey Club. So Chocolate Soldier, the big question for him, Warren, is will he go the extra 200 metres?
Graham, he's so good and so quick. Yeah, that is the burning question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, to be quite frank with you. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't think so. But Chocolate Soldier, he's a good horse, so maybe he can. But Alistair's standing by. Let's hear what they have to say.
Thanks very much, Warren and Graham. I'm here with Cornet, speech trainer of Chocolate Soldier. Cornet, how many good habits did he learn last time on Hollywoodbets Durbanville? He was known as a bit of a tearaway, and he did things differently and still won last time.
Yes, Alistair, in his early career, he really, went for it straight out of the stalls. Very frustrating, and obviously we've been doing a lot of work with him. Marco's really done a lot with him, and he settled very nicely in his last 2 starts around the bend. That's why we're trying the 1,200, because it looks like he's settling now. And I hope he learned all the good habits.
Did he go home after his last run on Gelado?
Yes, up and down, Alistair. That we always do it like that. He came back down again yesterday, travelled very well, easy, and he really takes it in stride.
I thought Danson from Sanson had a big entourage of connections. I think you're matching them. All the best, Cornet.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much to Cornet's piece. I'm just going to move over to Sanele and Uno in just a while and get the lowdown of what he thinks going into the first leg of the PA, guys.
You can see an Aussie horse a mile away. Number 1, Lead the Charge, will win, the best turned out in the parade ring. Of that, I have little doubt. A handsome son of Lancaster Bonner, but only recently shed his maiden ticket. That was his first run as a gelding, which is interesting. He's been fitted with a tongue tie, and on looks alone, from gate 1, dare you lead the Charge out of your quartets, Warren?
No, you can't lead the Charge out of the play. Wow, he's doing just that, leading the Charge. Indeed, he looks $1 million. He beat Watchman last time, and look at this horse. But Alistair's got Sanele Munu downstairs, and Sanele Munu is certainly taking the racing industry by storm. He seems to be a natural-born commentator, but in isiZulu.
Thanks, Graham. So here we are. You might have heard him. You obviously saw him in the box seats. A wonderful addition done by Warren Linferno. But here's Sanele, the Zulu commentator here in KZN. Sanele, let's go back to the start of the month, Hollywoodbets Durbanville. How are your emotions after doing Africa's greatest horse race for the first time?
It was very, very great. I can't even describe the feeling. Just to call that race alone, it's a wonderful feeling.
And you spotted Oriental Charm a long way out. You saw all the challenges coming, but you were committed to JP Van der Merwe, Greg Bortz and Brett Crawford, weren't you?
And not really. I was spotting all the horses.
Now, let's talk about race number 3 and potentially the rest of the day. Any fancy that you've got? Because I've known you for quite a while. You used to corner me, and you probably knew your form as well as anybody on the racecourse. So you have a fair idea of what to expect.
Yeah, in this race I like Popon Warrior. I know it's very unexposed, only got 1 run, but this Colts by Potala Palace, I think it will run a very good race.
How much have you enjoyed Champion Season? Because after listening to your podcast on In the Box Seat, you were saying that, all these horses that come from different provinces that you're unfamiliar with, they sort of kept you on your toes. Have you learned quite a lot during the last 3 months?
Yes, I did learn quite a lot, and I'm watching a lot of racing all over the country, so that to help me understand the colors and know the horses.
Well, Sanele, you're absolutely wonderful to work with. Very, very happy with the progress that you've made. Keep it up, and we'll be shouting for Bourbon Warrior with you.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much to Sanele Uno, the isiZulu commentator here in KZN.
And there on screen now is Sonelli's selection, number 8, Bourbon Warrior. As he said, completely unexposed, only had one start, which he won pretty well. That was at Hollywoodbets Scottsville over this very distance of 1,200 metres. Could be absolutely anything. I just had a quick chat with Colin Naidu. He's very excited about the prospects for the Salampatala Palace. But would it be fair to say, Warren, as the horse is about to leave the parade ring, that this race is up for grabs? It's quite open, it's quite evenly matched.
Yes, it is quite open and evenly matched, Graham. The field is, you can make a case for a lot of them, if not all of them, and an exciting race. I'm looking forward to seeing Sylvanian run, purely because Gavin Smith thought he would have a good run from his horse in the previous race, a good run he got. And he just said to me that his comments for all three of his runners are the same. He's expecting good runs from them. So if that's anything to go by, I wouldn't leave Sylvanian out of absolutely anything, but it's nowhere near as easy as that. Danton from Stanton, there's a whole host of owners here. There's a whole host of owners for Chocolate Soldier. It's just wonderful and glorious to see.
We'll be joining Sheldon Peters for the Canterpast in just a moment. Joint tote favourites at this stage are number 6, Bjorn Ironside, who comes with a very, very big reputation. Ran second to Pistol Pete last time, and Pistol Pete is in the final race today. Joint tote favourite with number 7, Danton from Stanton. But the form is, there's a lot of form to go around. So many of these contenders putting their hands up for potentially winning the at Whirlpool Twitter Stakes over 1,200 metres. The betting clearly reflects that it's wide open, that it's very competitive. It's a tough start to the place accumulator. It's a tough second leg for the bipot. But as we watch the very well presented number 1 lead the charge, racing without the tongue tie, going out with Samanga Kamala, let's join Sheldon Peters for the Canterpast.
Having the wow factor in the looks department, number 1, Lead the Charge, Samanga Kamalo. Number 2, Chocolate Soldier. For the third race at Whirlpool Twitter Stakes, Grade 2, 500,000 Rand. Up for grabs. Number 2, Chocolate Soldier. Marco and Rensburg going to take down Cool, Calm and Collected. Sylvanian. Number 4, Louis Mkotwa. Number 5 is Cat's Pajamas, Seanville. Buffalo Storm Cody, number 3, Calvin Abib. Here's the heavily supported Bjorn Ironside, number 6, Gavin Larena. Number 10 is Daring Dash, Diego de Gavea. Bourbon Warrior, number 8, Tristan Godden. Talking of the fixed odds department, number 6, Bjorn Ironside, opened up around 6 to 1, is now as short as 18 to 10. So bucket loads of money for number 6. As we look at number 9, Impact Investor, Keegan DeMello. 7 minutes to race number 3. Danton from Santon, number 7. Colourful Silks, Richard Free rides. That is your current tote favourite in picture, showing up at R4.20 and 160. Number 7, Danton from Santon.
Runners on their way down to the start for the first leg of the place accumulator, the at Whirlpool Twitter Stakes Grade 2 for 2-year-olds over 1,200 metres. We're 6 minutes away from race time. On screen now is number 8, Bourbon Warrior, to be ridden by Tristan Godden, who emerged victorious from the previous race. Yogesh Govender, the trainer, winner first up, bred by the Normandy stud. So there's number 8, Bourbon Warrior. But as we were saying, Warren, this is a very competitive renewal of this race, and there's a horse in the race that you can actually draw a line through.
No, there's not. So we're not going to have time to talk about each and every one of them, but You heard from Sheldon, the wow factor, number 1, Lead the Charge, who is on screen on the far side in the green and black silks. Outstanding, lovely long action horse, and just an outstanding specimen, and really, although he's taking on stronger, wow, you can't ignore him. 1480, 420, there's a bit of value there. I like what I see, Graham.
Yeah, he's certainly well presented. But then, of course, the Aussie Yard always turns out their horses well. But Gelding appears to have done the trick. He's a beautifully bred son of Lancaster Bomber. And from pole position, he can certainly get into the fray. Interesting that the tongue tie has been fitted for the first time in its career. Far side, number 7, Danton from Santon. And the near side, number 2, Chocolate Soldier. In the far distance on the outside, you can see number 10, Daring Dash. Now, Sheldon Peters also told us that there's been a bit of a plunge on the fixed odds market for number 6, Bjorn Ironside. Was easy to back at 6-1. And Sheldon informs us has been shortened into 18-10. Currently still showing 440 and 160. Bjorn Ironside, again, like so many others, comes into the race with a big reputation. Was 3rd on debut at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth behind Line Rampart. He went all the way down there for a sales type race and didn't disgrace himself. He was heavily backed that day from 10-1 into 5-1. Line Rampart is well above average. He was then a beaten favourite behind 21 May, and then he won by 7 lengths, albeit in a 7-horse field against Bayer Empire. Then last time out in a 5-cornered contest, ran 2nd to Pistol Pete, who we know is very decent, Warren. So what do you make of number 6, Bjorn Ironside? Before you answer that, I think his best days, whatever happens today, and he can certainly win today, but he's an imposing individual, he's an eye-catching individual, and he looks as if he's just going to continue to blossom as a 3-year-old.
Well, 3-year-old, I can't wait to see him as a 3-year-old, and 3-year-old just around the corner. He's bred by Claverflay Stud and David Avery. Really, as you say, is imposing, strong-looking son of Gimme the Green Light. That maiden win, he blew them away. That was a huge run behind Pistol Pete. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see the money come for him. He's a huge runner, but it's not as easy as that. I don't know. It's, you know, the betting market suggests it's put and take. It might well be put and take with Bjorn Ironside, but I think it's a little tougher.
Danton from Santon, representing the powerful Sean Tarry, Richard Faree combination. Now, Sean Tarry doing all that he can to narrow the gap at the top of the National Trainers' Championship. Obviously, marginally disappointed, I would guess, with the fact that Rodeo Drive got beat in the previous race. Looking for victory here from number 7, Danton from Santon. 312,500 Rand would go a long way to start narrowing that gap. Danton from Santon won his last 2 starts.
Yeah, won his last 2. The last one was on the Hollywoodbets Greyville poly track. He absolutely floated to the start at Danton from Santon, and if he were to reel off the hat-trick, I certainly wouldn't be shocked at all. We did see a glimpse of Buffalo Storm Cody. This is the Buffalo Bill Cody colt out of a trippy mare called Musical Romance for Keystorm Investments, Kenneth Pillay. Calvin Habib, the pilot for the Tony Peter stable, won by 9 lengths on debut, and that second run, I know 3 of 6, but Proceed won the race.
Proceed, of course, came out to win a Group 1 after that scratch from today's engagement, but on a line through Proceed, who's clearly well above average. Number 3, Buffalo Storm Cody, certainly one for the short list. There is actually no short list in this race. Every one of the 10 runners pretty much has a chance. Cat's Pajamas, got to give him some air time. Showed really good promise in his first 3 starts, and then last time out ran above expectations at 50-1 when 3rd behind Cosmic Speed over 1,400 meters. Cosmic Speed has fancied to go well later on in the Grade 1 over 1,600 meters. Cat's Pajamas, beautifully related son of Rafif. He gets the blinkers for the 2nd time in his career. He's worn them before. He was sporting blinkers when 2nd to Simric. That was in the Godolphin Barb. Here he goes down to the start with purpose. Blinkers go back on, and so Cat's Pajamas, certainly on the strength of that last run in the Grade 2 Golden Horseshoe, must have a bright chance of taking home the lion's share of the prize money here.
And Frank Robinson has his horses in a good space for Sid Mudley. Before we hand up to Sheldon, just to be remiss if we didn't read out the comment from the Justin Snaith stable, for Impact Investor, who's paying a generous 13.10 and 4.40 for a place. The comment is, Impact Investor, has been targeted for this specific race. He certainly has upset potential, but we are mindful of the fact that he has it all to do from a difficult draw. So there we go, and Impact Investor number 9 at 13.2 and 4.5 could be the kicker for the quartet. But they're loading. Let's race.
Danton from Santon stepping forward. Cat's Pajamas. Buffalo Storm Cody. Impact Investors ready. Bourbon Warrior. Bjorn Ironside. Chocolate Soldier to barrier 2. Lead the charge will come to box 1, closest to the paint. And gate 4, Sylvanian, just needs to settle. 1,200 meters the distance. Flags up. Gates crash back, they sent on their journey. Bourbon Warrior missed the kick at the back of the field. Looking to see who's going to set the early fractions. A line of 4 going past the 1,000. On the right-hand side, Impact Investor. White sleeves and cap, daring dashes there. Sylvanian one off the inside, and Chocolate Soldier, red sleeves and cap, lead the charge. Buffalo Storm Cody, they're racing 3 lengths off the leaders. Danton from Stanton. Then we have Cat's Pajamas. Bjorn Ironside, second to last with Gavin Larena, but they're racing in tight quarters, 5 to make up. Bourbon Warrior, top of the lane, 450 meters to go. Impact Investor greets the judge and crowd, a length and a quarter. Buffalo Storm Cody's looking for a way through. Danton from Stanton starts to come alive. Bjorn Ironside's also picking them up on the outside. Cat's Pajamas hit the front on the inside, and it's Cat's Pajamas. Danton from Stanton, Bjorn Ironside, a little bit of bumping going on there, but it's Cat's Pajamas with the winning recipe from Danton from Stanton, Bjorn Ironside, and then came Lead the Charge. Danton from Stanton and Bjorn Ironside came very close together and probably brushed one another. Well, here we find Cat's Pajamas, the Rafif, Mr. Sid Mudley, Frank Robinson, Sean Veal, Vilgerbos Drift and Maritz Fontaine by a length and a tail. Now the head-on will tell us a bit more, because Danton from Santon moved up dangerously, and then Bjorn Ironside. Lead the charge, Chocolate Soldier. There you'll see Buffalo Storm Cody, tight for running room, and then Danton from Stanton. But down the inside, Cat's Pajamas, and then Bjorn Ironside starts to run around, and these two will get very close together as Cat's Pajamas also drifts around there. So there you'll see a little bit of argy-bargy in the latter stages. But number 3, Cat's Pajamas, Sean Veal whipping the left hand, drives him right to the winning post. And number 5, paying $660 and $170. And that's where we will leave it as we hand you back to the studio.
Wow, an interesting finish, and we wonder whether there'll be any kind of official race review, but that's up to the guys in the boardroom. Cat's Pajamas came through fluently down the inside, was possibly going the best of all 3 when he hit the front. Did shift his ground. Danton from Santon at that stage was under a driving ride from Richard Ferree, and then getting a bit of a bump himself was number 6, Bjorn Ironside, as he tried to unwind on the outside. But for me, Warren, I think this horse full value for his win.
He looked so well, as you said. He went to the start with purpose, and we mentioned that Frank has his horses in such a good space for Sid Mudley, and yeah, he won with purpose. He won this horse, he won well, and he's had a lovely run. You know, he did certainly, as you say, hang and ducked out, but that's for the team in the boardroom to sort out. A good colt this, and not winning out a turn. He's a magnificent specimen, and he's won well for Sid Mudley.
Certainly Danton from Santon, not disgraced in second. Bjorn Ironside delivered his challenge towards the outside. He was on the outside of Cat's Pajamas and Bjorn and Danton from Santon as Cat's Pajamas began to hang out towards the center of the track. brushed with Danton from Santon, who then brushed with Bjorn Ironside. But I'm not certain the result would have been any different had they run straight. But the point I want to make is that I stand by my view that number 6, Bjorn Ironside, still very much on the immature side and will blossom as a 3-year-old, as his 3-year-old career unfolds. But Cat's Pajamas, with Sean Veal in the irons for Frank Robinson, owned by Mr. Sid Moodley, bred by the Wilgeborgsdrift and Maritsfontein stud, 600,000 Rand purchase at the 2023 National Yearling Sales. He had signalled quality when running third behind Cosmic Speed in the Golden Horseshoe over 1,400 metres. That certainly stamps the form line for Cosmic Speed, who runs in the Grade 1 over 1,600 metres later on this afternoon. Of course, for Cosmic Speed, it's also uncharted waters later on, stepping up beyond 1,400 metres for the first time. But here are here is the winning horse, number 5, Cat's Pajamas, with Sean Veal in Sid Moodley's light blue, broad black band with white hoop and armbands, white collar and a hoop cap. Very distinctive colours that in a very short space of time, Warren, have become well known as prolific winners here in KwaZulu-Natal.
Sid Moodley and Chevet on screen with Misha here as well. And a passionate racing family, a young passionate racing family. And that's what the industry needs. So those colours, beautiful colours, you're right, are getting well received and well known in the racing industry. And Sid Moodley on hand to see his horses win with his family. He always brings his family and friends to the races. That could be his brother Sid, I don't know. They look a little alike, but into the winner's box they go nevertheless. Cat's Pajamas. That's it. And Alistair will be doing the post-race interview for the third race.
Big run here on Hollywoodbets Durbanville was one thing when he ran third in the Golden Horseshoe, but he's backed that up and shown his credentials here. Has Cat Pajamas forward. Frank Robinson, bred by Wilgeborgsdrift and Maritsfontein, ridden by Sean Veal and owned by Sid Moodley, who's come into this game like a wrecking ball. Here we go with the winning groom's prize. It's Velile Jali who is the winning groom. He picks up the 2,000 Rand courtesy of Hollywoodbets and Gold Circle. Congratulations, Velile. Well done.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, we are joined by Stephen Marshall, who is Events and Marketing Executive of Gold Circle, here to hand over the mementos and conduct the presentation. Frank, this man's changed your life.
Yeah, exactly. And look, he gave me I could pick what I wanted. Obviously, not too expensive, but this was my pick from the sale. I love this horse. You know, well into Maritsfontein. Gal knows how much I think of this horse. Yeah, well done to Sid. You know, these owners, we need them, and they need to win big races.
Was there a temptation to go for the Grade 1 over 1,600 metres, or were you sort of resigned to the fact that that might stretch him a little bit stamina-wise?
Yeah, I think he's a sprinter. You know, he's a champion sprinter, down by pure speed. So, no, I think this is his game, but I still think he improves the gelding too.
Any plans from here, or are you just going to play the long game and have a look at the program once that's out?
Yeah, what I'm going to do is probably just give him a break now, might geld him, and then I'll come to Joburg, you know, for November.
Brilliant. Frank, good to see you. Nice winner. And here's your prize from Stephen Marshall.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Cat's Pajamas, son of Rafif, is the winner of the Whirlpool Twitter Stakes. Very well done to Frank Robinson, the winning trainer. Here's Sean Veal, the winning jockey, stuck with him after running such a good race on Hollywoodbets Durbanville. How immature is this horse? Because he almost faltered once he hit the front.
You know, I actually got there too early, to be honest. You know, I didn't know if they were going to shut the gap on the rail, so I took it quickly. And he actually turned it on way too quick. Then I wanted him to, but I said to Frank, I said, we can't win the mile, but we can win the 12. You know, they're all rushing for Group 1s. Frank's got a nice up-and-coming horse. He's quite a nice horse. I still believe if they geld him, he'll be even better. But well done to Sid and to his son, giving me the opportunity, to Frank and his team. Well done. Obviously, to all the sponsors, thank you very much. And to my sponsor, Sporting Post, I appreciate all the support. And obviously to my wife and my kids, you know, they are here somewhere. But I'm just glad that I could ride a winner on Gold Cup Day.
He's got quite a turn of foot. That's obviously his biggest weapon. How devastating is it?
No, if you watch Top of the Straight, I actually sort of just tightened him and he actually gave it to me too quickly. I sort of learned something last time on him. I moved up to Mr. Terry's horse, but I wasn't going past him. I said to Frank, we put blinkers back on this horse, and that's what made the difference today. Even when I hit the front, he still looked to wander over to Richard, and when I changed my stick, he actually wasn't going away. So well done to Frank and his team, and obviously to Sid and his son. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Sporting Post, thank you very much, and obviously to my wife and my boys. Yeah, they're here. They're all here. Well done to them, and obviously to my family. Thank you.
Should put blinkers on you too. Just before you run away the rest of your day, how does it look?
This was my best ride. I made it my best ride today. Obviously my filly in the last race, back to 1,000. I've been dying to ride her in 1,000. I know it's a competitive field, but I personally think she won't be out the money.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
There's your winning trophy. Another one going the way of Sean Veal. He's had a very successful season indeed. Right, Sid Moodley, Chevet, are you going to come and have a word? Winning owner, Sid Moodley is going to send the spokesman, Chevet. You're getting used to this, but it's one thing doing it when there's no crowd or when there's no trophies and no feature races. This is why your dad's in the game.
Yeah, that is true, Alistair. Yeah, I mean, great training by Frank. I mean, we set the horses up for this race here, and my dad's already had a good first season with 3 graded races, and in July we had a good first exacta. So, I mean, yeah, good ride by Veal as well, coming, but he got left at the gate, but good ride by Sean Veal.
That's an incredible stat. When you're new to the game, it can take a long time to find success, to find the right horses. But there's been quite a cross-section of valuable wins for the connections. You know, these light blue colours have become quite synonymous now in KZN.
Yes, that's true, Alistair. Hopefully we can also take it to Joburg and Cape Town coming in the future.
Well, looking forward to seeing you. Just with regards to next season, all systems go, looking forward to it all. And also your passion for the game. Remember your first interview, you didn't really know what was going on. Has the bug bitten you?
Yes, it has, Alistair.
Good man.
Thank you.
You can collect the prize. This will make for a nice photo, father and son. We've got to get Sid in the photo at least, yeah. Here we go. Sid Moodley, the winning owner, Chevet, the spokesman. Very well done, guys. These striking light blue colours are at it again, and it's Cat's Pajamas who picks up a valuable Grade 2 win, the son of Ravi. Sid, final word from you. Nice to meet you. Keep it up.
Nice to meet you as well, Alistair. Yeah, thanks. I'm just excited. You can see I got my family. I can't ask for anything more. There's so many thank yous. I don't even know where to start, but thanks to Frank and his team. He has a fantastic team. Thanks to Sean Veal. Thanks to my team. And thanks to my mom. My brother is here today, Creason. And my son Chevet. And I don't know what to say. I'm very happy. I've got my family here. And so all I can say, I'm looking forward to the Gold Cup. And so let's hope I'll be chatting to you again later.
That'll be nice. Looking for more champions anytime soon?
Well, the champions, you know what, they just, I'll just have to see how Frank turns them up one by one.
He's doing a job for you at the moment.
He's all right, he's not too shabby.
Well done, Sid.
Thank you.
Very well done to Sid Moodley, who of course is the winning owner of Cat's Pajamas, and there could be some more to come in these light blue colours later on in the day when Madison Valley runs. I'll pose for that photo. I'll happily take that one as well. Sid Moodley, the winning owner. Well done to all concerned. Just take note, there is a race review into the closing stages after race number 3. Hold on to your tickets. If there's any further news, we'll let you know about it.
Settle. 1,200 meters the distance. Flags up. Gates crashed back, they sent on their journey. Bourbon Warrior missed the kick at the back of the field. Looking to see who's going to set the early fractions. A line of 4 going past the 1,000. On the right-hand side, Impact Investor. White sleeves and cap, Daring Dashes there. Sylvanian one off the inside, and Chocolate Soldier, red sleeves and cap, lead the charge. Buffalo Storm Cody, they're racing 3 lengths off the leaders. Danton from Stanton. Then we have Cat's Pajamas, Bjorn Ironside, second to last with Gavin Larena, but they're racing in tight quarters, 5 to make up. Bourbon Warrior, top of the lane, 450 metres to go. Impact Investor greets the judge and crowd, a length and a quarter. Buffalo Storm Cody's looking for a way through. Danton from Stanton starts to come alive. Bjorn Ironside's also picking them up on the outside. Cat's Pajamas hit the front on the inside. And it's Cat's Pajamas. Danton from Stanton. Bjorn Ironside. A little bit of bumping going on there. But it's Cat's Pajamas with the winning recipe from Danton from Stanton. Bjorn Ironside. And then came Lead the Charge. Danton from Stanton and Bjorn Ironside came very close together and probably brushed one another. Well, here we find Cat's Pajamas, the Rafif, Mr. Sid Mudley, Frank Robinson, Sean Veal, Vilgerbos Drift and Maritz Fontaine by a length and a tail. Now the head-on will tell us a bit more, because Danton from Stanton moved up dangerously, and then Bjorn Ironside. Lead the Charge, Chocolate Soldier. There you'll see Buffalo Storm Cody, tight for running room, and then Danton from Stanton. But down the inside, Cat's Pajamas, and then Bjorn Ironside starts to run around, and these two will get very close together as Cat's Pajamas also drifts around there. So there you'll see a little bit of argy-bargy in the latter stages. But number 3, Cat's Pajamas, Sean Veal whipping the left hand, drives him right to the winning post. And number 5 paying $6.60 and $1.70, and that's where we will leave it as we hand you back to the studio. No further action, no further action in regard to the race review. No further action, stand by for all clear.
Welcome back to the studio for the 4th race, which is the Douglas White Stakes. It's a Grade 1 event over 1,600 metres, and the race will run at 13:50. And Graham, we've been treated to some thrilling racing so far. We're only on race 4, and it's just getting hotter and hotter as the day progresses.
Yeah, the curtain races have been good. Now it's time for Grade 1 action. The Douglas White Stakes over 1,600 metres for 2-year-old fillies. The first leg of the Pick 6. We've got a carryover Pick 6 of R2 million. And here is the short-priced favourite, number 12, Quid Pro Quo, winner of the last 4 starts, looking to make her own history. No filly has ever won the unofficial Triple Crown for 2-year-old fillies in KwaZulu-Natal, that being the Alan Robertson Grade 1 over 1,200 metres at Hollywoodbets Scottsville, the Grade 2 Golden Slipper over 1,400 metres, and the Grade 1 Douglas White Stakes. No filly, there have been many that have won 2 of the legs, but no filly has won all 3. So Quid Pro Quo, daughter of Lance, for trainer Baron Burtis, who only relocated to KwaZulu-Natal about 7 or 8 months ago. Samanga Kamala has partnered Quid Pro Quo in her last 3 starts, and she certainly sets a standard. Possibly fair to say, Warren, that all that stands between her and history is that wide gate.
Yes, the wide gate is a concern. She's clearly feeling well. And, a bit of a kick out there for Quid Pro Quo, but Gerald and Karen Khalil own this. They also bred the filly. The sister or the brother was sold at the recent sale. She's beautiful. Look at her. She knows she's gorgeous. She knows she's good. And she's been turned out by trainer Baron Burtis in fine fettle. The draw, natural concern.
First 2 wins were over 1,200 metres, then she stepped up to 1,400 metres, and arguably was even more impressive when being stretched to 1,400 metres from 1,200 metres. The mile should not be a problem. But here is number 7, Fatal Flaw, the filly that ran second to Quid Pro Quo in the Golden Slipper. Pierre Stradham rides again for the Brett Crawford stable in the colours of Arun Chada. And Fatal Flaw, well, she tried to make all the running in the Golden Slipper, was run out of it in the closing stages by Quid Pro Quo. That would suggest going the extra 200 metres would be further in favour of number 12, Quid Pro Quo. But maybe today Stradham will try something a little different.
Absolutely, and a beautiful new Predator filly. Solid form at long odds last time. She, I'd say, nearly caused the upset. She ran second at long odds, did Fatal Flaw, and Arun's having a wonderful run as an owner. And she's got the 2 stable assistants with her. She's got the red ear muffs on, so that shows that she could be a little excitable. But she looks in the pink of health, does Fatal Flaw.
And certainly Fatal Flaw's performance brings number 2, World of Alice, who's got a really neat draw of 2 into the race with a chance. World of Alice beat Fatal Flaw over the 1,600 metres. So World of Alice, her subsequent 2 starts have been over 1,400 metres. She's crying out to go the extra 200 metres. Craig Zaki for the Arundel family. Sean Terry, the trainer. Here's another Arundel-owned filly, number 4, Whistle the Tune, winner of the Debonair Stakes, and lucky 5th in the Golden Slipper. She met with interference on that occasion. And worth dwelling on Whistle the Tune for just a moment, because Glenn Cotton has got 3 really nice fillies in this race. 4, Whistle the Tune, 8, Spirit of Lavana, winner of the last 2, number 13, Lock and Key, unbeaten 2 from 2. Richard Ferree had the choice. He had the choice, and he's ridden all 3, and he went for Whistle the Tune.
20 to 1, shortened 16 to 1, shortened 18 to 1, and 8 to 1 at some stage when I last checked the fixed odds betting. So she's clearly fancied. There's been some punters having a bit of a nibble on this filly. So she certainly must have a chance, and it speaks volumes that Richard Ferree has chosen her over the other 2. Raheel Radkrishna is in the parade ring. Let's go down for an interview.
Thanks very much, Warren and Graham. I'm here with Baron Burtis, who's got a very important filly in this race, and that's Quid Pro Quo. Now, Baron, it's been an incredible season for you, because earlier in the year you made a bold move to leave Johannesburg and come here to KZN, and it's a move that's proving to be quite fruitful for you.
Yeah, well, with a horse like this, I mean, whoever expected this to come along? You know, she's good. I think the mile, according to Samanga, will settle. You know, you just believe in the horse. I mean, she is good. Everything's gone well. She is a handful. Luckily, we got here safe and sound, and I think she's spot on for the day.
Warren, it is a start off the pick 6, and it's a massive pool in the pick 6, and a lot of punters have looked to this filly as a potential banker. If you had to give her a mark out of 10, what would you say?
Full marks.
Full marks. Thank you very much, Baron. Thanks to Baron Burtis there. Full marks for number 12, Quid Pro Quo. Hopefully that gives the guys a bit more confidence to possibly banker this filly in leg number 1 of the pick 6. I'm sure that pick 6 pool is sitting on a pretty mark as we stand. Alistair Cohen, over to you.
Thanks so much, Rahil. Just a quick word from Glenn Cotson. You've got 3 superb fillies here. Whistle the Tune is one thing to win the first juvenile race of the season, to last to grade 1 levels another thing. So how's she doing?
She's doing really, really well. Richard had the choice of the 3 fillies. He's won on all 3 of them. He opted to go with this filly. I think she's got the experience. Since we fitted her with earmuffs, she seems a better filly. And she was a little unlucky last time out. She got squeezed out at the most crucial stage of the race. So he's sticking with his commitment. I think she's looking amazing. We've just freshened her up and she's looking good. Lock and Key has got all the Hong Kong supporters with Keegan DeMello on. She's just unfortunately hasn't cracked a draw, but she's a superb filly, unbeaten. She's beaten the colt. She's done everything we have asked of her. I think she's crying out for the mile. I think she's a huge runner. We're going to have to get lucky from the draw. And then Spirit of Lavana, I just keep going back to this filly. She beat the colts last time out. They're running in the Group 1 next time out. Even though she had the Apprentice Acclaim, he went a bit soon on her. But I think she's an amazing filly. I'm almost like thinking she could be the one if she gets lucky from the draw.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your attention please, ladies and gentlemen, as runners for race number 4, the 1 million rand, the Hong Kong Jockey Club Douglas White Stakes, grade 1 over 1600 metres for 2-year-old fillies. Opening leg of the pick 6. Number 1 is Frozen Fantasy, ridden by Rachel Venica. Daughter of Batala Palace. Currently at 100 to 1. Craig Zacky's on number 2, World of Alice, with a companion, sports the red earmuffs, full set of silks. Sorcerer Supreme, number 3, and Serena Mudley turning. White cap on number 4, Whistle the Tune. The pilot is Richard Ferry. No missing number 5, Scars of War, Kelvin Abib, the unmistakable grey. Number 7 is Fatal Flaw, Pierce Striker Stratum. Moving past is number 2, World of Alice. Next up, number 1, Frozen Fantasy, the 100 to 1 shot. Number 4, Whistle the Tune. Number 13, Lock and Key, Keegan DeMello. 7, Fatal Flaw. The ruling favourite, number 12, Quid Pro Quo, Samanga Kamalo, turning. Here's a look at number 12, Quid Pro Quo. Vision of Peace, number 6, Raymond Danielson. Bavara, number 8, Koneofa. 5 is Scars of War. Honourable Member, number 10, Chase Mojan.
Just about time for the first leg of today's carryover pick 6, the first of our Grade 1 racing action, the Douglas White Stakes over 1,600 metres. We're about 6 minutes away from a start. Just to go through the card changes and remind you that number 11, Forward Motion, is a scratching, reducing the field down to 12 runners. The current totalisator favourite is number 12, Quid Pro Quo, 220 and 130, looking to record her second Grade 1 victory of the season. She was victorious in the Alan Robertson over 1,200 metres at Hollywoodbets Scottsville on the 1st of June. She then won the Golden Slipper on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day, the 6th of July, the Golden Slipper over 1,400 metres. Here she steps up to 1,600 metres, drawn 1 from the outside. Lock and Key, the unbeaten daughter of Master of My Fate for the Glen Cotton stable, ridden by Keegan DeMello, is drawn 1 outside of her. Well, we heard from Glen Cotson as we watch number 12, Quid Pro Quo, go down to the start. She was quite full of herself in the parade ring, but she seems perfectly relaxed. She has got a wonderful turn of foot, and hopefully the race is run at a decent pace, allowing Samanga Kumalo to find a position not too far off the inside rail. As I said, we heard from Glen Cotson chatting in the parade ring prior to the horses departing for the racetrack. 4 Whistle the Tune, 9 Spirit of Lavana, and 13 Lock and Key, all trained by Glen Cotson. Richard Faree had the choice of rides, as we heard, and has gone with the Devon Stakes winner, number 4 Whistle the Tune, the 2-year-old daughter of Captain of All. Whistle the Tune is his pick, but reading between the lines from trainer Glen Cotson, he kind of fancies number 9 Spirit of Lavana to run a big race. Here we watch number 4 Whistle the Tune go down to the start. She's beautifully relaxed. Earlier in her career she could get quite hot, but she was an emphatic winner of the Devon Air Stakes. But on previous form, albeit that it was 1,200 metre form, she's got 4 legs to find with Quid Pro Quo. She was a little unlucky in the Golden Slipper, was Whistle the Tune. She was squeezed at a vital stage of the race, stayed on to finish 5th, under 4 lengths behind Quid Pro Quo. And over the extended trip here, the 1,600 metres from a neat draw, that's the advantage Whistle the Tune has over Quid Pro Quo on this occasion, is that Whistle the Tune is drawn in barrier gate number 4, whereas effectively Quid Pro Quo will now be drawn 11 in a field of 12. But Glen Cotson seemed to be leaning towards number 9 Spirit of Lavana. She's won 2 of her 3 starts. She's drawn in gate 9. She gets the services of Gavin Lorena. Richard Faree had won on Spirit of Lavana previously. He had won on Lock and Key previously, and obviously also had won on Whistle the Tune. And of the 3, it's now well documented that he's gone for Whistle the Tune. Whether Richard Faree is correct, only the race will show, but Glen Cotson appears to prefer number 9 Spirit of Lavana, who's currently showing at 320 for a place. Number 2, World of Alice, is an interesting runner. Also sports the Arundel Silks. Sean Tarry trains. Craig Zaki rides. Craig Zaki has ridden her throughout her career. She won 2nd up over 1,600 metres when beating Fatal Flaw. Now, Fatal Flaw, of course, ran 2nd in the Golden Slipper to Quid Pro Quo. 1,600 metres is the ideal trip for number 2, World of Alice. The last 2 runs have been over 1,400 metres. She's got a lovely action. She does take a little time to unwind, but Craig Zaki, if he has in a nice spot when heads are turned for home, then World of Alice should be finishing off the race really, really well. One of the big outsiders in the field is number 3, Sorcerer Supreme. She's showing up at 37.20 and 8.40. Now, it might be worth considering throwing this daughter of Erupt into the back end of your trifectas and quartets, even possibly for Dupla and Exacta play. She wasn't as graced in the Alan Robertson when just behind Just Reckless. Note that she was just behind Just Reckless in the Alan Robertson and then had to race from the worst of the draw in the next start in the Golden Slipper. But I believe we have to head upstairs to Sheldon Peters.
Patrons, please take note that the favourite, number 12, Quid Pro Quo, has pulled a front right shoe. So the favourite, Quid Pro Quo, number 12, has pulled a front right shoe, which will be attended to down at the start. Thank you very much.
Well, that's certainly important. Breaking news coming through. Is never nice for a horse to spread a shoe on the way down to the start. So number 12, Quid Pro Quo, is going to have to be attended to by the course farrier. Hopefully, she deals with all of that without getting too upset, Quid Pro Quo, because we'd like everything to be fair. We'd like the race to be run fair. We'd like the pace to be good. We'd like it to have every chance from a wide gate, and it's not in a favour that she now has to have a shoe replaced. But hopefully they get the job done quickly and get the job done efficiently. I was chatting about Sorcerer Supreme. So if you take a look at the fact that she finished just behind Just Reckless in the Allen Robertson when running 6th under 2 lengths behind Quid Pro Quo after having won her maiden by 8 lengths, that puts her into this race with a bit of a chance from a neat draw, because last time out in the Golden Slipper, she made some headway from a long, long way back. She was drawn 14 out of 14 on that occasion. They took their medicine. They dropped out to the rear of the field, and she made some headway. Of course, it was an impossible task for her to bridge the gap with Quid Pro Quo. She was still beaten nearly 8 lengths, but she turned for home a dozen lengths off the pace. And on her previous form, her form to Whistle the Tune, her form to Little Ballerina, and her maiden win by 8 lengths over Lizwali Ilali, Sorcerer Supreme from a neat draw could be the one that boosts a trifecta and quartet dividends. Whistle the Tune we've given plenty of airtime to. Scars of War on Debonair Stakes form is well held by Whistle the Tune. She finished nearly 4 lengths behind Whistle the Tune. So you have to believe, particularly as Richard Fourie has chosen to ride number 4 Whistle the Tune, that she safely has the measure of number 5 Scars of War. Vision of Peace, number 6, represents a Roy Magna stable. Raymond Danielson rides. He's got a very good strike rate for Roy Magna. Was a winner over 1,600 metres this very distance, beating Kitty's Boy Girl narrowly over 1,600 metres. That was in handicapped company. It was on the inside track at Turfentine on the 13th of June. So Vision of Peace as a winner of 2 of her 4 starts. She's got a lovely pedigree. She's a full sister to a stakes winner. So number 6 Vision of Peace is another that is at long odds, paying 10.90, 11.10 now for a place that could get into the action. The point being that many of these 2-year-old fillies are relatively unexposed over the trip of 1,600 metres. Vision of Peace has won over 1,600 metres. World of Alice has won over 1,600 metres. Number 7 Fatal Flaw ran second to World of Alice, 2 runs back over 1,600 metres, then second to Quid Pro Quo in the Golden Slipper. So she's holding her form well. She's clearly well above the average. Racing in the colours of Mr. Arun Chada. Pierre Stradom is contracted to ride for Arun Chada, is partnering the 2-year-old daughter of New Predator for the Brett Crawford stable. And Fatal Flaw is clearly one of the leading lights, having run second in the Golden Slipper. Varvara was a close second behind Whistle the Tune in the Debonair Stakes. She was never really a factor in the Golden Slipper, and she was drawn well, as opposed to the fact that Sorcerer Supreme on that occasion was drawn 14 out of 14. Varvara was definitely better drawn, and I would suggest that World of Alice is the stable elect from the Sean Tarry team when compared with number 8 Varvara. Spirit of Lavana, as we've mentioned, Glenn Cotson seems to be thinking or believing that perhaps this daughter of Fire Away is the better of his trio. But I guess they're all classy fillies, and it'll all depend on the pace. It'll all depend on how the race maps out. Honourable Member, not a bad post-maiden run, but appears to have a bit to find here. Quid Pro Quo, of course, sets the standard. And then Lock and Key copped the worst draw of all, won well on debut by more than 8 lengths, beating Lady Ellie Moe. The form of that race has been franked, and then last time out beat Tamil Tigress in handicap company. But Quid Pro Quo, as you can see on your screen, has been sorted out. We're set to go for the first of our Grade 1 races today. The Douglas Wide Stakes over 1,600 metres. 1 million rand is up for grabs. They're ready to line up. Let's go racing.
Please note, just come through that number 12 Quid Pro Quo. Both front shoes have been removed. Was proving quite obstinate, and therefore races unshod in front. The favourite number 12 Quid Pro Quo races unshod in front. Douglas Wide Stakes, the Hong Kong Jockey Club, just about set. Favourites in barrier 12, Quid Pro Quo, racing unshot in front, and away they go. Not a bad beginning. Fatal Flaw, razor sharp out the machine. Frozen Fantasies right there with Spirit of Lavona. Lock and Key, Quid Pro Quo's a lot handier today. Her secret weapon is usually her turn of foot, but today she's only 1.5 lengths off the leader. The grey Scars of Wars deeper out on the turf. Frozen Fantasy on the inside of runners. Then we drop back to World of Alice. Vision of Peace further back in the running. The white cap of Whistle the Tuners read back through the field past the 1,000-metre disc. Honourable members second to last, and Bavara's the trailer. Lock and Key achieved the lead, goes on by 1.25 lengths. Scars of War is second. On the outside of runners now, Quid Pro Quo and Fatal Flaw. There's only 0.5 length separating them. Frozen Fantasy further back, Spirit of Lavona. World of Alice for the first time gets some encouragement. Whistle the Tune follows through the white cap. Sorcerer Supreme on the outside. Homeward Bound, the Hong Kong Jockey Club, Douglas White Stakes. On the inside, Fatal Flaw becomes a runner. Quid Pro Quo, white sleeves and cap between them. Pierce Stratham and Fatal Flaw. Now Quid Pro Quo's coming alongside. Quid Pro Quo now gets the head in front. And Quid Pro Quo from Fatal Flaw is going to try and fight back. Quid Pro Quo. Unbelievable stuff, 1.5 lengths. Fatal Flaw second. Frozen Fantasy in behind these as they go down to the line. Quid Pro Quo pulls it all out, coming down to the post. Well, this is just remarkable. Number 12, Quid Pro Quo. 5 in a row. Proved obstinate, that removed both front shoes, raced up handy, and still delivers from Fatal Flaw. Then came the one from the 2, Frozen Fantasy and World of Alice. Fatal Flaw moved in dangerously with Pierce Stratham at the 300. Samanga was already asking for maximum on Quid Pro Quo, and then whoosh, just went on by at the 150-metre marker. And at that stage, Fatal Flaw was flat to the boards, whereas Quid Pro Quo, for Mr. Khalil, who also bred the Lance, the 2-year-old filly, and well done to Boren Buertes, Samanga Kamalo. They've done the stuff on the racecourse once again, pulling it out the fire.
Well, for my money, and it's only for my money, I'm not the judge, this has got to be the World Pool moment of the day. To create history, becoming the first 2-year-old filly ever to win the unofficial 2-year-old filly's crown. The Alan Robertson Grade 1, the Golden Slipper Grade 2, and now the Douglas White Stakes Grade 1. But not just win it. She was confronted with a very wide barrier gate. And then to make matters even worse for her, she spread a shoe on the way to the start. They couldn't replace the shoe. They had to take the other one off. She raced unshod, so she went through all of that attention from the course farrier shortly before the start. She kept her cool. Samanga Kamalo kept his cool, got her into a beautiful spot, and when he called for an effort, the daughter of Lance, owned and bred by Gerald Khalil, delivers for Boren Buertes. What a moment for Boren Buertes. He was a jockey for many years. He's trained for many years. He moved up to KwaZulu-Natal about 6 or 7 months ago. He's never dreamt of winning a Grade 1 race. Now he's won 2 with this unbelievable daughter of Lance. Quid Pro Quo number 12. Unbelievable stuff. A short-priced favourite. She's got the job done. There's no doubt that she will be crowned the Equus Champion 2-year-old filly of South Africa on the 15th of August in Cape Town when the Equus Award ceremony is held. This is just an unbelievable set of circumstances for her to win from a wide gate, for her to win 5 in a row, for her to win unshod in front, having been treated or attended to by the course farrier shortly before the start. Those are things that just don't happen every single day. It's not the kind of test that you put through at home when you're doing your work on a daily basis. Boren Buertes must have been pulling his ever-diminishing hair out. Samanga Kamalo must have been nervous. The filly wasn't. She came through it all right. Look at Baron Buertes with a light blue jacket in the far ground. To his left in the grey suit is Gerald Khalil. This is a moment that will live with them forever. Number 12, Quid Pro Quo, creates new history here at Hollywoodbets Greyville today on World Pool Gold Cup Day, becoming the first filly in history ever to win the unofficial South African Triple Crown for 2-year-old fillies.
We've seen an unbelievable performance from an unbelievable filly, a freakish filly, as she completes the 2-year-old filly Triple Crown, so to speak. The Ellen Robertson at Hollywoodbets Scottsville, the Golden Slipper here on Hollywoodbets Durbanville, and now the Douglas White Tigweni Filly Stakes in unbelievable fashion, doing things just about the wrong way. You don't win like that. Quid Pro Quo does. Here to help out with the presentation for the Douglas White Stakes, Dean Sawajith, Commercial Executive of Gold Circle, as well as Sam Natty, Head of Co-Mingling at the Hong Kong Jockey Club. And we thank Whirlpools and the Hong Kong Jockey Club for their co-mingling and also their support to this great day. First and foremost, though, let's honor the winning groom. It's Astandile Mgandeni who is the winning groom. Astandile picks up the 2,000 Rand from Hollywoodbets and Gold Circle. And, well, he was galloping up the Hollywoodbets Greyville track here as if he was Quid Pro Quo. He's over the moon. You have got the best 2-year-old filly in the country, probably the best 2-year-old filly that we've seen for a very, very long time. Well done, Astandile.
Thank you, my boss. I am happy, my filly, since the start is run second, never bad run since the start. I'm happy the supporters, I'm happy for my boss, I'm happy for Smanga Kumalo ride, I'm happy supporters.
Very well done.
Very well done.
Thank you, Astandile. Well done to Astandile. There we go. Very well played. You got an unbelievable filly. He is absolutely over the moon. Samanga Kumalo, the winning jockey, he's no stranger to Grade 1 wins at Hollywoodbets Greyville. But when they're this good, when they're this freakish, when they lose shoes at the start, what goes through your mind? And then with her way of running from well off the pace, today over a mile you were closer. Nothing really went according to the copybook, did it?
You said it all, Alistair. The nice thing is I was calm, relaxed, just stayed away from her, you know, because sometimes the more you surround yourself next to her and she's busy getting shoot and you're seeing all the wrong and it just doesn't work out. So I just stood away and let the guys do their job. And the call, Mr. Buertes said he's happy to run it without the shoes. And, you know, I was a bit shocked, but I said no problem. And she went in and a little bit better at the gate this time around. And I said to myself, she's composed, she's relaxed, let me not rush her or anything, and things are gonna fold out. And exactly, it just went to like dominoes where she was placed, and coming to very straight. I wanted to aim it out, but I thought, let me wait, and we already done the hard part to get over. Let's wait and go find a challenge with Pia. And I saw him started to move, and once I asked it a little bit, and she took off, so I knew I had something, and I went close to for challenge, and she just saw the other horse, and you could see she just improved, and it was just a very memorable race for me. So yeah, well done also to Mr. Potts, well done to obviously Mr. Khalil, and well done to the staff. She's a nice filly, but also a little bit takes her, to work with her. So Donald does everything. So well done, Donald. And it's a small yard, and for Mr. Potts to produce the goods, the guys out there, at least they can see give the supporter, and then the guys they're gonna bring you Group 1 winners. And again, Monty, he's always there putting in the effort. Well done to him, Uncle Phil, and my mother, yeah, they're all here. So to everybody also that supports and always behind me, big thank you to all.
Before you do your thing, how different were all three of these wins? Hollywoodbets Scottsville, Hollywoodbets Durbanville, and here on Whirlpool Gold Cup Day. All three of them looked to be quite different, weren't they?
Listen, this one here, I think it was a picture, and it's one to actually think about, because when I look back, I rode the filly called Karen Ellis. She got caught out wide from a bed draw, and again another filly, Fatina, got caught out, and so this time around I didn't have that view. I just said to myself, I'm gonna get in, and yet I know I'm running the best filly, and that's it. And I think they're all different, but this one here is the main one that I'll always cherish.
Well done, Bling.
Thank you, and again to the Bling fans.
Well, that's Simango Kamalo. Quid pro quo takes home yet another piece of silverware, but more than that, I think you can engrave the trophy at the Equus Awards at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth on the 15th of August. Winning trainer Baron Boertus, come on, sir. Every horse in South Africa, every horse in the world has got a story. Her story is different. She's bred, as we know, uncharacteristically by Lance, underappreciated, doesn't get many mares out of a mare by the Sheikh. You've told that story, but in your wildest dreams, did you expect to be standing here 2 Grade 1s and 1 Grade 2 later?
For me to get young horses doesn't normally happen. I used to buy horses in training for 30 years, and well, a special horse like this, my wildest dreams, I could never ever think it would come my way. But I mean, she's a special animal. I think God made her a little better than the rest. And, it's amazing. And I mean, to see, she normally jumps slow. Simango today got her in a position from that draw that, I mean, it's just untold. I mean, how that happened, I don't know. And look, what can I say? I mean, I'm fortunate. The stable, I mean, the grooms, the help, the team, I can stress, and they pay for it. And Gerald, I mean, what a gentleman, deserves to have a horse like this. Well named the race. I mean, I think that is well done. World Sports Betting that's come to Durban with me. There's a lot to thank and a lot to be grateful for.
Just quickly, let's backtrack to the start. She casts a shoe, or she lifts a shoe, and you make the call that she must race unshod in front. How were your feelings going into that and making that decision? Was it an easy one to make, or did you just go with the flow?
Mr. Hutchinson phoned me and he said, listen, they're battling to get the shoe back on. I said, pull them off. But I thought all 4 will go. But Zolabad also ran without shoes.
Barend, you train the best 2-year-old filly in the country, and she's the best 2-year-old filly in the country by a long way. Very well done.
Yeah, the other day, Michelle Wing done an interview. I mean, you're so confident in the horse. You know when the gap opens, it's all over.
Well done, Barend.
Thank you, sir.
Baron Boertus is the winning trainer. Barend, trophy coming the way of Sam Natis, of course, from the Hong Kong Jockey Club. Let's get the, don't forget the photos. Borrand, I know that you're not one for the limelight, but you do need to do photos for the press. There we go, show off your trophy, and all this achieved with an unbelievable filly called Quid Pro Quo. Gerald Khalil, winning owner. Oh, what a story. You can't make it up. Your colours have been around the block for a long, long time, but Quid Pro Quo has just changed your racing experience, hasn't she?
That's for definite. Oh, it's like a dream come true.
And just take us through the whole emotion of actually getting hold of a daughter of Lance that you, of course, you own the mare by the Sheikh. And now here we are, 2 Grade 1s and 1 Grade 2 later.
Okay, firstly, I like Lance. When I seen him run in Johannesburg the one day, I think he beat a good horse. And he was actually, I thought, that's a nice horse. He's going to stud. I must look at him. And then when I spoke to Borrand, when he went to stud, I asked Borrand, what do you think if I put Lance with Delightful Diva? And he said, he thinks it'd be a good matching. And we say, thank God. It's God's creation, and that's what you get. Thank you.
Gerald, unbelievable. I know you're a man of few words, but what a story she's turning out to be.
Definitely she is. I thank you. I've got a lot of thank yous here. I've got to say thank you to Borrand, his team, everyone over there, the sponsors, all the sponsors today making a beautiful day of this today. Thank you to them. Thank you to all the workers, the farm, Summerhill Farm. I must say thank you to them. They looked after her, and all my babies, I look after them well. Thank you very much. And Samanga, what a great ride.
Well done, Gerald.
Thank you very much.
Gerald can collect the prize from Sam, the trophy and the winning bubbly. He's also the winning breeder, but I'm going to get Mrs. Khalil here just to collect the winning breeder's trophy as well. And you can pretty much get into the picture as well, just to collect the last bit of silverware if you want to hand that over for the winning breeder, who is, of course, Gerald as well. So well done to Karen Khalil, who is here. And obviously, your husband is just another level at the moment.
Level.
Well done.
What can I say? I'm from Yorkshire. I'm never got nothing to say, but I promise you today I'm dumbstruck.
Very well done, guys. There's Team Quid Pro Quo. What a story she's turning out to be. She's won the Douglas White Stakes. She's now won 2 Grade 1. She's won a Grade 2. Congratulations to all involved. Quid Pro Quo, one of the names that's going to go up in lights at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth at the Equus Awards on the 15th of August.
Favourites in barrier 12, Quid Pro Quo, racing unshot in front, and away they go. Not a bad beginning. Fatal Flaw, razor sharp out the machine. Frozen Fantasies right there with Spirit of Lavana. Lock and Key, Quid Pro Quo's a lot handier today. Her secret weapon is usually her turn of foot, but today she's only 1.5 lengths off the leader. The grey Scars of War's deeper out on the turf. Frozen Fantasy on the inside of runners. Then we drop back to World of Alice. Vision of Peace further back in the running. The white cap of Whistle the Tune as we read back through the field past the 1,000-metre disc. Honourable members second to last, and Bavara's the trailer. Lock and Key achieved the lead, goes on by 1.25 lengths. Scars of War is second. On the outside of runners now, Quid Pro Quo and Fatal Flaw. There's only a 1/2 length separating them. Frozen Fantasy further back, Spirit of Lavana. World of Alice for the first time gets some encouragement. Whistle the Tune follows through the white cap. Sorcerer Supreme on the outside. Homeward Bound, the Hong Kong Jockey Club, Douglas White Stakes. On the inside, Fatal Flaw becomes a runner. Quid Pro Quo, white sleeves and cap between them. Pierce Stratham and Fatal Flaw. Now Quid Pro Quo's coming alongside. Quid Pro Quo now gets the head in front. And Quid Pro Quo from Fatal Flaw is going to try and fight back. Quid Pro Quo Unbelievable stuff, a length and a half. Fatal Flaw second. Frozen Fantasy in behind these as they go down to the line. Quid Pro Quo pulls it all out, coming down to the post. Well, this is just remarkable. Number 12, Quid Pro Quo. 5 in a row. Proved obstinate, that removed both front shoes, raced up handy, and still delivers from Fatal Flaw. Then came the one from the 2, Frozen Fantasy and World of Alice. Fatal Flaw moved in dangerously with Pierce Stratum at the 300. Samanga was already asking for maximum on Quid Pro Quo, and then whoosh, just went on by at the 150-meter marker. And at that stage, Fatal Flaw was flat to the boards, whereas Quid Pro Quo, for Mr. Khalil, who also bred the Lance, the 2-year-old filly, and well done to Boren Buertes, Samanga Kamalo. They've done the stuff on the race course once again, pulling it out the fire.
Gallop TV, your pulse to horse racing ecstasy.
Welcome back. I'm joined now in the Encore studio by Rahil Radhakrishna, who's been elsewhere for the first 4 races. Welcome to the studio, Rahil. What a race. What a moment we just saw. Emotions for Gerald Khalil and for Samanga Kamalo, and most especially for Boren Buertes. I've known Boren Buertes just about my entire life. And as he said there, he could never in his wildest dreams have imagined he'd be standing in the winner's enclosure with a Grade 1 winning filly, multiple Grade 1 winning filly, with all the circumstance it went before.
Yeah, absolutely, Graham, and no association to Boren at all. He's a good man, and he deserves all the success that he is getting, but it's hard not to feel proud and happy about what this filly has just gone on to do. And despite many looking to maybe beat her in the pick 6 and go against her, she had a lot against her today. I mean, the draw, the shoes going off at the start, but yet all those obstacles she managed to overcome, and it signs off a filly that we're not quite sure how good she is yet.
Well, time will tell. She didn't just win the race, she stretched them out over the final 200-300 meters, and only Fatal Flaw, who ran second to her in the slipper, was able to get anywhere close and perhaps threaten for a few strides, but Quid Pro Quo quickly put that argument to bed. So now we move on to race 5, the Whirlpool Moment of the Day Champion Stakes for 2-year-olds, Grade 1 over 1600 meters, the second of our 4 Grade 1 races today. And this is going to be a lot more competitive. It's a lot more open than perhaps what we saw earlier with Quid Pro Quo. So let's have a look at the totalizator betting. They've got number 9, Cosmic Speed, Grant Finico teaming up with Cosmic Speed for Sean Tarry, 290 and 140. Now, obviously, we all know, just to confirm this changes, number 8 Proceed is a scratching, as are the 2 reserve runners, 16 Field Marshal and 17 Don't Judge. The first reserve runner, number 15 Parisian Walkway, gets a run with Cabello Mazzaniani aboard. And then number 14 Truth gets the tongue tie and the earmuff. So, Sean Tarry is trying to chase down Justin Snaith, Rahil. It's becoming more and more improbable. But if he's going to launch any kind of attack over the next couple of races, it's all got to start here.
It's certainly got to be in this race here, where he seems to hold a very strong hand with Cosmic Speed and Legend of Arthur. Now, number 9 Cosmic Speed, we saw that form line of the Durban Golden Horseshoe franked with Cat's Pajamas coming through to win. So that form line has already been proven, and this horse was an impressive winner last time out when beating Proceed. And the one thing that I want to take out from the race is that last time out he had the run of the race. He was drawn to, he was there for free in a good position, and he won the race as he liked. Today I think he's got his work cut out from gate number 9. He's shown his ability to turn it on when need be in his penultimate start in the gold medallion when running on strongly. But I think there's horses in this race, and the betting market may have it slightly wrong in terms of numbers 12 and 13, Mount Pinatubo and Legend of Arthur. You've got one that's at 20 to 1 and the other is trading at 5 to 1. So there could be a bit of a discrepancy in the market when it comes to those 2 horses. But I think a horse like number 2, the Specialist, number 4, Great Plains, horses that need to be given healthy respect. And even the filly in the race, VJ's Angel, she ran 3rd to Quid Pro Quo. We saw Quid Pro Quo win again, and Fatal Flaw finished 2nd once again. So that form line has been seen to the 4 once again. So she's another filly that could have claims in the race, and it's not cut and dry.
It's interesting that Tony Peter runs VJ's Angel in this race as a filly against the boys. He might have thought this was easier pickings, and a filly a couple of seasons ago actually upstaged the boys. As we look at number 1, Family Law, going around, having made the trip up from the Eastern Cape for Gavin Smith. We saw he ran a place earlier on the day in the next unplaced, but Family Law has cracked pole position, has got good solid form. But perhaps a step up here. But going back to Cosmic Speed, are you surprised that Richard Fourie has chosen to ride number 13, Legend of Arthur, in preference to number 9, Cosmic Speed? I say that because Cosmic Speed was perhaps a little unlucky not to win the gold medallion. He won the Golden Horseshoe. He's a very narrow margin away from nearly having done what Quid Pro Quo has just done. And we saw the form of the July race franked. The Golden Slipper form held up well with the 1st and 2nd running 1st and 2nd again. And we could well see that the form of the Golden Horseshoe stands up here.
It could certainly be that way. But before I answer that question for you, Graham, we've got Alistair standing by with an interview.
Thanks so much, Rahil and Graham. I'm just here with Gavin Smith, the trainer of Family Law, who's already pitched up with a good 3rd, a bit of black tart for Happy Holly early on. Gavin, you must have been pleased with that run.
Very pleased, Ellie. There was a nice run, a decent filly, and she did herself proud.
Your attitude to travelling pretty much aligned with all the guys from Aberga is if you got the horse good enough, you'll never shy away. Has that always been the case?
Pretty much the case. Every horse will travel.
What about Family Law? Drawn 1, strong PE form. Do you think you can mix it with this very hot bunch?
Ellie, I think it's a tough task. It's a tough bunch. The first step up to the mile, but there's some 2-time winners, 3-time winners in there. We all got level weights, but they're babies, and without a ticket, you haven't got a chance.
PE have had success on this day before, so all the best, Gavin.
Thanks very much, my friend.
Good to see Gavin Smith here, the trainer of Family Law, and already punching above his weight earlier on today with Family Law. I'm just having a look at some of the runners on the parade ring. They've all been turned out to the absolute T. The one horse that really caught my eye, just having a look, by the way, at number 9, Cosmic Speed, walked past me. He's never been the biggest, but boy, he's athletic. He's a bit fresh, just getting a bit above himself, a bit energetic in the parade ring as he goes past where the jockeys enter into the parade ring. Number 9, Cosmic Speed, but he's in a lot better and happier shape now that he's sort of cleared that area of the parade ring here at Hollywoodbets Greyville. But for me, the horse that stands out most with his head into his chest, I mean, he's an absolute picture, is number 12, Mount Pinatubo. He's got a lot of form that puts him into the race here. Here's Johan. Mount Pinatubo looks an absolute picture, Johan.
Alistair's had a good prep, eh? Super good prep. 3rd run after gelding. He's well. Listen, we've got to contend with a bad draw, but value at 20 to 1, I think.
He's a smart horse.
I'm impressed with what I see. Comes past me again, catches my eye every single time. I'm going to pick up Sanele in just a moment. Let's get back upstairs and we'll find out what Sanele has to say leading up to the second Grade 1 today, the Whirlpool Moment of the Day Champion Stakes.
So there is number 12, Mount Pinatubo. Now, Ray Hill, you made mention of him because there's a lot of form, collateral form, between number 12, Mount Pinatubo, and number 13, Legend of Arthur. Last time out, over 1,400 metres, Legend of Arthur was beaten 2 lengths by Mount Pinatubo. And as you heard there from Johan Janssen van Vuren, the prep has gone well. He's got an awkward draw to overcome, as does number 13, Legend of Arthur. But I agree with Alistair, he certainly catches your eye in the parade ring.
He's a good-looking son of Erupt, is number 12. And between him and Legend of Arthur, they've met 3 times, and it's 2-1 in favour of the horse on screen. That's paying 29 Rand for a win, 8 Rand 40 for a place, and number 13 is returning 4 Rand 50 and 2 Rand 20. So in terms of value, you get in 8 Rand 40 a place about number 12 and 4 Rand 50 a win about the 13. So there's lots to like about number 12. He's got the looks, he's got the form. The only question mark I would have is that can he reverse the form over 1,600 metres with Legend of Arthur? He's beaten him over 1,400 metres last time out. He's beaten him over 1,000. But 1,600 metres, that is a slight question mark for me. How do you think he could go?
Yeah, I think that's the point I was going to make, because Legend of Arthur, being out of a mare by Galileo, is looking to go further than the 1,400 metres, probably looking to go further than the 1,600 in time. And I would have thought, each being given a fair run in transit, that over this trip, Legend of Arthur will have every chance of finishing ahead of number 12, Mount Pinatubo. But of course, that'll depend on how the race maps out. Here is number 9, Cosmic Speed. As you say, as Alistair was saying, he's a very neat 2-year-old son of Karari. He's got nothing to prove. He ran second on debut behind Fire Attack, who went on to win a feature, then won his next start, second in the Gold Medallion to proceed, then wins the Golden Horseshoe, steps up into uncharted territory over 1,400 metres. As you were saying, from a more awkward draw, may not quite get the run of the race that he enjoyed in the Golden Horseshoe, but still, I think he's entitled to be favourite.
I agree with you. The manner in which he won last time was quite encouraging. A lot of horses in this race are going to need a bit of luck in running. You've got horses from 9 all the way down to 14 that have got awkward draws to deal with, and let's see how they do go. Here's the 10 horse on screen.
That's Grand Crescendo. We'll give them all a little more airtime after the Canter Past, in particular number 2, the Specialist. We just saw Baron Boertes winning a race at Group 1 level. Can MJ Windal repeat, accomplish the same feat with number 2, the Specialist? More about that later on. In the meantime, let's head upstairs to Sheldon Peters.
Thanks, Graham. Runners for race number 5. Whirlpool Moment of the Day Champion Stakes, 1 million Rand up for grabs. Grade 1, 1,600 metres for 2-year-olds. 13 minutes to post time. Jackpot 1, leg 1. Number 9, Cosmic Speed, is the current tote favourite at 3 Rand and 150. Number 13, Legend of Arthur at 4 Rand 60 and 230. Those are the top 2 dominating, as number 4, Great Plains and King and Demelo go down with a companion. Twelve minutes to race number 5. And just for trivial's sake, Number 12, Mount Pinatubo, an active stratovolcano in the Zambales Mountains in Luzon, which last erupted in 1991. So that's number 12, Mount Pinatubo. And he is a son of Erupt. 14, Truth, Serena Mudley. Taken down with a companion. Coming out the chute is the filly, number 3, VJ's Angel, Kelvin Abib. Trotting up number 3, VJ's Angel. The filly, Kelvin Abib rides. As you can see, has been clipped. And we're talking about Mount Pinatubo. Here he is in the flesh. Number 3, VJ's Angel. Number 1 is Family Law, Louis Mkotwa. Racing in the New Silks, number 2, The Specialist. Samanga Kamalo goes down with the overreach boots on, which will be removed down at the machine. In single figures, number 2, The Specialist at R9.80 as Mount Pinatubo. Head right into the chest, Gavin Narina. Number 1 is Family Law. In contrast to Mount Pinatubo, head up in the air, wants to get a move on. Number 2 is The Specialist, low crouching Samanga Kamalo. Next up is China Berry, number 5. Caden Brewer, doing duty for the Wendy Whitehead stable, son of Fire Away. Number 6 is French Flame, another Fire Away from the Dean Cannemeyer outfit, Craig Zaki. Green and white silks. Number 7, Kamensky, Raymond Danielson. The current tote favourite, number 9, Cosmic Speed moving past. Then number 7, Kamensky. Yellow cap of Parisian Walkway, Kabela Matsanyani. Number 11, Wahid, about to turn, Pierce Stratum. 13 is Legend of Arthur, Richard Faree. Number 11, Wahid, about to get into his stride. Just having a look at the surroundings is Wahid. And here's the turn of number 13, Legend of Arthur. World Pool, moment of the day, Champion Stakes, 1 million rand up for grabs. Grade 1 over 1,600 meters for the 2-year-olds.
field on their way down to the start for the second of our Grade 1 races today. The Whirlpool Moment of the Day Champion Stakes for 2-year-olds over 1,600 metres. The first leg of Jackpot 1. We're 6 minutes away from race time. We've watched the canter past Andra Hill. As much as I like number 9 Cosmic Speed, and he went down nicely, there's not a lot of him, but he moves well. I really enjoyed the way that number 2, the Specialist, went down to the start. And if the Golden Horseshoe form is going to stand up, and it's already been franked by Cat's Pajamas, as you said, the fact that he was drawn 13 out of 14 on that occasion and is now drawn 2, and last time out Cosmic Speed was drawn 2 and is now drawn out at gate 9, can Samanga Kamalo achieve a quick Grade 1 double?
Absolutely he can, Graham. This horse brings good form to the table. It was a big ask from MJ last time out for this horse to handle gate number 13 and still finish off his race, but he was ridden cold as opposed to his previous outings where they were more positive on him given that he had a draw. He showed last time out that he's a horse that can turn it on when need be, and he finished off his race in the manner of a horse that would want further. 1,600 meters, no issue at all. From a 2 draw, they're going to be positive with him, I would suspect. Why waste a draw? 9 rand 10, 2 rand 50. He must be a big player, and he's in new ownership now, still trained by MJ Ordendal, and I think that this horse could certainly get a Grade 1 under his belt.
Well, Ashley Parker is on course. He, of course, owns Ascot Studies up here, not only for this Grand Days racing and to perhaps see the Specialist winning, but he's also up here for the Racing Masters, which takes place over the next 2 days at the Wild Coast. His good friend Jan Mantell, who's travelled up with him, has already had a winner on the card. And so Ashley, I know, will be putting all his money on number 2, the Specialist, and screaming him home, but it's not a vain hope. This horse brings real good form into the race, and the fact it's a touch of class, particularly if he was to go well today, that you can win over 1,200 metres, step back to 1,000 metres, win again, step up to 1,400 metres from a poor draw, be dropped out to the back of the field, charge home, passing many in the straight. Cat's Pajamas was around him at the finish. That's come out to win today. So I'm really expecting a big run from number 2, the Specialist, and I was made even more confident by what I saw when he cantered down to the start. But this is quite a complex race. I think, again, it's not as easy as the previous. There are no real standouts, but I am expecting the Golden Horseshoe form, won by Cosmic Speed. Specialist ran 3rd. I'm expecting that form to hold up pretty well here. Here's number 2, the Specialist, going down to the start, and I don't think that you can fault him in any way whatsoever. He went down absolutely beautiful, and of course that Samanga Kamala is going to be in a wonderful frame of mind.
Yeah, absolutely. A horse that I'd like to touch on is number 4, Great Plains. Now, I've been a big fan of the son of Denon Platina ever since he made his local debut at Hollywoodbets Scottsville when beating Havana Moon. And last time out, I think it's best that we ignore that run. He did not put his best foot forward. It was a slightly off day for the Justin Snaith yard. They didn't have the best results as they would have hoped, but this horse is far better than that. He showed when winning the gate crash, he showed that he's got an incredible turn of foot. Keegan de Mello takes a ride here for Justin Snaith from a 4 draw. I'm hoping that he's not dropped out to last as he was when he had a positive draw here at Hollywoodbets Greyville, but I think now that he's learned what racing is all about, he's maturing. I think he's a horse that we can follow as a 3-year-old, but I think that stepping him up in trip to 1,600 meters is going to be right up his alley. 8 rand 80, 2 rand 80. I think he's a big player for Top Honours. You've got to ignore his last start because he just did not put it in, and he was fancy that day. He went off as one of the leading lights at 4-1, and it was not his day to shine. But hopefully today all things go according to plan, and he can run a huge race.
Yeah, in his last 2 starts, he's had very poor draws to overcome. He did so successfully in his penultimate in the gate crash. That was an absolute spectacular win. He came from the tail end of the field, made his run up the inside, which is unusual for a horse coming from the back of the field here at Greyville. He got all the splits at the right time and charged home, and he beat Makazoli. And Makazoli, of course, came out to win a juvenile feature at Fairview Racecourse on Friday. Yes, he was clearly just not himself on July Day in the Golden Horseshoe. Strictly on that form, he's got a bit to find with the likes of the Specialist, with the likes of Cosmic Speed, but we know that was a below par effort. We know he's better than that. They have great expectations for number 4, Great Plains, and from a neat draw 4, he can be expected to go well here. Denon Platina, he was Denon Platina's first stakes winner in the Gate Crasher Stakes. It would be a wonderful boost for Denon Platina if Great Plains could add a Grade 1 victory to that. But there are others in the race, Rahil. There are others in the race. Number 10, Grand Crescendo, has won his last 2. We've spoken about Mount Pinatubo. We've spoken about number 13, Legend of Arthur. But it was great to see the Gary Player Silks going out there. Serena Moodley sporting the Gary Player Silks in the partnership with Larry Nestat and Ralph's Racing. Number 14, Truth. He won his first 2 starts in such good style. And then, like Great Plains, didn't deliver in the Golden Horseshoe. Now, we know Great Plains has been tested at a higher level. He's won a feature as a 2-year-old. Not so with Truth. He won a maiden, and then he won a juvenile plate in a smallish field. He won them both by wide margins. He was put to the sword in the Golden Horseshoe, failed to pass the exam. But is he better than that?
He is. I think he's better than that, Graham. I think we've got to ignore that run as well. He was caught with no cover last time out, and at the top of the lane, his race was run, and he finished 5 lengths behind them. He doesn't have a draw once again, but I think they'll be riding him for luck today, and let's see if he can finish off his race.
Tongue-tie and the earmuffs go on to number 14, Truth, but it's time to answer all the questions regarding race 5 as we head upstairs for commentary from Sheldon Peters.
Thanks very much, Graham and Rahil. Runners for the World Pool, moment of the day, Champion Stakes, 1 million rand up for grabs, Grade 1. China Berry has moved in. The Specialist they're attending to, Great Plains. Tote favourite number 9, Cosmic Speed's in, box 9, 330 and 140. French Flame. Parisian Walkway, number 15, drawn mid-pack, gets a run. Mount Pinatubo, Truth, Legend of Arthur, Grand Crescendo, box 3, VJ's Angel, the filly. To come up, World Pool, moment of the day, Champion Stakes, 1 million rand. VJ's Angel and Kelvin Abib. 1600 meters. Starter lets them loose from the 1600 meter marker. Truth towards the back end of the field. Legend of Arthur second to last and French Flame third to last. Mad Scramble into the first turn. Family Law hard against the steel. The Specialist looking to slot into second. Yellow Kappa Parisian Walkways in third. At least the speed is decent and a true run race here over the 1600. Grand Crescendo in the All Royal Blue. VJ's Angel about to join the inside rail. Wahid's on the outside. Then Kamensky halfway back at the 1000 meter zone. China Berry, French Flame. Cosmic Speed with the red cap. Great Plains to the outside. Mount Pinatubo. Then comes Legend of Arthur, who has 14 lengths to hunt down as they go to the halfway stage past the 800 meter marker. And it's Family Law painting the picture, sets the scene a length and a half. The Specialist poised in second, hot on the trail. Then Parisian Walkway further back in the running. Grand Crescendo is going to come around them towards the inside of runners. VJ's Angel. The Specialist puts the head in front. Grand Crescendo's a big runner on the outside, and these two come together in battle. Grand Crescendo from the Specialist now. There's only a neck in it. Confidently ridden as Grand Crescendo. VJ's Angel coming out the pack. The Specialist is going to fight right back on the inside. The Specialist, the filly VJ's Angel over the top's going to grab them all. VJ's Angel from the Specialist. Grand Crescendo and Great Plains. But the filly VJ's Angel moving like the wind. Well, they're having a battle on the inside. There you can see awkward grand crescendo onto the specialist, and right on by is VJ's Angel, the filly, showing the boys a thing or two, and Calvin Abib for the Tony Peters stable. Mr. and Mrs. Palmer. 3, 2, 10, and 4. The specialist, for all the money in the world, all royal blue silks of grand crescendo. You would have thought that's it, game, set, and match. But the filly, VJ's Angel, the gimme the green light, comes for all she's worth down the middle. The specialist, oh, there's bumping on the inside, so we'll wait and see what happens there. But there's the salute from Calvin Abib for the Tony Peters stable, bred by Varsantine Stud. They'll take home the Grade 1 World Pool Moment of the Day Champion Stakes, and the Gimme the Green Light filly will show the boys how it's done today.
And so the filly has once again upstaged the boys. We made the comment that, Rahil, that Tony Peter might have thought this was easier pickings than taking on Quid Pro Quo. And so it's turned out to be. What a moment for Calvin Abib, what a moment for Tony Peter and the Palmer family. The 2-year-old daughter of Gimme the Green Light, bred by the Varsfontein Stud, is the winner of the Whirlpool Moment of the Day Champion Stakes Grade 1 over 1,600 metres. Approaching the last 300 metres, it looked as if it was going to be fought out by numbers 2, the Specialist, and 10, Grand Crescendo. That is right old coming together over the last 200 metres, those two. I'm not sure who was the aggressor, but while they were having a go at each other, there was VJ's Angel finishing better than anything to grab the spoils.
Yeah, this filly got a very nice run in transit, and well, she let the two numbers 2 and 10 let them do battle over the 200, and she just bided her time, and she continued to unwind over the final stages of the race, and it's a good win. Last year on this day, Tony Peter had a Grade 1 winner when winning with Bavarian Beauty in the Douglas White Stakes, and this year he's done it with the filly as well, but this time taking on the boys. And this filly, well, she didn't start off her career well because she finished 12th on debut, but ever since making the move to the Highveld, things have come good for this filly, and she's now a Grade 1 winner. And it was a great run last time out, considering where she came from, gate number 13, to finish third behind Quid Pro Quo. We saw that form line to the 4 in the previous race, and it's proven to be too strong in this race.
Yes, certainly the form of the Golden Slipper on July Day has proven to be stronger than the form of the Golden Horseshoe on July Day, as witnessed here by VJ's Angel's victory. The daughter of Gimme the Green Light has won well and put the colts in their place in no uncertain terms. And as you mentioned, Tony Peter had a Grade 1 winner on this day last year, and a Grade 1 winner this year. And of course, 2 years before that, he won, the Peter family won the Gold Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. Shangani, was it?
With Shangani. So this is a day that, that certainly the Peter family have enjoyed coming to. And here is number 3, VJ's Angel, returning 960 for a win and 250 for a place. The Specialist found late support into 160. Didn't disappoint me. He ran really well. Cosmic Speed never really got into the race. 2 to take out of the race. 4 Great Plains and 13 Legend of Arthur. Legend of Arthur came from well back, as did Great Plains. Legend of Arthur couldn't find any galloping room, but on his pedigree, he's a half-brother to a Derby winner. He will go on to progress when tried over more ground. But this is a moment about winning. It's delight on the face of Calvin Abib, and VJ's Angel is your winner of the Whirlpool Moment of the Day Champion Stakes Grade 1, just run over 1,600 metres.
Well, there's lots of action in the winner's box, and so there should be. It's the we've just seen the running of the World Pool Moment of the Day Champion Stakes, a Grade 1 event for R1 million, and it's gone the way of the filly. She's shown the boys a clean pair of heels. VJ's Angel has found herself in the winner's box on the big stage. Gives me great pleasure to welcome Mayesh Chetty, who is the chairperson of Gold Circle Racing and a club director of Gold Circle. Mayesh, lovely to have you with me on the big stage, and thanks for your time, Mayesh. VJ's Angel is proudly groomed by Kamvu Sitesevu, and he gets money, 2,000 Rand on behalf of Hollywoodbets and on behalf of Gold Circle. And this is not Kamevu, but this is certainly the stable representative, Jomo. And Jomo, congratulations.
Well done. I'm so glad to win this race. You know what, you've been troubling, coming down badly, but today I'm very happy. I'm very happy. And then my jockey ride a cracker race. And the filly, she got hard. She can run, not to play, she can run, but she's still a baby now. She's still a baby, but she can run.
Well done, Jomo.
I'm so glad. I say, I also thank the Peter Stable, my boss, and his father. They are good person for the people. Look after us nicely. That's why we're doing well like this.
Well done, Jomo. Congratulations. 2,000 Rand on behalf of the sponsors, Hollywood and, of course, Gold Circle. Well, you heard Jomo say that his jockey rode an absolute cracker. Well, let's talk to his jockey. And Jomo is not one to give compliments very easily, but he certainly was dishing them out for you. Well done, Kelvin.
Oh, thank you. Look, Jomo is a huge part of the team, and yeah, I just say it's an honor to get a compliment from him. I just got to say, well done to Tony, to Uncle Paul, to Mark, all the grooms. Massive effort to Mr. Palmer and to his wife. Thank you so much for entrusting me with this filly, and God's great. Honestly, you know, he just works in mysterious ways, and you just got to believe in him. And she was a rose amongst the thorns, but what a filly. I always believed that she would run well. Yeah, she ran on July Day, and she was a little bit scared of the crowd, and she ran away, and she still ran third behind a really classy filly. So I'm just happy everything worked out for us, and yeah, I'm over the moon, speechless. Thank you so much to my beautiful wife for always supporting me, my family, to my brother who's an agent, and he's doing a wonderful job. Thank you so much to him. You know, he's really working hard, and you know, it's a lovely way to end off the season.
It certainly is. I'm glad you mentioned Chandra. You mentioned Rose amongst the thorns. Well, there's your Rose to your right, and she's with you every step of the way. Well done. Good ride. We can see what it meant to you when you passed the line. The fist went up in the air. Well done.
No, 100%. Look, they're Group 1s, and you got to enjoy them. And just last mention, I want to mention Uncle Matt. He's a strong team, part of the team, and we love him, and I wish he was here with us today.
Well done. There's Mayesh Chetty, the chairperson of Gold Circle Racing and a director of Gold Circle. He's there to give you the prizes in the Group 1 winners box. It gives me great pleasure to call upon VJ's Angels trainer, that's Mr. Tony Peter, and who's certainly no stranger to the winners box, and especially at the highest level. She's maybe not been the hugest filly we've ever seen, but wow, she's got guts, she's got gears, and this is wonderful.
Yeah, she's a lovely filly. She's very well put together. She's a strong girl, and she's difficult to train, but you don't mind training her when she's this good. She's getting better with every run, and just a big thanks to Calvin. He's put in a lot of hard miles at home. He's been criticised a lot, but he keeps his head down, and he's bringing home the winners, and I think it's duly appreciated for him. Big well done to Mr. Palmer and Mrs. Palmer. They've been unbelievable to me. They've supported me really well, and they're amazing people to train for. Big thanks to my sponsors, Hopes and Dreamstad. They've stuck with me all along, and I really appreciate everything they do for me. Well done to the breeders for Osvinstensson, and her groom. He does an absolutely amazing job with her. As I said, she's difficult, but he gets on with her like a house on fire. And then just the main thank you to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ of Nazareth. He sticks with me, he helps me. No matter how people try to break me, he's no one stronger than him, and I'll just thank him for everything he does for me and my family, for protecting us and for being with us, and just for all our supporters. We've got a lot of supporters of this stable. They stick with us, they support us, and especially through hard times, they're with us, and I just really appreciate everything.
Tony, there's Mahesh Chetty, who, as I said, is a chairperson of Gold Circle. He's there with all your trophies. He's there with your pond grats for you to enjoy, and that's another trophy to go onto the mantelpiece back in Gauteng. It gives me great pleasure now to call upon Mr. and Mrs. Palmer. These colours, these purple colours, are seen all over the country, really. And yep, don't go too far back, Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer, what can we say about this filly, except wow?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, been racing for many moons, and the greatest day of my life in racing. First of all, I want to thank Tony and his father Paul for the excellent job they did with this filly. And then also it's important that I thank Gareth van Zyl. He bought many horses for me, and he picked this horse and told me, and then Spencer Cook looked after it as a baby and told me it's got the prophet's thumb. And this is a proper racehorse. And I sort of joked about it because I've had many horses, but thank God it's paid off, and she has showed her true colours. So we're really proud of her.
Yeah, and you have every right to be. Mrs. Palmer, wonderful to be in the winner's box, and congratulations to you, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
Lovely, spot on. Colours all over the country, and you deserve every winner. Well done, Mr. Palmer.
Thank you very much.
Colours are going worldwide.
There we go. That's it. Colours are going worldwide. Here is the winning owners, Mr. and Mrs. Palmer, the owners of VJ's Angel. She's a give me the green light filly out of an Oratorio mare bred by Varsfontein. Lovely to have the Varsfontein team here at the races today. And there is also a memento for the breeder. I don't know if are the breeders around? No, the breeders aren't here for the presentation, but as I said, the team from Varsfontein, Susan Rout, is certainly at the races, and I'm sure she'll get her trophy in a moment. But that's it, VJ's Angel, the rose amongst the thorns, has shown them exactly how to do it.
$1,600 meters. Starter lets them loose from the 1,600 meter marker. Truth towards the back end of the field. Legend of Arthur second to last, and French Flame third to last. Mad Scramble into the first turn. Family Law hard against the steel. The Specialist looking to slot into second. Yellow Kappa Parisian Walkways in third. At least the speed is decent, and a true run race here over the 1,600. Grand Crescendo in the All Royal Blue. VJ's Angel about to join the inside rail. Wahid's on the outside, then Kamensky halfway back at the 1,000 meter zone. China Berry, French Flame. Cosmic Speed with the red cap. Great Plains the outside. Mount Pinatubo. Then comes Legend of Arthur, who has 14 lengths to hunt down as they go to the halfway stage past the 800 meter marker. And it's Family Law painting the picture, sets the scene a length and a half. The Specialist poised in second, hot on the trail. Then Parisian Walkway further back in the running. Grand Crescendo is going to come around them towards the inside of runners. VJ's Angel. The Specialist puts the head in front. Grand Crescendo's a big runner on the outside, and these two come together in battle. Grand Crescendo from the Specialist now. There's only a neck in it. Confidently ridden as Grand Crescendo. VJ's Angel coming out the pack. The Specialist is going to fight right back on the inside. The Specialist, the filly VJ's Angel over the top's going to grab them all. VJ's Angel from the Specialist. Grand Crescendo and Great Plains. But the filly VJ's Angel moving like the wind. Well, they're having a battle on the inside. There you can see awkward Grand Crescendo onto the specialist, and right on by is VJ's Angel, the filly, showing the boys a thing or two, and Calvin a bib for the Tony Peters stable. Mr. and Mrs. Palmer. 3, 2, 10 and 4. The specialist, for all the money in the world, all royal blue silks of Grand Crescendo. You would have thought that's it, game, set and match. But the filly, VJ's Angel, the gimme the green light, comes for all she's worth down the middle. The specialist, oh, there's bumping on the inside, so we'll wait and see what happens there. But there's the salute from Calvin Abib for the Tony Peters stable, bred by Varsantine Stud. They'll take home the Grade 1 World Pool Moment of the Day Champion Stakes, and the Gimme the Green Light filly will show the boys how it's done today.
South African citizens prepare to face
sinama-drinks bafethu amajusi anhlobonhlobo kanye nezitiswiti ezimnandi.
Welcome to Gallop TV.
We move on to race 6, the Mercury Sprint over 1,200 metres. It's time for the Speed Merchants. It's a Grade 1 race run at weight for age terms, off at 15:30 in about 23 minutes from now. The one scratching is number 8, Just Be Lekker, number 9, Quasi for Sure, races without the tongue tie. Those are the equipment changes. The favourite, of course, is number 13, Lucky Lad, winner of the Golden Horseshoe over 1,200 metres on the 1st of June in spectacular fashion. Prior to that, he won the Senor Santa Sprint at the expense of I Am Giant, giving I Am Giant 4 kilograms, and he won that in spectacular fashion. And of course, he won his last start over 1,100 metres in a pinnacle race, again coming from off them to narrowly beat Captain Hindsight, who went on to win his next start. In between that, he fluffed his lines in the Hollywoodbets Gold Challenge over 1,600 metres, but that was patently too far for him. He's twice run over 1,600 metres in his career, both times incidentally here at Hollywoodbets Greyville, once as a 2-year-old and once as a 3-year-old over 1,600 metres, and failed to feature in those 2 races. But that is probably the best sprinter in South Africa, is not in question. I guess the connections of Thunderstruck might have something to say about that. But he faces the obstacle of the worst draw of all here today, number 13, Lucky Lad. So far, Sean Tarry and Richard Faree have not been lucky lads at Hollywoodbets Greyville today, but they'll be hoping that the impressive 3-year-old son of Gimme the Green Light can turn that all around. Lucky Lad is bred by the Forestfontein stud, breeders also of VJ's Angel, who just a little while ago won the Grade 1 World Pool Moment of the Day Champion Stakes, the only filly in the race, beating the boys bred at the Forestfontein stud. And it's wonderful to have Susan Rout on course here today, and she'll be hoping that number 13, Lucky Lad, is indeed that from the worst of the draw, that he gets a bit of luck in running. But tactically, I would imagine Richard Faree is going to have to take his chances, take his medicine, and drop him out towards the rear of the field. That is the way he likes to race. But whether he'll be able to make up all the leeway in the short Hollywoodbets Greyville Straight, a track at which he has not performed well, that remains to be seen. Brett Crawford has brought a strong team to take him on. Number 2, Sergey, bit below par last time out, but certainly a chance on his previous form. Number 3, I Am Giant, and number 5, At My Command. They all represent the Brett Crawford stable. At My Command to be ridden by Craig Zaki, I Am Giant, Kabela Matsunyani, and Sergey Louis Mkotwa. Louis Mkotwa's flown up from Cape Town. There, incidentally, is Susan Rout, the owner of Forestfontein Stud, on screen. And as I said a moment ago, it's lovely to have her on track, and she's already bred a Grade 1 winner. She'll be looking for Lucky Lad to reproduce that and double her up. So there we go. Those are the principles in this year's renewal of the Mercury Sprint. I'll be chatting with Palani Mazibuko, the editor of the Mercury, a little later on. But in the meantime, let's head downstairs to the parade ring to Warren Inferno.
Thanks very much, Graham. And the Hollywood Syndicate have got 2 runners in this race. Number 3, I Am Giant, and of course number 12, Cruise Control. And I'm just going to mosey across to Devon Heifer, who is responsible with the team. Firstly, Devon, how are you?
How's it, Warren? Yeah, big thank you to Hong Kong Jockey Club and World Pool. It's been a fantastic day's racing so far.
I'm going to go and talk to Anthony about I Am Giant, but I want to talk to you about Cruise Control purely because I know the horse has a soft spot in your heart.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, Gavin Smith did an incredible job with this horse in Gqeberha, and I mean, he kept pipping our horse Clifftop all the time, and we managed to buy him, and we brought him here. It would be absolutely amazing, I think, for Gavin and Duncan being cousins, if this horse could somehow pull a rabbit out the hat. But yeah, you know, I think he's not without a chance.
Lovely to talk to you, and I'm going to mosey across to Anthony, and he can give us a comment about I Am Giant. And Leslie's here too, Leslie Heifer. But Anthony, I've spoken to Dev about Cruise Control, and because I know he loves the horse in particular. He loves all the horses, but give us a comment for I Am Giant.
Yeah, you know, he was drawn pretty bad last time, 14 out of 14, and he gets a very good draw today. Yeah, he must have a chance. He's an honest horse, and I think if he finds himself in the right place, he's definitely got to have each way chance.
Lovely, Anthony. All the best to you and the entire team. Dermot's here. They're all here, and it's absolutely wonderful. So that's a wrap. Let's go back to Graham, unless my colleague Raheel has somebody lined up. No, he hasn't. Let's go back to you, Graham.
Thank you, Warren. Lovely to hear from Anthony Delpeche of Vengeance of Rain fame. He's well known in the fanatical racing circles of Hong Kong. So Anthony Delpeche, of course, he had set a marker that nobody thought would be beaten. 334 winners in a single season here in South Africa. But this year, Richard Fourie surpassed that number with more than 6 weeks to go, and is closing in on the 380 mark. Quite an incredible feat for one season. And Richard Fourie has drawn a blank so far today, but he rides the favourite here, number 13, Lucky Lad. And he knows, Sean Tarry knows, the owners know, the breeders know that number 13, Lucky Lad, has a mountain to climb here from the worst draw of all. As we heard there from Anthony, I Am Giant is much better drawn in gate number 3. And while the weights don't necessarily favour I Am Giant, the draw can be a great leveller, and you can expect I Am Giant to give lots of cheek. But let's go back to the parade ring and join Raheel Radhakrishna.
Thanks very much, Graham. I'm joined here by trainer Justin Snaith, who's got 2 horses in the race, and that being Royal Aussie, was the Drill Hall winner when beating Cousin Casey, and Snow Pilot, Guineas winner. Justin, you've already had a winner on the card. We'll get impressed early on, and you've got 2 horses here. Your thoughts on Royal Aussie?
Yeah, look, it's very tough, especially with the tailwind. There's very little cutaway rail as well, so making up ground's not easy today. Hopefully they go flat out. The only chance I've got here is if they go as fast as they can, and my horses get a little bit further than 6 furlongs, and they can pick them up at the end. They are high quality horses, make no mistake. If this was 1400, they'd be big runners, but there's some nifty sprinters here, and going to be a tough ask.
Snow Pilot, it's quite interesting that you bring him back in trip to the 6 furlongs, because we know that he's a great miler, and that could be his best distance. But the thinking behind dropping him to the 6?
He's just over racing here in Natal, so I'm going to take him back to Cape Town and get him to settle. He's never been a problem like this, but the tracks at Summerveld are very light and very quick, and he's just become very hard to manage. Grant actually wanted to put blinkers on him, which I didn't agree to, because this is a race. But I did it to his mother, funny enough. His mother brought back to her 1200. She'd won all the Group 1s over a mile, and she got beat the shortest of short heads here. I think it was by Captain America. I can't quite remember which horse it was. So his mother did it, and he's a beautiful individual, a horse that I'm going to try and mould for the summer season.
Justin, thanks very much.
Great, absolute pleasure.
Thanks to Justin Snaith, and Warren Lanferner is standing by.
Thanks, Raheel, and lovely to hear the comments from Justin Snaith. And I'm going to come across to Stuart Ferry, who's always happy to talk to the media. And Stuart, first of all, are you well?
Yeah, we're all good, thanks.
Gladiatorian, saddle up good, are you happy?
Yeah, he's nice and quiet today. Last time he was a bit wound up, so yeah, he's taken it all in, and yeah, very happy.
We know it's a competitive race. We know he's got a bit of an awkward draw, but we also know that he can turn it on.
Yeah, and if you watch a few races, they've been making it up. So you know, if we're not too far back midfieldish, or even a little bit worse, and they're running on, and yeah, he's got that good turn of foot, and if we can run him down, we can run him down.
Lovely. I want to go and ask Michelle a question now. Your partners are, of course, a majority are based on the island.
They were all based in Mauritius. Agashta Moni left us a couple of years ago, but they're all on the island, all be watching now.
Well, all the best, and he's a horse, as I said to Stuart, that we know can turn it on, and let's see what he can do today. All the best to you and your partners abroad.
Thank you, Warren.
Lovely. That's Michelle Narak, part owner of Gladiatorian. Back to you, Graham.
Thank you, Warren. Lovely to hear from the Chief Executive Officer of Gold Circle, Michelle Narak. Here is Snow Pilot, as you heard from Justin Snaith, has become a little bit of a headstrong handful here in KwaZulu-Natal. Of course, he won the Guineas earlier this season over 1,600 metres down in Cape Town, the Hollywoodbets Guineas. And he's a high-quality individual, but likely to find this 1,200 metres a little on the sharp side. But he's here in KwaZulu-Natal. Their return has been delayed because of protocols. And, well, he might as well take his chances. And who knows, stranger things have happened in racing. Here's number 1, Golden Sickle, from the Tony Peters stable. Calvin Abib rides. Of course, they had Grade 1 success in the previous race. And Golden Sickle, like VJ's Angel, a filly amongst the boys, and she's very quick. She's got the plum draw of 1, and she could be the upset material in the race. Brett Crawford, as I mentioned, brings Sergey number 2, I Am Giant number 3, and At My Command number 5 into the race. Michael Roberts has got number 7, Sun Blush, to be ridden by Rachel Venica. Peter Muscat has got number 9, Quasi for Sure. Tristan Godden rides. He's already tasted success. And Sean Tarry, quite apart from the favourite number 13, Lucky Lad, also has the 4-year-old filly, Mrs. Browning, a daughter of Rafif. Gavin Larina rides as the backup, so Tarry saddles numbers 10 and 13. And there is Gladiatorian. We heard a moment ago from Stuart Ferry. Gladiatorian is no slouch, certainly. Sean Veal takes a ride from the awkward draw of 11. They tried the mile last time out in the Hollywoodbets Gold Challenge when 6th under 4 lengths behind Dave the King, who of course runs a little later on in the mouth-watering Hong Kong Jockey Club Champions Cup over 1,800 meters, when we will see Cousin Casey going head-to-head with Double Superlative, with Flag Man, with Dave the King, Royal Victory, and See It Again. So Gladiatorian takes his chances here. Here is Sun Blushed, trained by the legendary Michael Roberts. But one runner is left the parade ring ahead of the others, and that is number 6, No Pilot. So let's head upstairs to Craig Peters.
Thanks, Graham. Race 6, the Grade 1 Mercury Sprint, £1,000,000. Passing by early is number 6, No Pilot. Grant van Niekerk, the Lancaster Bomber, Justin Snaith, Drakenstein Stone. Currently showing up 11.70 and 3.10. Minutes remain. Favourite number 13, Lucky Lad, is at 250. There's only 2 other horses in single figures. Number 4, Royal Aussie, 680, and number 5, At My Command, 620. I'll just step onto the track as number 1, Golden Sickle. The Vercingetorix, Calvin Habib, Tony Peter for the Falloons. Those red earmuffs will be removed at the start. A little bit skittish as Golden Sickle, the filly. Number 2, Sergey, the red cap. Louis McCartwer, Brett Crawford for the Falloons. Here's number 3, I Am Giant. Cabela Matsignani for the Hollywood Syndicate. Number 4 is Royal Aussie and Keegan DeMello. Sports the purple cap. Number 5, At My Command, Brett Crawford. Craig Zaki. 7 is Sunblushed and Rachel Venica. That is Sunblushed and Michael Roberts. That is the United States. Quasi for sure has passed by. Number 9 for Peter Muscat. That is the Quaselo. Here's number 10. Another filly in the race, Mrs. Browning. Gavin Lorino. This is the Rafif, Sean Tarry. Here's the favourite, number 13, Lucky Lad, has to overcome the widest draw of all. Sean Tarry, Richard Faree, they give me the green light for the backs. 11, Gladiatorian. And Sean Veal passing by, the Verzon Jedrix for Stuart Ferry. And here's number 12, Cruise Control, the purple cap with the yellow star. And this is for Duncan Howells, the Hollywood Syndicate. And Muzieni is the rider, nominee Anthony Del Pech. About 8 minutes remain to the start of the Grade 1 Mercury Sprint over 1,200 metres. And number 13, Lucky Lad, is the favourite at 250.
Welcome back as the runners make their way down to the 1,200 metre starting gates for the 2024 renewal of the Mercury Sprint Grade 1 over 1,200 metres, run at weight for age terms. We're about 7 minutes away from the running of the race, and it's my great pleasure to welcome into the studio Pelani Mazibuko, the editor of the Mercury. We were chatting off air. This is the 2024 renewal. Yes. This race, the Mercury Sprint, has been going for more than 30 years.
Yes, it has been. Thank you for having us. This is certainly a very good association, and it has really been a long and ongoing partnership for over 30 years, as you have said, and we want to see it, continuing for another 30 years.
Well, let's hope that proves to be the case. Now, Gold Cup Day over the last 15 years or whatever has been associated with charities, and we have many charities. This year is no exception. We have many charities on course in various venues, and your choice of charity for many years, passionately so, has been the Hibberdine Children's School.
Correct. Yes, it's been the Mercury Hibberdine Children's Home, situated in Hibberdine. It plays a very important role because it exposes disadvantaged children, to holidays. We take them for a weekend of going on holidays, going to the beach, and experiencing a beach holiday for at least one weekend. And the excitement that you see when these kids enjoy their weekend at the beach is unparalleled. And we want to continue doing that. And it's been quite refreshing to see folks contributing to that cause. We're very excited.
So your venue today here at Hollywoodbets Greyville is in the Sea Cottage Room, and you told me it's packed to capacity. Yes. With very generous people.
With very generous people, and they are willing to contribute to this cause. And it has made me very excited, and I want to see this happening almost every year because those children deserve a good holiday.
They certainly do deserve a good holiday, and it's wonderful work that you guys and so many of the other charities are doing. And as I mentioned, it's not just the Hibberdine Children's School that is one of the charities here today. There are many others in various venues around the race course, and I'm sure they also having a wonderful day and raising much money, much needed funds for the various charities. Now, chatting a little bit about business. Yes. Thoroughbred horse racing, the world of horse racing in this country has been through a challenging time. We seem to be coming out the other side. It seems to be a bright future with Hollywoodbets and the team down at Cape Racing, headed by our chairman down there, Greg Bortz. But the media also face their challenges.
We are also facing our own challenges, especially with the print media, but it is a challenge that we need to, embrace and try to, come up with new strategies, such as online and many other, strategies to ensure that we are able to keep our heads above water. And we really have a thing or two to learn from the industry that you have just mentioned in terms of how they have managed to handle, changes that are happening in, in various industries.
We've all had to embrace online facilities, the digital era, social media, all of those sort of platforms. But let's get back to horse racing now just for a moment. We're about 4 minutes away from the running of the Mercury Sprint. And number 13, Lucky Lad, continues to dominate the betting on the totalized at 220. It'll be a monumental effort on his behalf if he was to overcome the worst draw of all. Looking at some of the more fancied runners, number 4, Royal Aussie, is at 820. He won the Drill Hall Stakes over 1,400 metres, steps back in trip. Number 5, At My Command, has been knocking very loudly at the door. He returned 6 Rand 10 and 1 Rand 60. So those are the only 2 runners apart from Lucky Lad in single figures. Now, I'm not sure how much you know, Pilani, about Whirlpool. The fact of the matter is that this race, your race, the Mercury Sprint, is being watched by viewers around the world. It's a Whirlpool race day, so punters from the east, from the west, and somewhere in the middle are all punting on this race meeting here today, hence the unbelievably huge pools that we are experiencing right now. The swinger pool for this race is above the 7 million rand mark. The Quinella pool is closing on 6 million, and the Win pool closing on 4 million, and we've still got a few minutes to go. So the world is watching the 2024 renewal of the Mercury Sprint. You have any fancies?
I'm going to have to stick with number 13. He certainly looks like a Lucky Lad.
Well, lucky number 13. Lucky for some, as they say, but he's going to have to do it the hard way, Pilani, because he's going to have to come. I would imagine that Richard Fourie is going to ride him for luck. I can't see him adopting a different strategy all of a sudden. He's won his last 3 sprint races in spectacular fashion, coming from hopeless positions, seemingly impossible positions, and yet he's always got the job done. None more so than with his spectacular victory at Hollywoodbets Scottsville in the Golden Horseshoe, where I think all of us were writing him off with 400 metres to go. He still had about 7 lengths to make up, but he got up to beat his rivals in a driving finish on that occasion. And second in that race was At My Command, narrowly beaten, and he was receiving. He met Lucky Lad at level weights. They meet at level weights again. But the fact of the matter is that At My Command is better drawn, so he might be able to turn that form around. Any outsider grab your attention?
No, I'm going to have to stick with Lucky Lad. I'm not quite a fan. I mean, I don't know much about horse racing, but I have seen the excitement around this one, and I'm going to have to stick with him.
Talking about excitement, nice buzz on course here today, nice crowd under greying skies, a bit of a breeze around, but the vibe is good.
It's a lovely atmosphere. I'm enjoying every minute of it.
There's number 13, Lucky Lad, going to post. There's no doubt in anybody's mind that still in training. We'll pay due respect to Thunderstruck, who's been retired to stud, but in training right now, there's no doubt in anybody's mind, Pilani, that number 13, Lucky Lad, is the best horse in the race. But you mentioned the fact that perhaps you're not au fait with the ins and outs of racing, but as you can see there, he's going to line up in the gate 13 on the extreme left-hand side, and obviously taking the longer way around. So Richard Fourie has got 2 choices to make. One is to go forward and try and get a position early on, which is not necessarily how Lucky Lad likes to race. The more viable option would be to drop him out and slot him in behind the field so that he doesn't race wide. But all of those questions will be answered in just a moment as Sir J goes forward in towards gate number 2, and we join Craig Peters upstairs for the call of the 2024 Mercury Sprint. Thanks, Pilani.
Thank you for it.
1 million rand at stake, grade 1 over 1,200 metres. Sir J, the red cap, Golden Sickles in. Royal Aussie, the purple cap. I Am Giant, yellow with the purple star. Quasi for sure. Mrs. Browning. Cruise control to an outside gate, purple cap, the yellow star. Snow Pilots in. At My Command. Sun Blushed. Lucky Lad, the last one, grade 1 Mercury Sprint, and they sprinting away from the 1,200 metre marker. Let's see how they play this one. Lucky Lad is one of the trailers early on. Golden Sickles there, Sir J, the red cap, Cruise Control overcomes the draw and goes off to set the fractions. Quasi Force Sure's further back in the run. I Am Giant at the rail. Then Mrs. Browning, Snow Pilots in the blue. They're followed by Royal Aussie. Sunblush, the Black Silks, White Cap. Then At My Command, Gladiatorian. Lucky Lads, the trailer. 10-11 lengths off the leader. Homeward Bound in the Grade 1 Mercury Sprint, and it's Cruise Control the leader. Quasi for Sure's on the speed. At the rail, Golden Sickle. Red Cap of Sir J. I Am Giant. Snow Pilots going in on the outside. Lucky Lad gets hooked right out but starts to drift in. 300 to go. Cruise Control. I Am Giant. Quasi for Sure. Sir J's on the outside. Sunblush. Lucky Lad's trying to get into it late. But the leader, Sir J, over the last 100. Lucky Lad's coming late. Sir J, those hanging tough. And Sir J won it. Second, maybe Lucky Lad from Royal Aussie on the inside. That second and third's close, but Sir J won it. So Sir J with the red cap is victorious. Brett Crawford, Louis Makotwa pays up 11.70 and 3.10. Number 2, Sir J, the Vercingetorix, Louis Makotwa, Lucky Lad, and on the inside is Royal Aussie. Let's see who gets that second position. I thought the horse nearest us, but it's very close between Royal Aussie and Lucky Lad. Lucky Lad will probably get second. Then number 4, Royal Aussie, Sunblushed, At My Command, and on the inside, I Am Giant. So a good victory here, coming off towards the outside to record. It's 5th win from 26 outings, and that is 4 off the right-hand side. Sir J, the red cap for the Falloons and bred by the late Antrobi, and goes on to score Brett Crawford, Louis Makotwa, and the Vercingetorix, Diggs Dean. Lucky Lad is on the right-hand side. That was the tote favourite, but number 2, Sir J, is victorious in the running of the Mercury Sprint. Back to the studio.
Brett Crawford in town, wins with number 2 Sir J. He had 3 strings to his bow, and number 2 Sir J turns the Golden Horseshoe form around. He was working well, he was doing well back at home. He had a nice draw of 2, and Louis Mkotwa rode an absolute peach of a race, owned by Suzette Falloon and bred by the estate Dr. R.J. Antrobus. A 5-year-old son of Vercingetorix. Sir J returns 11.70 the win and 3.10 the place. So Brett and James Crawford successful again with their raiding party up and down between Johannesburg and Durban. And what a thrilling finish and what a great run. Let's spare a thought for number 13, Lucky Lad. He faced the worst draw of all. He was near the back of the field. He was hooked to the stand side. He got involved in a bit of a argy-bargy with number 7, Sunblushed, which might have interfered with his most feared late momentum. But nonetheless, it looks as if, and now confirmed by the judges, that number 13, Lucky Lad, has got up to run second. Back in third will be number 4, Royal Aussie. The 4th placing going to number 7, Sunblushed. Then came number 5, At My Command, who had a mountain to climb turning for home. Behind these was number 3, I Am Giant. So the first 6 past the post, 2, 13, 4, 7, 5 and 3. But the win belongs to number 2, Sir J, the 5-year-old son of Vercingetorix, ridden to perfection by Louis Mkotwa, trained by Brett Crawford. And it was almost a 1-2 for the Falloon family. They also own Royal Aussie in partnership with Mr. Squance and Dr. Jill Warner, so it was almost an exacta for the Falloon family, but they'll settle for first and third. There's no doubt about that. They'll settle for first and third. They're 2 runners, split by number 13, Lucky Lad, who in my opinion lost nothing in defeat. It would have been an unbelievable win had he overcome the draw. He did just about all that, but he failed to get to terms with number 2, Sir J, who got first run on him and about to go into the winner's enclosure following the 2024 renewal of the Mercury Sprint. Here's your winner, number 2, Sir J, in the bright blue and pink silks of Barcy and Suzette Falloon, Louis Mkotwa in the saddle, and James and Brett Crawford. Brett Crawford there in the background, obvious smile on his face. He suggested to me that number 2, Sergey, was the pick of his trio. I decided that he was wrong and that At My Command might be the pick of the trio. But as always, the trainer knows best, and number 2, Sergey, comes out triumphant.
Race number 6 on the day, a Mercury Sprint, a grade 1 over 1,200 meters, and it's an overdue feature race win for Sergey. He's been a horse that has been a bit frustrating to follow for punters, but today, after a long drought, he gets it right for James Crawford, Brett Crawford, the entire team, Louis Mkotwa, Suzette Viljoen, the owner here, and well done to all those concerned. Well done to the winning groom. And his name is Innocent. And to hand over his winning check, we've got Pilani Mazibuko, editor of the Mercury, and we've got Mahesh Chetty as well, chairman of Gold Circle Racing Club and director of Gold Circle. Innocent, well done. Your horse has done you proud today.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see this horse win a race, and then it's a difficult job to train the horse. But I'd like to say thank you to Mkotwa, Brett Crawford, madam, and that owner. I don't know, I forget his name, and Mr. James. So that horse looks very, very, very nice horse. So I'm so happy to see the horse win. Because I know the season time is a difficult time, but now we're happy now.
Well done, Innocent.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well done to the winning groom, Innocent. 2,000 Rand on behalf of Hollywoodbets and Gold Circle. A very proud moment here for Innocent, and he truly does deserve it. Let's get Louis up next, and we'll have a chat to Louis Mkotwa, who is the winning rider. Louis, if you can come through and have a chat. Yep, you are next up. And well, this horse has been a bit of a frustrating horse. He's been that nearly horse, but today he gets it done.
No, yeah, 100%. You know, it's been the bridesmaids to the likes of Lucky Lad, you know, Thunderstruck, and he just never seems to get up. You know, just gets beat just on the line, or just before it gets there. But just, you know, great credits to James and Brett. You know, they gave me the thumbs up on Friday when I spoke to Brett. Brett said the horse is really flying. It's going to be my first Group 1 for the season, which is the last day for the season for the Group 1, so I'm really glad. So the confidence came from them. I just came here and I did my part, and everything worked out.
How did the race sort of work out for you? Because there seemed to be quite a bit of speed in the race, and were you always comfortable where you were?
No, this horse I know him from, you know, like a back of my hand now. So, and I had the draw, so I know he can do whatever I ask him. My plan was to be one off, let one in front of me, and just wait and bide my time. If he quickens, it's up to him, and I gave him the best chance I could give him the race, and the rest was history.
Louis, excellent ride, well done.
Thank you. And again, just thanks to sponsors of the race. I really appreciate it, and just well done to everybody. And well done to Suzette and Basi. They've been very patient with this horse as well. And again, well done to Brett and his team as well.
Good job.
Thank you.
Well done there to Luim Kotua. You'll receive your winning memento there from Mayesh and Pilani. And well done to Luim Kotua. He's now ridden this horse 15 times for 2 wins. And as he mentioned, it is his first grade 1 for the season on the final feature race day here in South Africa. Let's get Brett or James. Okay, James is going to come through and have a chat with me. And James, well done. You were quite open, and you mentioned that you may have done a bit too much with the horse prior to his run in the Golden Horse Sprint, but he's doing well, and you're expecting him to run well, and he's delivered the goods.
Yeah, well, like I said to you, Raheel, in the Golden Horse, I think we over-prepared him just a touch, and it was more of a flat run. And you know, me and my dad, we opted to rather miss the post merchants, just freshen him up, get him well, and get him ready for this race. So yeah, it was a great plan. It's worked out perfectly, and the bridesmaids become the bride.
You touch on that, and he's been a horse that has often had to settle second behind some good horses. And at what point in the race do you think, is something coming to fetch us, or do we have this in the bag?
You know, I was watching all three. It's hard to watch all three at once, but you know, Sergey, I noticed from at about the 200-meter mark, he turned it on again, and that's where I thought, okay, game on, we in. This
sort of partnership that you and your dad have throughout the KZN Championship season, you'll did it last year, you'll have done it again. I mean, it's working so well. What's the key to it?
The key. That's a hard one. Is the hard work, probably. Hard work at the end of the day. You know, hard work's always going to get you results. So, yeah, it's just been a great season. You know, we've reached some goals that I had set for us this season, and long may it continue.
The captain must be full now.
Not yet.
Well, you can have this one. Well done, James. Well done there to James Crawford. Well done to Brett Crawford as well, winning trainer here. And well, they've done a terrific job with Sergey, who now becomes a 5-time winner. And he finished second in the race last year. He's gone one better. We're going to get Suzette Fillion next up, who is the winning owner. And Suzette will come through and have a chat with me. And this horse, Suzette, you've had to be very patient with him, but he's rewarded you today on a big day.
Oh, Raheel, I think Sergey so deserves this win. He was always trying, and I just feel he really deserves this. I'm not saying my other horses in the race didn't deserve it. They all ran very well. But I'm so happy for Brett and for James and for Gwen. Just want to say thank you to them for sticking with Sergey and always telling me they believe in him. And thank you so much to late Dr. Antipus that was the breeder. And Sergey actually grew up like 5 kilometers from our farm where we at Hopes and Dreams. So it's so nice, you know, he came from our valley. And I just want to say thank you to the grooms and to the Mercury. And it's so nice because I won this with Captain's Ransom. And I decided this morning, Pippa gave me this bracelet with Captain's Ransom's tail. So I decided to wear this today because it's in this race.
Brought you the good luck.
I'm so happy, you know, I believe in it was, you know, God's grace, and I just want to, you know, give all the glory to God for this race, and I'm so happy that all the horses came back safe.
Suzette, well done. Enjoy the celebration.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Basi. Now, what he didn't want to come here, so I said, well, I'm coming, you can stay, and then he came with. So I'm so happy that he came with, and he can't tell me I told you so.
Absolutely, well done there to Suzette Fillion, the winning honor, and she'll receive her winning memento there from Mayesh and Pilani. And Sergey, well, he's won a very nice race here. And the breeder, memento for the breeder as well. Who's going to collect that? Suzette, you're going to collect, or let's get Brett. Brett will collect the winning memento for the breeder estate later, Dr. RJ. And Brett, just if we can have a quick word. This horse has come good today, and as James touched on, the prep went well.
Yeah, look, I think the key to today was, you know, missing the post merchants. Yep. He had a shocking draw, so it was actually the decision was made there and then for us, because he is the type of horse, he likes to race fresh. As James said, I think he went into the Golden Horse maybe slightly a little bit overdone. So I think missing the merchants was a big plus for him today. And I really, you know, when I saw him, he looked amazing, and I really thought he would run a big race, and justly so. You know, he's been beaten in a few, so I'm glad he's got his day in the sun.
been another fantastic season for you. Well done.
Yeah, any season that you can pick up Group 1s and to pick up, especially a race like the Hollywoodbets Durbanville. So just got to say well done to the team at home, to James and his team in Joburg, the guys in Cape Town. They've really put in the hard yards this year, so big thanks to them and of course to our sponsors, Hollywoodbets.
Well done, Brett.
Thank you.
Brett Crawford will receive the winning memento there from Pilani and Mayesh Chetty. And yeah, Sergey gets a deserved group success, and it's been hard work with this horse. You've had to be patient if you're a follower of Sergey, but 624 days later, after his fourth career victory, he now becomes a Mercury Sprint winner, and a horse that I'm sure with his confidence restored, he could certainly be a horse that we keep an eye on, especially for the Cape summer season. But Sergey gets the job done in race number 6. We've got a prize giveaway, and I'm here with Farah Hamid, who is the marketing manager of Radisson Blue Hotel, and we've got Precious Mbata as well. And well, the prize up for grab is a winner 3-night stay for 2, including breakfast at the Radisson Blue Hotel in Durban, Umhlanga, valued at 21,000 Rand. So it is certainly going to be a nice prize and a nice treat for perhaps a couple. And Farah, good to have you, and we're going to spin the barrel and we're going to get a ticket from it. You can just pick any ticket. There's lots. It's filled up, so only one person is going to be a lucky going home lucky tonight with a 21,000 Rand 3-night stay. And let's have a quick look at that name. Peggy, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like Peggy, and your contact number, we've got it here, Radisson Blue Hotel, and the winner is Peggy. If your number ends with 9419, well, then you can be in contact with Precious and her entire team. They'll hand over the prize to you. But Farah, good to have you here. You enjoying the day so far?
Yes, it's lovely.
You enjoy horse racing, or it's first time?
Occasionally, so just the big races.
Well, enjoy the rest of the afternoon and all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much to Farah Hamid, who is the marketing manager of Radisson Blue Hotel, and the winner is Peggy for that 3-night stay at the Radisson Blue Hotel, and that prize was worth 21,000 Rand.
Lucky Lad, the last one, Grade 1 Mercury Sprint, and they sprinting away from the 1200 meter marker. Let's see how they play this one. Lucky Lad is one of the trailers early on. Golden Sickles there, Sergey the red cap. Cruise Control overcomes the draw and goes off to set the fractions. Quasi Force Sure's further back in the run. I Am Giant at the rail. Then Mrs. Browning, Snow Pilots in the blue. They're followed by Royal Aussie. Sunblush, the Black Silks, White Cap. Then At My Command, Gladiatorian. Lucky Lads, the trailer. 10-11 lengths off the leader. Homeward Bound in the Grade 1 Mercury Sprint, and it's Cruise Control the leader. Quasi for Sure's on the speed. At the rail, Golden Sickle. Red cap of Sir J. I Am Giant. Snow Pilots going in on the outside. Lucky Lad gets hooked right out but starts to drift in. 300 to go. Cruise Control. I Am Giant. Quasi for Sure. Sir J's on the outside. Sunblush. Lucky Lad's trying to get into it late, but the leader Sir J over the last 100. Lucky Lad's coming late. Sir J though's hanging tough, and Sir J won it. Second maybe Lucky Lad from Royal Aussie on the inside. That second and third's close, but Sir J won it. So Sir J with the red cap is victorious. Brett Crawford, Louis Makotwa, pays up 11.70 and 3.10. Number 2, Sergey, the Vercingetorix, Louis McCartwa, Lucky Lad, and on the inside is Royal Aussie. Let's see who gets that second position. I thought the horse nearest us, but it's very close between Royal Aussie and Lucky Lad. Lucky Lad will probably get second. Then number 4, Royal Aussie, Sunblushed, At My Command, and on the inside, I Am Giant. So a good victory here, coming off towards the outside to record. It's 5th win from 26 outings, and that is 4 off the right-hand side. Sergey, the red cap, for the Falloons and bred by the late Antrobi, and goes on to score Brett Crawford, Louis McCartwa, and the Vercingetorix, Diggs Dean. Lucky Lad is on the right-hand side. That was the tote favourite, but number 2, Sergey, is victorious in the running of the Mercury Sprint. Back to the studio.
Welcome back for the 7th race, our headliner. It may not be the Grade 1 race, but it is our headliner, the Whirlpool Gold Cup, Africa's greatest horse race for stayers over 3,200 metres. We have a quartet carryover of 1 million rands, and I'm joined in the studio by Alistair Cohen, who's had, thus far, a busy day downstairs.
Yeah, we've got on a lot of steps today. Not as many steps as these stayers will be putting in over 2 miles. You know, this race is such an institution. It's amazing how growing up just up the road, Gold Cup Day was always just kind of mentioned the day after the Hollywoodbets Durbanville. Right, now all our attention goes onto the Gold Cup. So it's had many different colours and guises over the years. Now, of course, we, in conjunction with Whirlpool, and dare I say, we could be looking at the first back-to-back winner of the Gold Cup since Harlan Nutt. Touch wood for Sean Tarry's sake. He gets a little bit of cheer on what's been a few steps forward and a few more steps backwards so far today.
Yeah, it's been a very, very frustrating day for Sean because his Lucky Lad ran out of his skin to finish second from that draw in the Mercury Sprint. Obviously, Rodeo Drive ran second earlier, so he's been knocking at the door. But, of course, the gap that he had to close on Justin Snaith as far as the National Trainers' Championship is concerned was very wide, in the order of around 1.6 million or thereabouts, and he certainly hasn't made any steps forward today. So it's been a frustrating day say for Sean, but equally so for Richard Faree, who's just been there and thereabouts, but not yet found the winner's enclosure.
No, he got into this meeting on 376, but I'm sure when he goes to bed tonight, thinks about it, whether he does ride again this season. He's got it to ride at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth on Wednesday, if that meeting happens, weather permitting. I'm sure he'll go to bed and be satisfied with the number that he finally tallies. But yes, I did an interview with him for Cape Racing just yesterday, and for an edition of Taking the Reins, and his burning desire, yes, numbers are great, championships, breaking records. It's an untold record that he's going to tally up at the end of the season, but Grade 1 wins are his desire still.
Absolutely. When you compete as an elite athlete, you want to win at the very highest level. Probably appropriate that the first horse to come on screen since you joined me is number 13, Razor Hallelujah, trained by Alistair's wife.
Not planned that this is the first horse that we
Not planned, the wife?
She was planned.
No, it wasn't staged. That 13 Razor Hallelujah came up first, trained by Candice Dawson. Not always the most reliable, but certainly capable on his day. Alistair, in your opinion, I'm going to ask you a tough question. Is he as effective over 3-2 as perhaps over a little bit less ground?
Possibly. He ran fourth in this race last year, Graham. He ran fourth in the Gold Cup last year, off similar weight terms, carrying 54 kilos under JP van der Merwe. He did get a little bit frustrating to follow. I can tell you that he is in the pink of health, but he always is. He loves life. I mean, if you could equate him to human terms, you know, one of those old soldiers that just never misses a party, that would be Razor Hallelujah. Desperately unlucky in the DSTV Gold Vase last time when he was expected to go well. He's got a few more horses to beat this time, but he'll run better than he did last time.
And not an old soldier is this new recruit, number 15, Shoot the Rapids, young 3-year-old, obviously turning 4 in a couple of weeks' time. But I say young in the context of stayers, as you'll see from the ages of many of these contenders. The older you get, the better you stay, and certainly age is not a factor when you're running over ground or over any distances. I've seen world over. I've seen 8-year-old Group 1 winners, 9-year-old Group 1 winners around the globe. But Shoot the Rapids, narrowly beaten by stable companion Madison Valley in that very same Gold Vase on July Day, and Madison Valley reopposes here. Frank Robinson saddles the 2. He's had a winner already, but let's head downstairs to the parade ring and catch up with some news from there.
Thanks very much, Graham and Alistair. Aragosta runs, and Mike de Kock is to my left. We're going to go and have a word with Michael. And Michael, it was lovely to be with you at the yard during the week and the lead up to have a look at the horses and their well-being. This horse, you've changed a couple of things, equipment changes. Hopefully they do the trick today.
Yeah, no, look, we're going full gear changes. Yeah, we're hoping. Blinkers, tongue tie, you know, it's desperation stakes.
But Michael, you know, he's got it in him. We all know that, and let's hope he rises to the occasion today.
Yeah, look, he definitely got it in him. You know, if he produces certainly that Cape staying form, you know, he should be thereabouts. But it's well documented that he's always been a little indifferent around Greyville for whatever reason it is.
Well, you're certainly not indifferent around Greyville. Nice to have you here, and all the best for the race.
Cheers, thank you.
Lovely. That's Mike de Kock, conditioner of Aragosta. He owns this in partnership with a whole host of owners, and let's see if all the equipment changes could do the trick. Rahil's got Dean Kannemeyer.
Thanks very much, Warren. Your trainer, Dean Kannemeyer, has got 2 runners in the Whirlpool Gold Cup over 3,200 meters. And Mr. Kannemeyer, thanks for taking out some time here to discuss your horses. Number 9, Master Fuego. He ran a nice race last time out in the July Constellation in 3rd position, and it's a big step up in trip.
Yeah, it is a big step up in trip. You know, the race will tell if he stays or not. But he did stay on well that day. Went up slightly in the weights, and yeah, as I said, he's all good with him, and he's just hoping this for both of my horses that it's just a nice even tempo up front, you know. But we'll find out today if he stays or not. But let's be positive about it. But he's in good shape.
Ponte Pietro, who's got a lot of stamina on the female line, and he's a horse that hasn't really put his best foot forward this season yet, and he's been a tricky customer in the run-in early on. But is the key just to get him to settle?
Well, let's say he's got ability, and there's plenty of stamina on the female line to actually to get him to switch off, you know. And that's why I also say I hope there's just a good even tempo up front. You know, sometimes they go, it's a bit messy into the first turn, and then they ease it up at the back stretch, and that's where the problems can occur. But Sean handled him well last time. But he can be a little bit difficult because back home he's fine to ride and work and that. But what happens when they ease up a bit on him, his head can come up, he can cock his jaw, and we've tried all different bits on him, but he seemed to have handled it well last time. I think a fair run last time. On his pedigree, he should get the trip, but the race will tell. But he's in good shape. I think he's 3 kilos better off with the stable companion. But they're both in good shape. We've got to take the chances.
Thanks very much. All the best.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks to trainer Dean Canamea there for his comments regarding Master Fuego and Ponte Pietra. Both horses into unknown territory for the first time today, trying the distance. Will they stay or will they not? But it's going to be a very, very interesting contest here over the 3,200 meters. Future Pearl is the favorite. He is the reigning champion. Alistair, Graham, how does he look to you guys?
He looks very well, certainly from this vantage point. This is the winner of last year's Whirlpool Gold Cup, Future Pearl, the son of Futura. It's amazing how Futura suddenly emerges as this freakish stallion that throws them over a longer trip. And if you do have aspirations on winning long distance races like the Gold Cup, like the DSTV Gold Vase, like the Cape Reserve Stayers, or the Gold Ball up at Turfentine, even the PE Gold Cup, Futura is probably your way to go. Graham, winner of the unofficial Stayers Triple Crown 12 months ago, he completed that here on this very day last year. His run in the Hollywoodbets Durbanville was out the top draw. I mean, surely that was just a little teaser into this.
Well, as long as he's come out of it well, and Sean reports that he's come out of it well, because, as you said, his run in the Hollywoodbets Durbanville was an absolute cracker. He turned home well towards the rear of the field, was motoring home better than anything else, and sets up for this race. And as you say, he's looking to become the first back-to-back winner of the Whirlpool Gold Cup since Highland Knight more than 20 years ago. Highland Knight, interestingly, the first was trained by Buddy Maroon, and his second success, he was in the care of Dennis Dreyer. So he had two different trainers. Obviously, Sean Tarry is looking not only for Future Pearl to secure the double for the horse, but for himself as well. So Future Pearl, I think, is a worthy favourite. It hasn't been a great day for the Tarry-Faree combination, but they get another chance here to set that record straight. But I do believe that Sean Tarry's other runner, Nebras, is very much alive at these weights.
He won the race in 2021, lest we forget, and I think he was touched off just a year later as well, was Nebras, and there were sounds of life. I saw him on the online sale, Nebras, and I thought, well, if Sean Tarry bars him back, he obviously believes that there's got to be something to come, and his run in the DSTV Gold Vase, when third to Madison Valley, was absolutely superb. And he's going to think he's loose. Gavin Lorena, 55.5. There he is. He's always been a character, as Nebras. Those red earmuffs obviously display that. Any surprise if he were to win the Gold Cup for the second time in his life, albeit 3 years down the line?
Absolutely not. I think the Gold Vase run was a terrific effort. He should, at the weights, beat those that finished ahead of him. Obviously, he's got his stable companion to beat, and we'll chat about Master Redoubt after the canter passed. This, of course, is always a great spectacle, the Whirlpool Gold Cup, for the crowd in attendance. They line up at the 400-metre mark, head down the straight, leave the turf, go onto the poly track behind the Royal Durban Clubhouse, re-engage with the turf down the back stretch. So it's quite a unique race, and they go around the track twice, and it's going to be interesting to see the tactics, the pace. Dean Canamea made mention of the pace. He's hoping for an evenly run race, but he's quite right. They do tend to go hard early and then slacken up midway.
Well, all shall be revealed. In fact, generally the rule of thumb is that the Gold Cups run at a reasonable pace. No guarantee that'll be the case this year. Let's hope it is. Let's get upstairs for the canter pass of the 2024 Whirlpool Gold Cup.
Runners to step onto the track shortly for the R1 million Grade 3 Whirlpool Gold Cup 3,200 meters. Runners will step onto the track shortly. This is number one, one-way traffic, Justin Snaith, King and Amello, the Dynasty, Nick Johnson and Bjorn Nielsen. sports that cyclamen cap. With a companion is one-way traffic. Number 2, Breeze Over. Twice Over, Mike and Adamazi. 3, Master Redoute, Cornet Offer. Andrenel the Kirari. Number 5, Nebraska, Gavin Larina. Sean Terry, the Vercingetorix. Here's number 6, Future Pull, Richard Faree, last year's winner, the Futura, Sean Terry. 7, Madison Valley. And that is Frank Robinson, the Mamba in Seattle. 8, Baratheon. Tristan Godden, and there's Aragosta, number 10, passing by for Mike Takak. 11, Future Swing and Smanga Kamalo. Then the white cap of number 15, Shoot the Rapids, and Muzieni. There's only 4 minutes to race time as we look at number 15, Shoot the Rapids, and the white cap. Your favourite remains number 6, Future Pearl. Here's number 12, Ponte Pietra, Seanville. 13, Razor Hallelujah, Cabela Matsunyani. Here's 14, Zeus. Zeus is ridden by Grant van Niekerk. Little bit skittish. So it's for Fabian Habib. Grant is dismounted. Not much time to get involved in the running of the Grade 3 Whirlpool Gold Cup. Here's Zeus just coming past the winning post.
Well, as you can see, it doesn't take long for the runners to get down to the 3,000 metre starting point. It's at the 400 metre mark in the straight. So once they've left the parade ring, they get there pretty quickly. 2 horses. We don't have much time, Alistair. We're only a couple of minutes away from the start. Just 2 horses worthy of a quick mention that we haven't discussed yet. Numbers 1, One Way Traffic, and 3, Master Redoute.
I want to start with number 3, Master Redoute, because I make him a live chance. He'll stay all day. I thought he went down to the start looking absolutely exceptional. Threw his legs out well. Cornet Offer takes her out for Andrenal. He won the reserve stayers on World Sports Betting Cape Town Met Day at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth when running down triple time and you know, almost looking like he had the desire and the will to win on that occasion. So the fact that he's got that between the ears is in his favour. I'm not so sure, the same comment applies for Future Pearl. I'm not so sure that he's going to be totally reliant on how the race is run, because I think that he can adapt to being just about anywhere from draw 3. And if they go a crawl, I'd like to believe that he can get mobile early. And if they go a pace, I think that'll be even more in his favour. So I think if Future Pearl does have a vulnerability, it might come from number 3, Master Redoute. And talking about number 1, One Way Traffic, I think I've read this horse fairly well throughout his career. Not completely consigned him to the scrap heap, but I'm kind of waiting for the right time to be with him, because I'm convinced there's another win in him, and it could well be at a feature race level. But I just haven't seen that spark that he showed when winning on Hollywoodbets Durbanville 2 years ago, when he was magnificent in the consolation, what was known as the Campanaggio 2200 in that year. Is he quite the same horse that he was there? I have my doubts.
He always just does enough to keep one interested, but I agree with you, he lacks a little bit of spark. But, you know, Sergey was without a win for 624 days before taking out the Mercury Sprint, and One Way Traffic has been 757 days without a win. But saying that, seldom runs a bad race. As I said, just keeps one interested. I make no secret of the fact that I thought Master Redoute was one of the best outsiders in this year's Hollywoodbets Durbanville. Of course, his race was run when Shoemaker bled and shifted out, and Master Redoute got bounced out to the middle of the track, and I knew at that point already, because when you're backing an outsider or you fancy an outsider, pretty much everything has got to go right for you in the race in order to get the best possible results. So I would draw a line through his July run, although it wasn't that bad, but his 2,800 metre win down at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth is a clear indication that he stays the trip, and I think that you know, with the extra 400 metres shouldn't pose a problem for him, and he looked superb going to the gates. But to be honest with you, while I make him a live runner, number 3, Master Redoubt, I do think that Sean Tarry holds the key to the outcome.
There's no doubt that he does. You know, Sean goes back over a decade with this race, Aslan being the first one that comes to mind, and then obviously conveyor belt of winners subsequent to that. I also want to go back to Ravelli Boy, who won this race in the Platinum Silks a good, well, more than 15 years ago. So 2 connections that kind of know how to get the job done. Yeah, I do think that those are probably the 2 main protagonists. I think Master Redoubt at £5.40 a place is totally underappreciated in this race, and I think that he is probably the one that represents the value. Could be worth taking a couple of swingers with numbers 3 and 6. Maybe that's how you make money here, because £2.20 a win about Future Pearl, tipping him to win, I'd be much happier than the £5.40 a place about number 3 Master Redoubt that the tote currently offers.
Seems to be a slight delay down at the start, so we've got time just to mention one more horse.
Zeus.
Future Swing I want to talk about. Zeus, both of you and I agree, are not in our calculations, so if he were to win, we'd have to hang our heads in shame and walk out the course through the back door.
Yes.
But what about Future Swing?
I don't know what to make of him. I did not like him in the Hollywoodbets Durbanville, but the run is worse than looks worse than it was, because he too was kind of in that melee when Shoemaker bled, and he kind of clipped the rail and wasn't really persevered with, as you say, everything's got to go right in a race of that nature. He won the Algoa Cup in PE, about 9 months ago, did number 11 Future Swing, and he showed his capabilities for a trip when winning the Chairman's Trophy at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth on Lomaral King's Plate Day. This is now the Gold Cup. It's 2 miles. He's also by Futura. The mother stayed all day, Carousel Swing. I'd rather be on the other Futura, the horse that I know gets the trip.
I think that's fair comment, but we mustn't lose sight of the fact that in his penultimate start, albeit over 1,900 metres, he did beat the subsequent Hollywoodbets Durbanville winner Oriental Charm, and that was a win full of merit. So he's capable of rising to the occasion. But it looks as if the starters called the roll, and that we should be underway for the 2024 renewal of the Whirlpool Gold Cup. They're starting to load, so let's head upstairs to Craig Peters.
It's the Grade 3 Whirlpool Gold Cup, R1 million, 3,200 metres, 3,200. One-way traffic's in, Future Swing. Master Fiago steps up. Madison Valley. The favourite Future Pearl goes in. Master Redoubt is in. Next, the turn of Aragasto. Zeus coming up. Raise Hallelujah. Ponte Pietra. Breeze Over. Baratheon to step up. Son of Raj. Shoot the Rapids to an outside gate. Set for the Grade 3 Whirlpool Gold Cup. 3,200 metres, and they dispatched. They come towards the winning line for the first time. Baratheon in the centre. The pink sleeves and cap is right there. Master Fiago's on the outside. Master Redoubt is near the rail. They're followed by Son of Raj, Future Swing. Shoot the Rapids, the white cap, a little bit heady, has overcome the draw. Ponte Pietro is also on the move, going around them with the blue cap to be amongst the leading group. Then we drop back to one-way traffic. Future Pearl, that's racing mid-division and about 7 lengths off the leader at this stage. Then comes Breeze Over as they move in behind the drill. Further back in the run is Madison Valley, about 8 lengths off the leader at this stage. Then Nebraska and Aragasta. Raise Hallelujah second to last. And Zeus, the trailer, must be 16, 18 lengths off the leader. And it's Future Swing that takes them along in the Grade 3 Whirlpool Gold Cup as they move towards that 2,200. And it's Future Swing in front. Shoot the Rapids, the white cap is second. Zeus on the outsides going right around them, kept on its own as Zeus with the blue cap. Then comes Master Fiego. Behind that, Son of Raj. Ponte Pietra is near the rail. Baratheon's further back in the run. Future Pearl must be 12, 13 lengths off them with Master Redude. Then comes Breeze Over, one-way traffic. Aragos is further back in the run, then Madison Valley. Nebras is one of the trailers, and now they stretched out over 20 lengths, and it's Zeus that makes the break. And Zeus is well in command as they go down to the 1400. Future Swingers second. Then there's a gap to Shoot the Rapids, another 7 or 8 back to Ponte Pietra. Baratheon's further back in the field. It's an absolute steeplechase margin. There must be 25 to 30 lengths top to tail. And Zeus still controls the pace. Future Swingers back in second. Shoot the Rapids, 6 lengths Ponte Pietra. Then Master Fiego, Baratheon, the pink sleeves and caps, Son of Raj, Master Redude, Future Pull, still got about 12, 13 lengths to make up. Then one-way traffic. They're followed by Madison Valley. On the outside, Breeze Over, Aragos, Tenebras, and Raise Hallelujah in the Blues, the trailer. 1,000 metres to go in the Grade 3 Whirlpool Gold Cup. And it's still Zeus in front. Future Swingers second. Shoot the Rapids, the white cap third. Master Fiego, Ponte Pietra. Baratheon, the pink sleeves and caps, Son of Raj. Then Master Redude. Future Pearl got about 7 or 8 to track down. Breeze Over, one-way traffic, Aragosta, Madison Valley. Then Raise Hallelujah. Nebraska still about 18 lengths off the leader. Homeward bound in the Whirlpool Gold Cup, Zeus the leader. Future Swing the first one to challenge. On the inside, Shoot the Rapids, Baratheon. On the outside, Ponte Pietra, Master Redude. Master Fiego, Son of Raj. Future Pearl still got 6 or 7 to go. That's Future Swing. Down on the inside, trying to fight back. Shoot the Rapids. Ponte Pietra. Master Redude between runners. They're coming from everywhere. Future Pearl's trying to run on late. Shoot the Rapids on the inside. Ponte Pietra. Between them, Master Redude. Master Redude won it. Second, Shoot the Rapids. Ponte Pietra and Future Swing. Absolute humdinger in the running of the Whirlpool Gold Cup. And look at them, the 4 of them going hammer and tong. And it's going to go to Master Redude. Will put its head down on the line. Number 3, Andre Nell. They will win it. A close decision just gets there. Number 3, Andre Nell, Corneulfa. The Kirari, La Place on Stud, Sabine Platner. Shoot the Rapids, Ponte Pietra and Future Swing. Further back in the run, Baratheon, Future Pull, and then came Breeze Over. As we look at this, Future Swing, Ponte Pietra. On the inside, Shoot the Rapids, a cracking run, and Master Redude, the middle of them with the white noseband, the green and purple sleeves, comes forward, and Corneulfa, they'll put their head down on the line at 19.10 and 480, and they win a close decision in the running of this year's 3,200 Rand Whirlpool Gold Cup. Just looking at it from this angle, number 3, Master Redude, who looked an absolute picture on the way to the gate. Win number 5 from 24 and wins it. Second, Shoot the Rapids. That's number 15. That pays up 320. Third to Ponte Pietra. Great run. That's number 12 at 770. And on the inside, Future Swing, number 11. That's the running. Back to the studios.
What a finish to the 2024 Whirlpool Gold Cup over 3,200 meters. It was a race run in different stages. They were pretty close-knit as they went past us the first time around. Then Grant van Niekerk elected to take Zeus around the field and stretch them right out. They concertinaed again before turning for home. It was up for grabs with 200 to go. It was a 4-horse war, and Corneulfa put his head down, was not going to be denied on the 5-year-old son of Kirari, Master Redude, who, as we mentioned before the race, Alistair, didn't get the best of luck in running in the Hollywoodbets Durbanville July, but what a win for the Andre Nell team.
Again, how much guts did this horse show, just like he did when he won at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth on World Sports Bet in Cape Town Met Day, when really putting his head down, wanting to get the job done. Here he had to thread his way through a gap. You're right about the stop-start nature of the race. It was a very sedate first 600 meters of the race. Then Zeus and Grant van Niekerk tried to break the race apart, and they did just that when Zeus went down the back straight before the drill hall and really hit the accelerator. And then again, just past the drill, when they came back into view, all of a sudden they were crawling again. So horses from well off the pace, I think, would have a valid excuse, but taking nothing away from this winner, number 3, Master Redoute, son of Quirari, probably the only Quirari that's won over 3,200 metres period, never mind at feature race level.
And you know, they were going past the 800 and we were spotting Master Redoute, and he was alongside Future Pearl, so that they turned for home pretty much alongside of each other. Future Pearl just failed to pick it up in the straight, whereas Master Redoute plugged on, got the bit between his teeth when he saw the gap open in front of him. And half a length covering the first 3 or 4 runners past the post.
What a run from the second horse that was drawn in the sticks, number 15 on the card, Shoot the Rapids, confirming his run in the DSTV Gold Vase. He's run second again, so I'm sure Connections were pretty pleased with that. Also a big run from number 12, Ponte Pietra, in third. He's one of those horses that have annoyed me along the way because he's been penalised for running, for being a loser, but running such good races at a fairly high level. But this horse, number 3, Master Redoute, comfortably wears the garlands here.
No doubt about it, and you know, he won over 2,800 metres, as we said, in Cape Town. He's now won the Gold Cup, so he's won 2 very nice races this season, because he also won the Peninsula Handicap over 1,800 metres, so he's certainly very versatile. He's certainly put his hand up for the Champion Stayers title, not on one performance alone, but also on his victory at Kenilworth on the 27th of January when winning the Western Cape Stayers.
We'll let the panel have the final say on Champion Stayer, but yeah, this will do him no harm whatsoever. Also, you know, Cornet Orfa Andre, now they've formed a relationship and a combination that has been very competitive at a very high level around Cape Town and also during the KZN season. Sadki being another case in point. She runs a little bit later on, the gold bracelet. But yeah, Master Redoute's name is very much in the debate now for Champion Stayer. Good luck to the panel.
And dare I say it, Justin Snaith is champion trainer of South Africa.
I think we can put the J, the engraver can put the J in now.
I think you can put the J, the U, the S, T, I, and the N, and all the rest that comes. Engraving trophies is not a fun job, particularly when you have to present trophies on the same day. We've seen that in various other sporting codes. Fortunately, we've got a little bit of time before we head off to Cape Town for the Equus Awards ceremony on the 15th of August.
If that finish didn't get your heart racing, well then I'm not too sure what will. We've just been treated to a thrilling finish of the 1 million rand Grade 3 World Pool Gold Cup. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Mr. Sada Naidu, who is the chairman of Gold Circle, into the presentation area with me. Sada, you're most welcome and a pleasure to be by your side. Master Redoute has won the World Pool Gold Cup, and he is groomed by Avumile Nana. And Avumile has turned his horse out in fine style, because chatting to a few people en route to the winner's box, they all said that he certainly was the pick of the parade ring. Avumile, where is Avumile? Congratulations to you on behalf of Hollywoodbets and on behalf of Gold Circle, our very, very generous sponsors. You get 2,000 Rand for a sterling job well done. Congratulations, Avumile, well done. Also chatting to trainer Andre Nel, maybe a just reward for Master Redoute for the way that, you know, he got taken out in the in the Hollywoodbets Durbanville. He may not have won, Andre says, but he certainly would have run closer. Corne Orfer is the man that was behind the main. You've got a lovely fan base here in KwaZulu-Natal. They're shouting, they're screaming, and why not? Because that was a fabulous ride. You had seemed to have a lovely run in transit, and wow, Corne, he fought this horse.
He did. You know, he's a gutsy horse. You know, when things go well for him, I think he really deserved to win this race today. He was messed around in the July. Not that I think he could have won it, but I think he probably would have been in the first 5, first 6 on July there. So I think he deserved to win it today. He was very, very well there. Byron and the team down here, Dixie, who's just come down here to come and make sure the horses are well, and because I haven't moved down for the season, my wife had a bit of a medical problem, so I stayed behind and it just flew up and down. So a big thanks to Andre and his whole team. He was in tip-top shape. He went down really well. He came out good, travelled really smooth throughout, and very gutsy. And there was a tight gap that I chose to go through, but he likes to do that, so I was just hoping the gap would stay open long enough for him to find his feet and fight on, and he did that. He won a very good race.
Last 50, 100 metres, I mean, I know you're riding for your life, you're going through that gap, but were you always confident that you were going to get up?
Yeah, once he got his shoulders in between, and then I knew that I could feel that he was just getting going then, and I could see that they weren't getting away from me, and he was just gaining on him the whole time, and I knew then. I just wanted to make sure I ride him right past the post and not get too happy too early. So, you know, thanks to him, he did a phenomenal job. 3-2 is not an easy task. And just again to Mrs. Plattner as well. Big thanks. Now I got the opportunity to ride for them about 2 years ago now, and it's been going really good. So well done to all of them and to all the grooms, to the staff, and also to Anthony Andrews down in Cape Town, who does a lot of work for us that side. Thank you very much, and also this one's to my family.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for the winning rider, Pierre Corne Orfer. Sterling ride aboard Master Redoute. Well done, Corne. To you and your entire family, all the very best. We call upon Andre Nell, who's ably assisted by Byron Foster. Let's get both the gentlemen in. And in fact, let's get Cullen in as well. Bring all 3 of the gentlemen in to the centre stage. Andre, we were just having a chat a moment ago, gutsy performance, and yeah, as Corne said as well, you know, maybe he might not have won the Hollywoodbets Durbanville, but he certainly would have got a darn sight closer.
Yes, I think I was playing with fate a little bit. Before the July, I said he likes a dirty race, but I wasn't quite expecting that kind of dirty race. So be careful what you wish for. So, but today everything worked out really well for us. All credit to these gentlemen on my right, Byron and Callum, that rides them every day. They've done all the work. I've just come to watch and show support. And to Corne, I mean, he rode a fantastic race. We're coming into the last 100 meters. I still knew he had a horse under him, and he had a lot to do still, and he managed to go through that little gap, and he put his head down when it really mattered. Phenomenal race for the stable. Mrs. Plattner bred this horse, La Plaisance, terrific effort from them. Well done to Mrs. Plattner. I mean, she put so much into this game, and this is a super race to win. She's won once in the past, but a long time ago, so it's nice to get another one on the board.
Andre, please don't go far away the presentation. I need to talk to these gentlemen, so pardon me if you won't. Byron, when you saw this horse walk into the parade ring, you must have really, you know, been so proud, because he did look tip-top.
Yeah, Warren, thanks very much. Obviously, the team put in a big effort this past 2 weeks, and he looked really well. We actually had a look at him on Thursday morning, and we said, he really looks better than going into the July. So we're glad it all worked out in the race. Obviously, we know what happened in the July. It was very rough for him, and today it was always going to be his goal, this race. We had planned for it, and it's just nice that it's all worked out.
I'd like to speak to Callum for a moment before we do the presentation. A bond between a man and his horse, or a woman and her horse, is something special, and you do a lot of work with Master Redoute, Callum, and to come and stand on the grandstand and watch him thundering past the post and first must be really rewarding for you.
Yes, Mr. Inferno, it really is. You know, it's unbelievable. The July never worked out for us. It was there for everyone to see, but you know, he came out that race so well, and he just progressed at home, and you could see the way he went down to the start today. He wanted to be here, and he ran his heart out. I must just say also credit to his groom, Avumile. He can be fresh at home. He can throw himself around, but he just handles him with care, and he just loves the horse, and he works with him so well. So very, very proud of him, and just an amazing race to win.
Well done. That's Callum Dixon. I'm going to move back out of the picture so the presentation can continue. And yeah, we talk about the juniors, the youth. We talk about the youngsters of the industry. Well, that's one of them, Callum Dixon on the far right, of course. And we are just so blessed to have so many wonderful horsewomen and horsemen in the industry. But there it is, the winners of the 1 million rand Grade 3 World Pool Gold Cup. Congratulations to you, Mrs. Plattner, wherever you may be watching. La Plaisance Stud, a most gorgeous farm in the Cape. Karari is the sire, Lady Redoute is the mare, and the winner of this year's Gold Cup, the World Pool Gold Cup, is Master Redoute.
Set for the Grade 3 World Pool Gold Cup. 3,200 metres, and they dispatched. They come towards the winning line for the first time. Baratheon in the centre. The pink sleeves and cap is right there. Master Fiega's on the outside. Master Redoute is near the rail. They're followed by Son of Raj, Future Swing. Shoot the Rapids, the white cap, a little bit heady, has overcome the draw. Ponte Pietro is also on the move, going around them with the blue cap to be amongst the leading group. Then we drop back to one-way traffic. Future Pull, that's racing mid-division at about 7 lengths off the leader at this stage. Then comes Breeze Over as they move in behind the drill. Further back in the run is Madison Valley, about 8 lengths off the leader at this stage. Then Nebraska and Aragasta. Raise Hallelujah second to last. And Zeus the trailer must be 16, 18 lengths off the leader. And it's Future Swing that takes them along in the Grade 3 World Pool Gold Cup as they move towards that 2,200. And it's Future Swing in front. Shoot the Rapids, the white cap is second. Zeus on the outside's going right around them, kept on its own as Zeus with the blue cap. Then comes Master Fiego. Behind that, Son of Raj, Ponte Pietro is near the rail. Baratheon's further back in the run. Future Pull must be 12, 13 lengths off them with Master Redoute. Then comes Breeze Over, one-way traffic. Aragosta's further back in the run, then Madison Valley. Nebraska's one of the trailers, and now they stretched out over 20 lengths, and it's Zeus that makes the break. And Zeus is well in command as they go down to the 1,400. Future Swingers second. Then there's a gap to Shoot the Rapids, another 7 or 8 back to Ponte Pietra. Baratheon's further back in the field. It's an absolute steeplechase margin. There must be 25 to 30 lengths top to tail. And Zeus still controls the pace. Future Swingers back in second. Shoot the Rapids, 6 lengths Ponte Pietra. Then Master Fiego, Baratheon, the pink sleeves and caps, Son of Raj, Master Redoute, Future Pull, still got about 12, 13 lengths to make up. Then one-way traffic. They're followed by Madison Valley. On the outside, Breeze Over, Aragasta, Nebraska, and Raise Hallelujah in the Blues, the trailer. 1,000 metres to go in the Grade 3 World Pool Gold Cup. And it's still Zeus in front. Future Swingers second. Shoot the Rapids, the white cap third. Master Fiego, Ponte Pietro. Baratheon, the pink sleeves and caps, Son of Raj. Then Master Redoute. Future Pull got about 7 or 8 to track down. Breeze Over, one-way traffic, Aragasta, Madison Valley. Then Raise Hallelujah. Nebraska still about 18 lengths off the leader. Homeward bound in the World Pool Gold Cup, Zeus the leader. Future Swing the first one to challenge. On the inside, Shoot the Rapids, Baratheon. On the outside, Ponte Pietro, Master Redoute. Master Fiego, Son of Raj. Future Pull still got 6 or 7 to go. That's Future Swing. Down on the inside, trying to fight back. Shoot the Rapids. Ponte Pietro. Master Redoute between runners. They're coming from everywhere. Future Pull's trying to run on late. Shoot the Rapids on the inside. Ponte Pietro. Between them, Master Redoute. Master Redoute won it. Second, Shoot the Rapids. Ponte Pietro and Future Swing. Absolute humdinger in the running of the World Pool Gold Cup. And look at them, the 4 of them going hammer and tong. and it's going to go to Master Redoute. Will put its head down on the line. Number 3, Andre Nel. They will win it. A close decision just gets there. Number 3, Andre Nel, Corneilfa. The Kirari, La Place on Stud, Sabine Platner. Shoot the Rapids, Pontra Pietra and Future Swing. Further back in the run, Baratheon, Future Pull, and then came Breeze Over. As we look at this, Future Swing, Pontra Pietra. On the inside, Shoot the Rapids, a cracking run, and Master Redoute, the middle of them with the white noseband, the green and purple sleeves, comes forward, and Corneilfa, they'll put their head down on the line at 19.10 and 480, and they win a close decision in the running of this year's 3,200 Rand Whirlpool Gold Cup. Just looking at it from this angle, number 3, Master Redoute, who looked an absolute picture on the way to the gate. Win number 5 from 24 and wins it. Second, Shoot the Rapids. That's number 15. That pays up 320. Third to Ponta Pietra. Great run. That's number 12 at 770. And on the inside, Future Swing, number 11. That's the running. Back to the studios.
Race 8, the Hong Kong Jockey Club Champions Cup, Grade 1 over 1,800 metres, due off at 16:50. We're a little closer to race time than we'd like to be at this stage of the preparations as a result of the delay to the start of the Whirlpool Gold Cup. So the official course time has us 11 minutes away from race time, but as you can see, the horses are just right now filtering into the parade ring. And what a race, Warren, this promises to be.
Wow, probably the most competitive, others may disagree. They choose other races that they believe are the most competitive, but I believe this is the most competitive, Graham. It really is a star-studded field.
Yeah, it's the highest quality field that we're putting on show today, and it certainly deserves the billing of the Hong Kong Jockey Club Champions Cup. We've got Cousin Casey, who ran second in the July. We've got Royal Victory, ran third in the July. We've got Flagman, who ran fourth in the July. And we've got See It Again, who ran fifth in the July. But this horse on screen now, number 9, Dave the King, bypassed the July specifically to go for this race after his victory in the Hollywoodbets Gold Challenge, and he's come well as a gelding. He's much more relaxed, he's much more restrained, he's dare I say it, a little easier to ride. He used to want to do things a little hard during the course of the running of a race, but he looks an absolute picture. He comes in here with slightly fresher legs, although as we saw with Master Redoubt in the previous race, running in the Hollywoodbets Durban July doesn't necessarily take the gloss off. He came out of that race to win the Whirlpool Gold Cup. But Dave the King looks an absolute picture, and in my opinion, whatever beats him will win today.
Agree with you. If they take him to the front, I'm sure he's going to go up there and try and make going to tape of it, and certainly his confidence is high. He went for a stage where he was a bit disappointing and low on confidence, but those 2 wins, the gelding, things have helped, and he just is in such good form and such high confidence. He's a magnificent individual, as you've already alluded to.
Interesting matchup with See It Again, who of course should have finished closer in the July. He was shut out at a crucial stage of the race. Unlikely to have finished ahead of either Oriental Charm or, for that matter, Cousin Casey. But when you look at Dave the King and See It Again and Cousin Casey, and you go back through their races, and of course key races to this course and to this type of distance, you go back to the Daily News, and here's See It Again looking absolutely magnificent. See It Again won the Daily News, beating Dave the King and Cousin Casey. Last year's Champions Cup, Princess Keller came out on top. There was only a short head between See It Again and Dave the King when they ran second and third. So even on all known form, there's very little to choose between 9 Dave the King, 10 See It Again, and number 1 Cousin Casey, who's come good of late, is certainly not too far behind them. So here they meet again over 1,800 meters at weight for age terms. Dave the King renews rivalry with See It Again. The pair renew rivalry with Cousin Casey. And of course, just to throw into that mix, you were talking about being competitive, we've got Flagman and Royal Victory. Royal Victory, of course, already a multiple Grade 1 winner this season. But as we can see, they are preparing to leave the parade ring. They'll canter down towards the 2,000 meter start after, down towards the 1,800 meter start after having paraded in front of the grandstands. For many, we all love the Whirlpool Gold Cup because it's an absolute spectacle to see them going past us twice, but for many, this is the race of the day.
Field for the 8th race, Hong Kong Jockey Club Champions Cup, about to come out onto the course. This is number 1, Cousin Casey. Virgin Jederick, Sean Terry, Simanga Kamala for Kalinga. Runner-up in his last 3 starts. He starts from pole position this afternoon. Shows up at 5:30. The 2 horses, Double Superlative. Another look at Cousin Casey. Double Superlative. The green cap. Keegan Amello, Justin Snaith for Nick Johnson. The twice over. Number 3, Purple Pitcher, the new Predator. Robin Clarkson for Stinky Pie. The grey is 5, Barbaresco. Well, Mr. Segulam and the Werners, they give me the green light. Johan Janssen van Vieren and Gavin Lorino. The 7 horse, Glugluwe. Grand Fanikak is number 3. Purple Picture passes by. Now the turn of number 2, Double Superlative. 7 has passed by, Glugluwe. 1, Cousin Casey. 2, Double Superlative with the green cap. The grey is 5, Barbaresco. 9, the favourite, Dave the King, Mark de Kock, Richard Ferry for the Nestat player and Welsh Racing. There's Royal Victory, Nathan Cartson, Muzieni, the Path Fork for the victors. Sturdies, Business Solutions, Dave the King is about to turn to head to the 1800 metre. Here's number 6, Flagman for Nestat. Rian Barnard, McLean and Gary Player, Gareth Van Zale, Serena Moodley, the Flying the Flag. Here's number 10, See It Again, Nick Johnson, the Twice Over, Michael Roberts and Pierre Strader. 4 minutes to race time. In this year's running of the Hong Kong Jockey Club Champions Cup, and here's number 10, See It Again.
Runners making their way down to the start for the 8th race on our program, the Hong Kong Jockey Club Champions Cup over 1800 metres. We're just 3 minutes or so away from the running of the 8th race, and the tote favourite is number 9, Dave the King, at 350 for the win and 160 for the place. Very attractive tote odds about number 10, See It Again, R6.40 the win and R2.10 the place. The second choice on the tote is in fact number 1, Cousin Casey, at 520 and 160. And number 6, Flagman, is the third choice. So See It Again on the tote, Warren, has drifted out of 4th favourite, with Flagman showing up at 530 and 150.
Yeah, you know, if you follow drifts, etc., you would, you know, be a little concerned. If you don't follow drifts and you're happy with that, you put more. He looked magnificent in the parade ring. Did See It Again. You know, he's a good horse. We know that. He's got every chance, and 630, 190, 630 certainly looking inviting at this point. He's a good horse. He's got a bright winning chance.
There he goes down to the start, number 10, See It Again, with regular pilot Pierre Strader aboard. It would be a wonderful way for Pierre Strader, for Michael Roberts, and of course owner Nick Johnson, to end off the season by winning a race of this stature. See It Again is, as we know, without... He was a multiple Grade 1 winner as a 3-year-old, but he's without a Grade 1 victory as a 4-year-old. He's had gone close on a couple of occasions, but he just hasn't been able to get the job done. He did, of course, win a couple of races this season, but not at the very highest level.
Okay, let's, Graham, I just want your opinion on number 5, Barbaresco. 1544.30. I know that's just sort of changed our line of thought here. I wasn't really big on him in the Hollywoodbets Durbanville July, but I am quite big on him today.
Yeah, I'm afraid he doesn't form part of my calculations in terms of meeting these solid gallopers. I think Flagman has proven himself to be a better 3-year-old than Barbaresco. It's dangerous to discount a horse's chances completely. He's a very, very nice 3-year-old son of Gimme the Green Light. He's done superbly well by and he will appreciate stepping back to this type of trip, 1800 metres. Coming back in trip, I think, will be number 5, Barbaresco's favour. But I have to believe that on 3-year-old form, that Flagman has got his measure.
Yeah, fair point. Fair point. It's such a difficult race that you can make a case for many. Double Superlative. Now he's having his third up run. He was drawn deep in the Hollywoodbets Durban July. He's got a great draw today, and he looked an absolute treat.
He's a magnificent looking thoroughbred, and as a winner of the Guineas as a 3-year-old, as a winner of the Cape Town Met sponsored by World Sports Betting this season, any horse who wins, those are arguably, as a 3-year-old, the race you want to win, or certainly one of the races you want to win, is the Hollywoodbets Cape Guineas. As an older horse, certainly one of the races that you would like on your CV, whether you talk about the horse, the trainer, the jockey, or the owner, is the World Sports Betting Cape Town Met. They are classic races of the highest quality, and he's won them both. He's, as you said, having his peak run here today. He was meant to retire from racing after his victory in the Met, but then plans were changed. He made a rushed comeback, I thought, disappointed in his first appearance back in modest company. Then has the July as his second run back. This is his peak run. He looked magnificent, and certainly on his very best form, you can't discount him.
No, you can't discount him at all. And we run out of time, but Cousin Casey, Purple Pitcher, Royal Victory, Shishlue.
I think we got a bit more time than we think, because I think they got to the gates a little bit late. We are slightly delayed here. I think they'll play catch up as best they can. Cousin Casey certainly worth more than just a mention. He's a leading light in this race. He ran second behind Royal Aussie in the Drill All Stakes. Royal Aussie came out to run well in the Mercury today, ran second behind Dave the King in the Hollywoodbets Gold Challenge, a run full of merit, and he was second in the July behind Oriental Charm. And as I mentioned, you go back to the 3-year-old form between Cousin Casey, between See It Again, and between Dave the King. He generally had to play second fiddle to them, but he's bang in form, and certainly Cousin Casey has got to be right there when the photographs are taken. I'm not really in the camp of Purple Pitcher. Barbaresca, I prefer the other 3-year-old flag match. Leshlui has got a bit to find for me, but Royal Victory, he's won 2 super grade 1 races this season. He was far from disgraced in the July when finishing third, and Muzi knows him well. He should go well. He is a winner of more than 5 million rand in stakes, and you ignore him at your peril.
Yeah, I agree. Cousin Casey, look at that, how he looks behind the pens, the son of Vercingetrix out of a Casey Tibbs mare, 650 and 170. What can we add, Graham? What more can we add? It's a race where maybe the quartet would probably be the right bet to try and catch.
Yeah, look, it's you can narrow this field down, but it's too late to take any bets because they're starting to load, so we're heading upstairs to Craig Peters.
The Hong Kong Jockey Club Champions Cup, $1.5 million, Grade 1. They loading up. Double Superlative, the green cap. Kluklue, white cap. Royal Victory's in. Purple Pitcher. Cousin Casey's in. Barbaresco the grey. Dave the King. That's the favourite, Dave the King, gate 9. Flagman to come up. See It Again, we're going to 10 with the hood on. Flagman also fitted with the hood. 1800 metres. The Hong Kong Jockey Club Champions Cup, Flagman's in reverse. See Again up to its gate. So See It Again is reversed out, and Flagman's full of himself behind the gate. Both horses fitted with the hood. See It Again's in 10. Sports the cyclamen cap, the pink cap. And Flagman to go into 6. See It Again looks ready. Flagman, the Hong Kong Jockey Club Champions Cup, hood to be removed from Flagman, 1800 metres, and that is dispatch from the 1800 metre marker. Purple Pitcher the first to go. Cousin Casey's right there, the blue cap near the rail. Barbaresco's on the outside. Double Superlatives with the green cap. See It Again on the extreme right hand side alongside Dave the King. Then comes Flagman. And then comes Royal Victory. And at the back, Louis is racing about 6-7 lengths off the leader as they move towards the 1,300 metre region. Purple Pitches in front. Barbaresco second, Cousin Casey at the rail third. Dave the King's in the white silks, Double Superlative near the rail, the green cap. Royal Victory, See It Again on the outside. Flagman's in the blue, and Louis the trailer. The Hong Kong Jockey Club Champions Cup at the 1,000, and Purple Pitcher controls the pace. Dave the King is now on the move. Here comes Dave the King, and See It Again is also on the move. Got a little bit of scrimmaging there. Then Cousin Casey and Barbaresco, Royal Victory. Behind that, Double Superlative, and Flagman continues to trail. About to be homeward bound in the Hong Kong Jockey Club Champions Cup. And in front, it's Dave the King. Purple Pitcher, See It Again's ready to strike on the inside, Cousin Casey. The grey is Barbaresco, Royal Victory, Double Superlative. Dave the King, See It Again. Purple Pitcher's trying to put in a claim. Barbaresco, Cousin Casey's looking for some running room. Dave the King still goes. See It Again, Purple Pitcher. Cousin Casey, Flagman on the outside. Dave the King is clear though. 100 metres to go. Cousin Casey, Flagman's running on, but Dave the King will win. Dave the King from Cousin Casey, maybe See It Again, Purple Pitcher and Flagman. Dave the King. Mike de Kock, the Global View, ends up winning it. Number 9, tote favourite, 350. The Global View for Larry Nestad, Gary Player, Welsh Racing. Bred by Gary Player stud. Win number 6 from 21. Richard Ferree made a move round about the 900, went around them and skips away. Cousin Casey, another consistent 4 runner-up berth. See It Again, Purple Pitcher, Flagman, Royal Victory, then Louis and Barbaresco. So here's Dave the King. Comes to the front just before they turn for home, and Richard then sets it alight inside the 300, stick in the left hand. See It Again, Flagman on the right hand side, Purple Pitcher, Barbaresco, but the victory is for number 9, Dave the King, who continues to roll and wins it well. Tote favourite at 350. That is the running of the 8th. Back to the studio.
A masterful ride from the master. Richard Ferree, a big, strong, galloping horse is this Dave the King. And he decided to take it up, take it by the scruff of the neck and catch me if you can. Galloped all the way home. Huge action horse, big animal, loves to win. He's reeled off the hat-trick. And things have really gone well for Dave the King. Amazing what confidence can do. Mike de Kock, trainer of the highest order. And he's in the winner's box here for yet another grade 1. Larry Nestat, Gary Player, Rolf's Racing. They are the owners. Gary Player stud, the breeders. He's a son of Global View out of a Jetmaster mare. And he's won well. And he really has run a good race. And this horse, Dave the King. And he's certainly got his confidence back, as I said, as he's greeted by the member from the South African Jockey Academy who places that magnificent sash. Beautiful, beautiful sash. The Hong Kong Jockey Club Champions Cup Grade 1 sash. And he's really is just a beautiful, big, imposing horse. And well done to all concerned. Really a good win. A win out the top draw. A good ride from Richard Ferree. There's his groom. There's his groom gone to greet Dave the King. And he's certainly a horse that's doing well and winning races. He returned R3.50 on the tote and R1.60 for a place. Well done, Richard. Congratulations, and a sterling ride. And it's been a bit of a quiet day by Richard's high standards, but not often he goes home without a winner or 2 or 3 or 4. But here he is in the winner's box. We'll enjoy this lead-in, and lovely to see those visuals. Richard Ferree touching base with the patrons. There's Mike, the assistant trainer to Mike, and they were quite bullish about this horse, Dave the King. But there he is in the winner's area with his beautiful blue and yellow or blue and gold sash. That is the Hong Kong Jockey Club Champions Cup sash. we'll enjoy the interview, we'll enjoy the lead-in, and we'll enjoy everything with regards to this race that really provided us with a great, great race.
And if I'm not mistaken, ladies and gentlemen, that's the 140th Grade 1 victory for trainer Mike de Kock. Sheldon, you can get that confirmed. His 140th Grade 1 victory for Mike de Kock.
Welcome back, and we've just seen Dave the King conquer this field. He's brought his A game for the Hong Kong Jockey Club Champions Cup Grade 1. Let's get the winning pilot through and the winning groom. Well done to the winning groom, Luandiso, and thanks very much to Sam Nati and also Sadanadu as he gets his 2,000 Rand there. Well done for producing Dave the King in fine fettle today. Then the man of the moment, Richard Farid, is going to come through talking about breaking records and having an absolute whale of a time. The objection hooters going, but come this side, Richard. Early on, there was a few exchanges where the pace was going to go, and then once you allowed him to stride on, the tactics paid dividends.
Yeah, look, obviously the 1800 is a bit on a stretch for him. Last time when Muzi rode him, he rode an absolute pillar on the horse, and the speed was on, and he could cuddle on him a bit. He came out sluggish, managed to hustle for a little bit of a spot with cover, but his action is just so great that it was very difficult to keep it there. And I remember speaking to Craig Zaki, that's ridden the horse before as well. He said if he's not pulling by the 1,000 quite yet, he'll win the race. And his action is tremendously huge, and through the 1100 I was already sitting in a 3D position, but he was comfortable. He hadn't taken a bit yet, and then after that, I said, okay, well, I'm 100 meters shy of the target where I'd like to go, but I just allowed him to take over, and he's got a big stride. He got there easy, started stretching them, came to straight, took the inside rail, and he was just sliding and doing everything in his best intentions, and the way he just uses that action, he's not going to kick hard off it, but he can sustain it and take everything off the bit. So it was a great win. Thank you to Mr. de Kock, to the owners, thank you so much. Obviously to the sponsors, the Whirlpool and the Hong Kong Jockey Club, thank you to them, and to my sponsors at Winning Form for their ongoing support the whole season. It's been a great journey.
Please receive your winning trophies as we hand up to the commentary box.
Patrons, please note that an objection has been lodged by the rider of the third place Dead Eater number 3 Purple Pitcher against number 10 See It Again, 3 and 10 Dead Eated, and it's on the grounds of interference and intimidation in the concluding stages. So it's the rider of number 3 Purple Pitcher, Kelvin Habib, against number 10 See It Again on the grounds of interference and intimidation in the concluding stages. Thank you, Sheldon.
There we go. The objection does not affect Dave the King, but Mark de Kock's going to be absolutely over the moon with another Grade 1 performance. You've set the bar so high, and when this horse walked into the ring, he looked like he was going to beat this field.
Yeah, things have been going almost too well. You know, you've got to pinch yourself when things go well as a trainer, prepping for a race. You know, we took the gamble of missing the July and coming in here, but honestly, this horse came here today. He was just like one of those boxers, you know, when you sound the bell, he's just going to get out and go out punching. A little worried the early stages. You know, the start was a little bit of a mess, but you know, once, like at 1,000, he just starts getting going. And once he pulls himself to the front like that, honestly, it's take a good one to beat him. I think he's a kind of horse that he could win anywhere in the world.
Well, to you and all the connections, another Grade 1, well done.
Thank you, and thank you very much for them for being patient and understanding and helping me make the right decisions. Thank you very much, obviously, too, to the Hong Kong Jockey Club for their sponsorship today. I mean, it's massive for us, and we certainly love and enjoy our association with Hong Kong, that's for sure. And you know, I must just thank my staff. We've had a wonderful time. We don't have a lot of horses these days, but every now and then we do get a Group 1, and we've got a fantastic team, and I must thank them for that.
Well, there's your winning mementos on a world-class day, so well done to all. Well done to Mark de Kock. Put your hands together. Dave the King, he put his battle armor on today, and he's come through to score. Da de Kock's going to come through and represent the connection, so well done to Da. She's going to get the winning mementos there. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to pick that up there, but well done to all concerned. Richard Ferree, Mark de Kock. The breeder is Gary Player, and the owners Nestat Player and Ralph's Racing, Miss K. Ralph, so well done to all concerned. Dave the King has come through with flying colours, and then there's that objection for the minor positions. And then last but not least, on behalf of the breeder, Michael's going to come through and collect there, so well done, Michael. Absolutely stunning, and Dave the King was turned out 120%, so well done. Thanks very much, Sam. Well done.
Thank you.
Super stuff. So that is Dave the King's race. He's come through and he's absolutely won it to style. There's objection for the minor positions, but that's it for the time being.
Welcome back to the Golden Horseshoe here at Hollywoodbets Greyville. Time now to announce. It's all done and dusted. The mathematics have been worked out. Time to announce and to honor the South African champion trainer for the season which ends on 31 July 2024. Back-to-back victories. Please welcome Justin Snaith, who's now officially confirmed as the champion trainer of South Africa with earnings of more than 20 million rands. Last year, it went to the wire. This year, not so much.
No, look, I must say thanks to my wife. My wife is the only person today that said to me, everyone's saying that Sean Tarry is going to get closer to you, but no one's saying that you're going to get further ahead. So I thank my wife for being the only person that had some faith in me today. And to my brother that was doing all the calculations. They're all at home with Jonathan Block and my brother. They're all at the yard with all our staff, enjoying the moment, and that's why we're the team that we are. We've got a hell of a backing of all my clients, and as I said, the most important thing is my staff. In Cape Town, we've had 800 mils of rain. We haven't raced in a month, and it's been really tough. And I just want to thank those staff every day coming out there and doing their bit. As I said to all the breeders, I'm breeding their most beautiful horses here in South Africa. We're always the most underrated breeders in world racing, I think. And I want to thank Mike de Kock for moving over. You know, time to move over for me.
He did make the comment, he still wins the majors.
Mike de Kock always wins the majors. That's why he's one of the greatest trainers that this country has ever seen. Him, myself, and Sean Tarry have been knocking this out. I think it's about 19 years now, 18 years between Mike de Kock, Sean Tarry, and myself. We are consistently in the top 4 in South Africa, and absolute privilege to be amongst those two guys in a title race. So I thank them for putting the bar at the level that they have, and just absolutely honored to be here. So as I said, and to Gold Circle for putting up a lovely winter series under all the dark conditions that they've had to put up with. They really have shot lights out this season.
Justin, thank you very much. Very eloquent as always. Time for the Chief Executive Officer of Michelle Narek to present you with your very special Psycho watch. And ladies and gentlemen, here's some love for Justin Snaith, our champion trainer of the year. Well done, Justin. Congratulations. That concludes the presentation to the champion trainer of South Africa, Justin Snaith. And he will be looking forward to the weather drying up in Cape Town so he can get his Cape Town operation underway. But it's been an absolute pleasure having all of the visiting trainers here in KwaZulu-Natal for champion season. Dave the King has won the final Grade 1 race of champion season, and appropriately ridden by the champion jockey Richard Fourie. Thanks for joining us. There's still 2 races to come.
Patrons, please note, objection in the 8th race has been overruled. The result stands, judge's result stands, and the deposit forfeited. The deposit forfeited, objection overruled, result stands. The Hong Kong Jockey Club Champions Cup, hood to be removed from flagman, 1800 metres, and the dispatch from the 1800 metre marker. Purple Pitcher, the first to go. Cousin Casey's right there, the blue cap near the rail. Barbaresco's on the outside, double superlatives with the green cap. See it again on the extreme right-hand side alongside Dave the King. Then comes Flagman, and then comes Royal Victory. And at the back, Louis is racing about 6-7 lengths off the leader as they move towards the 1300 metre region. Purple Pitchers in front. Barbaresco second. Cousin Casey at the rail third. Dave the King's in the white silks. Double superlative near the rail, the green cap. Royal Victory, see it again on the outside. Flagman's in the blue, and Louis the trailer. The Hong Kong Jockey Club Champions Cup at the 1000, and Purple Pitcher controls the pace. Dave the King is now on the move. Here comes Dave the King, and See It Again is also on the move. Got a little bit of scrimmaging there. Then Cousin Casey and Barbaresco, Royal Victory. Behind that, double superlative, and Flagman continues to trail. About to be homeward bound in the Hong Kong Jockey Club Champions Cup. And in front, it's Dave the King. Purple Pitcher, See It Again's ready to strike on the inside, Cousin Casey. The grey is Barbaresco, Royal Victory, double Special Superlative. Dave the King, see it again. Purple Pitcher's trying to put in a claim. Barbaresco, Cousin Casey's looking for some running room. Dave the King still goes. See it again. Purple Pitcher. Cousin Casey, Flagman on the outside. Dave the King is clear though. 100 metres to go. Cousin Casey, Flagman's running on, but Dave the King will win. Dave the King from Cousin Casey. Maybe see it again. Purple Pitcher and Flagman. Dave the King. Mike DeCock, the Global View, ends up winning it. Number 9, tote favourite, 350. The Global View for Larry Nesta at Gary Player Welsh Racing. Bred by Gary Player stud. Win number 6 from 21. Richard Ferree made a move round about the 900. Went around them and skips away. Cousin Casey, another consistent 4 runner-up berth. See it again. Purple Pitcher, Flagman, Royal Victory. Then Fluclue and Barbaresco. So here's Dave the King. Comes to the front just before they turn for home, and Richard then sets it alight inside the 300, stick in the left hand. See it again, Flagman on the right hand side, Purple Pitcher, Barbaresco, but the victory is for number 9, Dave the King, who continues to roll and wins it well. Tote favourite at 350. That is the running of the 8th. Back to the studio.
It's time now for the 9th race on the card. That is the Riding High Together Gold Bracelet. It's a Grade 2 event that's going to be run over 2,000 metres. As the evening creeps in, and we'll race a bit under lights, and of course it's the Racing Masters over the next couple of days. The Racing Golfing Masters, such a wonderful time for the racing folk to enjoy themselves, and we bid Graham Hawkins farewell as he takes some of the team members down for the Racing Masters. But this horse in the parade ring is number 1, a Future Girl. Now, Future Girl is paying R6.30 and R1.60 at this point in time, and this is a daughter of Fatura out of a trippy mare called Monte Carlo Girl rather. And Brett Crawford's already been in the winner's box today. Livy McNotwa rides, and they will have gate 1. And she really does look compact. She looks good. She looks bright in the coat, does Future Girl. And I think she's a must for all bets. Number 7. This is Ivy League for Byron Burtis. Well, we all know what Byron Burtis has done today already. This is for Lance Michael, Gerald and Karen Khalil, and the Thaver family. Samanga Kumalo is going to ride. And a tad erratic is Ivy League, but on very best form, she could have a bit of a chance in a field like this. A place chance, back in a quartet chance. But she looks very well, and the stable are really in good form. So this horse, Ivy League, maybe for larger quartets, could be one worth considering. Number 2 is a Special Charm. Special Charm is for Paul Matchett, Messrs. Janssen and Matchett, Rachel Venica, the pilot. They've drawn at a cosy gate, and they should have a lovely smooth run in transit. We were looking at the TV, obviously, not out there with the naked eye, but she doesn't look to be the hugest mare we've ever seen. But as I say, we're looking on a TV monitor, and it could be different out there. But she looks well. She's certainly got muscles in the right place, and she walks around the parade ring beautifully, does Special Charm. Her form is consistent. She's always there and thereabouts, and she's in fact been an ATM for the connections. Horse number 2, Special Charm, at 10.5 and 2.6. Here's an interesting runner. Horse number 9, Red Palace, Candice Bass Robinson, has been waiting patiently in the Durban view room for her only runner on the day, and that is Red Palace. And Red Palace now gets the services of Grant van Niekerk. Just want to double check that. Yes, indeed, Grant van Niekerk on Red Palace. Sure, how well does Red Palace look, the Patala Palace filly? Lovely big bold eye. She's walking around with purpose. She's letting her groom know that she's the boss, and she really does look well. She's got her lead pony with her, has Red Palace, and she's good. She's good. Her run in the Garden Province was a good effort. Her win before that down at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth was impressive. She really is a good horse, and she looks different class, does number 9, a Red Palace. That's the words I'd like to use, different class. Talking about different class, here's a Lady of Power for Mr. Jagan Nair. Mike Azzi, the trainer, and Lady of Power is a Master of My Fate filly. She is a 3-time winner from 20 starts. Another one that's got a cozy draw. And if this was a beauty competition, well, I think it would be fought out between Lady of Power and Red Palace. Raheel is standing by in the parade ring. He has an interview. Over to you, Raheel.
Race number 9, and it is horse number 9, Red Palace, here with Candice Bass Robinson. Just one runner for the day, Candice, and this filly, Red Palace, we know that she's very talented, but she's most effective from the front.
Yeah, she generally likes to go to the front. Last time out, she just wasn't quite as sharp out the gates, and she got a little bump, so she didn't quite get to be as handy as what I would have liked her to be. But despite that, she ran a very good race last time. I think she should be better over the 2,000 meters. I think she's looking for that sort of trip, and I think probably will find it a bit easier to get handier, especially at this track. So she's in good shape. She's come on nicely from that run. It's a nice type of race for her, and I think she'll have a good chance if things go away.
Thanks very much. All the best.
Thank you.
Thanks to Candice Bass Robinson for comment regarding number 9, Red Palace, who has been the subject to a lot of betting support as we edge closer to race time. If I'm not mistaken, I think she is the one that is at the top of betting boards as things stand. But Warren, back to you.
Runners coming out on the track. 11 Boulevard, Musieno sports the yellow cap. There's number 11, Boulevard. There's number 2, Special Charm, Rachel Veneker. Number 1, Future Girl, Louis McCartway. Number 3, Lady of Power, Serena Moodley. One, Future Girl passing by. Number 3, Lady of Power. Two, Special Charm about to turn. The 4, Gilded Butterfly, Gavin Lorino. 5, none other, Marco van Rensburg. Number 13, Raskova's passed by. 7, Ivy League. 8, Perfect Witness. Number 4, Gilded Butterfly. The 6 horse, Beating Wings, Kelvin Habib. Number 10, Happy Chance, Cabela Matsunyani. 9, Red Palace, Grant van Niekerk. 14, Hold My Hand, Richard Ferree, the white cap. 15, Sarki, Cornet Offer, couple of pig roots on the way to the machine. And there's 6 minutes to race time. Here's number 12, Red Maple, Craig Zaki, sporting the white cap.
Clock says 5 minutes. We certainly may get a minute or two extra as they make their way down to the 2,000 metre mark. Alistair joining me for the last 2 races. Ali, just before we talk about this race, as expected, top quality racing.
You know, this race day has a habit of providing probably more talking points than any other throughout the year, throughout the racing calendar. When you consider that it's 10 feature races and it's such an important time of the season that we at its dusk, and Equus Awards and some categories are still awfully hazy after today. I don't think there'll be too much more to write home about through these last 2 feature races. Might have implications here through the Riding Hard Together Gold Bracelet, but absolutely love the race day. For me, I love the Gold Cup, and I tell you what I have loved is obviously growing up in Durban and knowing what the Gold Cup was all about. Yeah, 25 years ago there were more people here than what there were today, but since the return of crowds 2 years ago, the 2022 Gold Cup, I thought maybe the crowd was a little bit on the low side. Last year better. This year there's been a great buzz here at Hollywoodbets Greyville, and you know what, if we stepping up all the time, even if it's by 100, it's progress.
Alistair, when I mentioned to Graham before we started the first race, and the crowds were here early, and that for me is always a great indicator. It's been a wonderful, wonderful day, and we thank the punter and of course the public. 3 horses that I want to ask your opinion on, and I'm by no means suggesting it's a 3-horse race because it's far from. But let's start with number 9, Red Palace, whom I thought looked outstanding in the parade ring. She walked around the parade ring like a tigress, and she walked around like she owned it.
She's always been a striking daughter of Patala Palace. Candice Bass-Robinson has ironed out all those issues that she had at the starting stalls during the Cape Summer Festival when she refused to load, played the fool, got scratched a couple of times. She was really a handler's nightmare, and all those sort of bad attitude aspects have kind of been ironed out. Now she loads quietly, and her performance, although perhaps not always producing her best, her performance hasn't totally fallen off a cliff. I thought her run in the Ridgemont Garden Province was good, where she probably ran above her rating considering who was behind her, or who was around her rather. As a result, she remains a 108, beaten 2 lengths to Humdinger. That's got to set her up here. What's interesting about this race, Warren, is that there's so much pace around. She's one of the pace angles in this race, and with the tailwind, you're probably going to find all those likely pace setters are going to be even more eager to go out and make the play. She's one of those. If she doesn't fall into the trap of cutting throw-its with all those other horses that are going to go forward, then she could be the one that's perfectly teed up. It's all going to come out to how the race is run.
The next one is Happy Chance. Now, this Dynasty filly out of a Captain Elmere for Brett Crawford, Hollywood Syndicate, Cabela Matsunyani, although they do have a bit of an awkward draw. Her last run, her run in the Garden Province, in the Ridgemont Garden Province, was, sure, she looked all over by the shouting.
Her too, will she get the trip? If she is going to get 2,000 metres, it probably will be at Hollywoodbets Greyville. She ran the race of her life. In fact, she was all over a winner, as you mentioned, going through the final 200 metres, and it was just some straight and magic on Humdinger. And to be fair, the heart of a lion that Humdinger has, that probably got Humdinger home over Happy Chance, but that was her career best. On the evidence of that run, she's got to be taken quite seriously here. Will she get the trip? Actually, spoke to Brett Crawford on the way here. I was looking for a bunny chance, so was Brett. And they were all sold out, unfortunately. And we were making our way to, I said, what do you think of Happy Chance? Do you think she'll stay? If she gets ridden properly, and that's not to say that Cabella's going to ride her like a cowboy, obviously in the context of the race, if things go according to plan, and yes, you can make that argument for everyone in this race, then she's a big chance here. Number 10, Happy Chance. The big query, though, is the trip.
And it's that car in the background. We must get somebody to put up a sign or the starter to welcome those people, because we get so much public that stops, and that's a wonderful fence that you can see through. And let the people know that it's free to the race course and to come in to this side of the fence, because once you're on this side of the fence, you're hooked for life.
30 years ago, that was the under-18s telling their dad, I want to go watch the horses, and that was probably the only vantage point that you had. Yeah, we should tell the driver of that car that there's an entrance point about 200 metres up the road, and it costs nothing to get in.
Correct, correct.
Back a winner and get hooked for life.
Ali, number 15 is Sarki. Now, of course, that stable have been in the under the big lights already, and yeah, there was a good last run, and she did shift out, did Sarki, but I wouldn't be shocked if she won.
This was probably her main target through the season, dare I say. Even though she's run with credits in the KRA East Coast Handicap, the Willavington was just a mess of a race. There were so many hard luck stories, she being one of them. And again, her run the track in the Tab Gold Oaks was also an excellent effort. Andre now and Platinum Racing must be tearing their hair out with the draw that she's got. Yeah. I don't know if her running style is going to suit the conditions here today, but all things being equal, she's very, very close to the top of my list.
And then we'll squeeze one more in. You're talking about, would Happy Chance stay? Well, I think the question's got to be asked about Raskova, number 13 at 11 Rand and 340, because she's good.
She's very good, but I can't see it. It's 2,000 metres, probably just going to stretch her a little bit. You know, just the fact that she goes off to the front. She's so brave up front as well, and she can be a bit of a sitting duck going through the final 200 metres, and that's over 1,600 metres. I think over 1,400 metres, her in double Grand Slam are formidable. 1,600 metres is probably a flick of the coin, but going 2,000 metres Raskova, I don't know. I do have my doubts. Pound for pound, she's probably up there with the best horses in the race. Few others that I want to mention. Perfect Witness, her last run before she goes off to stud. What an absolute darling she's been for Candice Dawson and connections. If she ran in the top 4, she'd be an Equine millionaire. 6 Beating Wings, very much in the play as well. And I've got an inkling number 5, none other will be in the top 4. Let's get up to Craig.
Thanks, Alistair. Loading up, riding high together. Gold Bracelet, grade 2 over 2,000 metres. It's a couple to load. Bellevard, yellow cap. Red Maple, the white cap. Hold My Hand, also a white cap, and Sarki's in. 2,000 metres, just about set. And away they go from the 2,000 metre marker. Special Charms there, Lady of Powers being ridden at. Beating Wings is right there, Red Palace. Future Girls near the rail, Happy Chance on the outside. Raskova has now run up into second position. Then comes Perfect Witness, who's now about 5 lengths off the leader. None others further back in the run. Then Bellevard further back at this stage, about 6 or 7 off them is Gilded Butterfly. Then comes Ivy League, that's in the yellow, racing about 8 or 9 lengths off the leader as they go towards the 1,200 metre region. And they're followed then by Red Maple. One of the trailers is Hold My Hand, and Sarki's just in front of it. They stretched out 15, 16 lengths. Lady of Powers in front, Raskova second, Happy Chance third. Red Palace is at the rail fourth, then Beating Wings. They're followed further back by Future Girl, who's along the inside. Perfect Witness is in the white. Between them is none other. Special Charm, and then comes Gilded Butterfly, followed by Ivy League in the yellow. Bellevard's also got the yellow cap. Gilded Butterfly, Sarki. Behind that one is Red Maple, that's got the white cap. And towards the back of the field is Hold My Hand. As they move towards the 600 metre marker, Raskova has now taken it up. Lady of Powers back in second position. Third place is Happy Chance. Then comes Beating Wings. Red Palace on the inside. Future Girl's going to go in. None others towards the outside. Then Perfect Witness. Sarki got 8 or 9 to go. Still Raskova at the 300-meter marker. Happy Chance. Red Palace is now coming on. Towards the inside, Future Girl. Sarki on the outside. Raskova's flat to the boards. Red Palace a big runner now. And Red Palace comes swooping into the lead over the last 100 to win. Going away. Red Palace will win it. Sarki knows running on for second. Red Palace just made it. Sarki second, third Raskova. Well, Red Palace had it won. And then let's just watch the closing stages. Red Palace pick up right here for Grant van Niekerk. Has got it won by a length and a quarter. And then look at that. Just takes it a little bit easy. And Sarki closes it right down to the line. But Red Palace manages just to hold on. Second was Sarki. Third place, Raskova. And the fourth position, that will go to, it looks as though it's number 5, none other. So Red Palace comes on well and takes it up. The Patala Palace, Candice Bass-Robertson, Grant van Niekerk. And this one's for the Andrews, Bass, Gonzalez, Bradenbach, and Candice Bass-Robertson. The pink cap comes forward. Fourth win from 13, and Sarki closes it down. And just before the line, gets eased up, and then Sarki really takes off, and there's only that head in it at the business end. So number 9, it pays up 390 and is toad favourite. Back to the studio.
Lovely to see Grant van Niekerk in the winner's box, and this filly Alistair, Red Palace, we certainly not after the race merchants. We picked her out before the race, and she walked around the parade ring like she owned it. And Raskova ran a good race to a point, and she's run a good third, I think. But the question is, does she stay, doesn't she stay?
Well, she stayed 1,900 metres.
Yeah.
Well, a big run from Raskova.
Huge run.
Yeah, but Red Palace, everything just went right. The pace was always going to be on. She ended up in a perfect spot under Grant van Niekerk for Candice Bass-Robertson. You know, when you consider Candice has brought, well, I think she's in total brought 3 horses to KZN for champion season.
She picked it. She picked it well. She brought a handful of horses.
She's leaving with a grade 1 winner and a grade 2 winner. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, Red Palace will be a very good filly to focus on during the Cape Summer. She'll probably have her targets. I'm sure the Mallorca Stakes and the Paddock Stakes will be in the forefront of Connections' minds. Bred by Terry Andrews at the Sorrento Stud, the daughter of Patala Palace. With victory today, takes her earnings past R1 million, and she's turning 4 in less than a week.
What must be even more comforting, and maybe not comforting is the wrong word, but more fulfilling and to making every win even more joyous, is that it's well documented she's had problems, issues. Her and the starting stalls hated each other. And you know, the team of the Bass-Robertson stable and their riders and stable staff have worked tirelessly. And how wonderful for Terry and Annabelle Andrews and all their partners. But well done to Candice and her team, because she hated the starting stalls.
Yeah, absolutely. And Melinda Toy has also done a great job with Red Palace, just ironing out those problems, all those issues and those demons that she had when loading. Grant van Niekerk will be breathing a sigh of relief. Putting his hands down like that. I mean, Corne Orfer, his good mate, just kept him honest there right at the end.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure the staffs will be waiting just to remind Grant, right to the line, do your job. But oh, look, the connections with the bold black type and the stake check that's going to go their way, I'll probably give him a free pass.
Yeah, so somebody told him that Sarki was charging, but jokes aside, Grant van Niekerk, a great rider, and Red Palace, yep, indeed. And Terry Fripp as well, who's been looking after their horses in the province in Candice's absence. She's been up and down, but well done to Terry Fripp, a horseman of the highest order, and lovely to see him under the bright lights too. So Red Palace in the winner's box. It's a Grade 2 event, the Riding High Together Gold Bracelet, a very, very good filly, and I agree with Alistair's sentiments. We'll follow her closely into the Cape now, and she's just great. She's won a good race, this filly. Well done to all concerned. The post-race interview is up next.
Race number 9 on the day, Riding High Together Gold Bracelet, the Grade 2, the final of our graded features on this Sunday. It goes away of Red Palace, Candice Bass-Robinson, Grant van Niekerk teaming up with this filly, and Red Palace, well, she's notched up another win. Well done to the winning groom, who his name is Siabonga, and Candice Pillay, who is the CFO of Gold Circle, will hand over the winning check. Well done. Siabonga, excellent job. All done there to Siabonga, the winning groom. Let's get Candice Bass-Robinson in next, and we'll have a chat to Candice about this filly. And Candice, thanks very much for your comments pre-race. And this filly, she just made it home in time today.
I think Grant nearly cost himself there, thinking he'd won it, and put his hands down a little bit. But nonetheless, she won a good race today. I think things worked out well for her today. I think this is a much better trip for her. I think the mile last time was perhaps a little bit on the sharp side for her to try and, get her to race like she would like to race. She's a beautiful looking filly. She's a lovely, tall, scopy filly, and she showed such glimpses of being a really decent filly down in Cape Town. She just got beaten in the Colts Guineas. So we've always held in high regard, and I'm just really glad that it's worked out. She has got a Group 2 under her belt now. I haven't had a lot of horses up here for the season. I've basically just raided up. So not much in quantity, but it's been a quality season for me. I've had a couple of horses up here, Group 1 and a Group 2. So I'd just like to thank Durban for hosting me. Sorry, I'm out of breath here. And as I say, it's been a really nice season for me. To Terry, who's been looking after my horses up here, thank you so much, Tim. He's done a great job. To my 2 grooms, Siabonga and Oscar. They've been up and down twice now, back and forth. So thanks so much to them. And just to my whole team at home, as I say, it's been a great season for us. It's been a bit tricky in Cape Town the last month. We've had no racing at all, and it's nice to just end the season off on a winner here. And just thanks to everybody involved.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done to Candice Bass-Robinson. Candice Pillay to Candice Bass-Robinson there, winning memento. Well done to Bass Racing with this filly Red Palace, who now becomes a 4-time winner. Let's get Grant in next. And, well, Grant van Niekerk, just having a look at this filly. I think first time that you've partnered her. My oh my, almost got beat there.
I obviously misjudged a little bit, but these things happen. I thought I actually added a lot easier than what I did, but sometimes just a judgment of every day. But nice, very nice filly. I thought she probably did it a little bit harder early on, as for the other 3 in front of me, but testament to ability. I think she's a filly that could cruise off that high speed and still quicken off it. So filly probably worth definitely following. Just big shout out to obviously Aldo and Anthony Andrews. They obviously gave me a lot of insight about her, and I obviously feel for Aldo because he was wasting away this week. So this one's for him.
How's the season been?
Durban season's been very tough, but I haven't based myself over here, so it's been difficult getting quality rides and so forth. But we take it as it comes, and hopefully next season's better.
Well done, Grant.
Thank you, obviously, to all the partnerships involved, and Hong Kong Jockey Club and everyone concerned. Thank you so much.
Well done there, Grant van Niekerk, the winning rider, and he'll receive his winning memento. And we've got one final memento that is on behalf of the breeder, and well done to the breeder here. And we've got a whole host of owners involved, but the memento goes to Terry Andrews, who is the breeder there. And Terry Andrews involved with a whole host of other owners in partnership here with Red Palace. But well done to all those concerned. Race number 9, the final graded race for the 2023-2024 season, goes away off the daughter of Potala Palace, who gets that 4th victory here for Candice Bass-Robinson and Grant van Niekerk. We've got just one race left on Whirlpool Gold Cup race day. That is race number 10 over the 1,000 meter trip, and it's going to be a race that they're going to go quick, so don't blink because you'll miss it. But that will be next up, race number 10.
$2,000 meters, just about set. And away they go from the 2,000 meter marker. Special Charms there, Lady of Powers being ridden at, Beating Wings is right there, Red Palace. Future Girls near the rail, Happy Chance on the outside. Raskova has now run up into 2nd position. Then comes Perfect Witness, who's now about 5 lengths off the leader. None others further back in the run. Then Boulevard further back at this stage, about 6 or 7 off them is Gilded Butterfly. Then comes Ivy League, that's in the yellow, racing about 8 or 9 lengths off the leader as they go towards the 1,200 meter region. And they're followed then by Red Maple. One of the trailers is Hold My Hand, and Sarki's just in front of it. They stretched out 15, 16 lengths. Lady of Powers in front, Raskova 2nd, Happy Chance 3rd. Red Palace is at the rail 4th, then Beating Wings. They're followed further back by Future Girl, who's along the inside. Perfect Witness is in the white. Between them is none other. Special Charm, and then comes Gilded Butterfly, followed by Ivy League in the yellow. Boulevard's also got the yellow cap. Gilded Butterfly, Sarki. Behind that one is Red Maple, that's got the white cap. And towards the back of the field is Hold My Hand. As they move towards the 600 meter marker, Raskova has now taken it up. Lady of Powers back in 2nd position. 3rd place is Happy Chance. Then comes Beating Wings. Red Palace on the inside. Future Girl's going to go in. None others towards the outside. Then Perfect Witness. Sarki got 8 or 9 to go. Still Raskova at the 300 meter marker. Happy Chance. Red Palace is now coming on. Towards the inside, Future Girl, Sarki on the outside. Raskova's flat to the boards. Red Palace a big runner now. And Red Palace comes swooping into the lead over the last 100 to win, going away. Red Palace will win it. Sarki knows running on for 2nd. Red Palace just made it. Sarki 2nd, 3rd Raskova. Well, Red Palace had it won, and then let's just watch the closing stages. Red Palace pick up right here for Grant van Niekerk, has got it won by a length and a quarter, and then look at that, just takes it a little bit easy, and Sarki closes it right down to the line, but Red Palace manages just to hold on. 2nd was Sarki, 3rd place Raskova, and the 4th position that will go to, it looks as though it's number 5, none other. So Red Palace comes on well and takes it up. The Potala Palace, Candice Bass-Robertson, Grant van Niekerk, and this one's for the Andrews, Bass, Gonzalez, Bradenbach, and Candice Bass-Robertson. The pink cap comes forward. 4th win from 13, and Sarki closes it down, and just before the line gets eased up, and then Sarki really takes off, and there's only that head in it at the business end. So number 9, it pays up $3.90 and is toad favourite. Back to the studio.
The last race of KZN's champion season, South Africa's champion season, is about 9 minutes away. I can't believe that I'm saying it's the last race of the season, because I can remember not so long ago sitting around the boardroom tables with the team from Gold Circle in preparation for the start of KZN's champion season. And here we are in the blink of an eye, bringing the curtain down. But my oh my, it's been fabulous. Here's number 10, Black Egret, the Rafif gelding for Clinton Binder, Hollywood Syndicate and Marco van Rensburg. Black Egret is ultra consistent. He's knocking at the door. In fact, he's not knocking at the door, he's banging the door down, is Black Egret. He does have a bit of an awkward draw to deal with, but he walks around the parade ring, and he walks around the parade ring with some bit of class about him. When I say class, and he just looks like a very smart horse in the looks department. And his form is consistent. He's a 4-time winner. He would certainly be able to make his presence felt in this race. And if he were to win, I wouldn't be shocked at all. Number 1 is Dreamland for Lucky Hood Alakis and the Werners family. And gate 1 is what they'll get. He races on the pace, does Dreamland. He's won his last 4. And if he were to, after the race, were to be a winner of his last 5, that would come as absolutely no surprise. Lucky Hood Alakis, his other runner, I think placed in an earlier race. But here's Dreamland, the Lancaster bomber gelding, who's looks well muscled and walking around the parade ring with purpose. And of course there's Bart Vanders in the parade ring. Lovely to have Bart Vanders here all the way from Hong Kong. A journalist of the highest order, Bart Vanders. He works for the Hong Kong Jockey Club. He works, of course, for the newspapers in Hong Kong. And you're most welcome as always, Bart. Thank you very much for all the hard work that you do and promote South African horse racing. And please convey our appreciation to everybody at Hong Kong Racing. And lovely to have Bart Vanders here, a man of the highest quality. Back to the horses. Number 8 is just walking past. Number 5 is what we're focusing on. This is Pistol Pete. And Pistol Pete is from the Tony Peter stable. This is for Suzette and Barsi Viljoen, who have already had a grade 1 success today. And lovely that they're here with us today, flown up from Hopes and Dreams stud down in the Cape. And lovely to have all the visiting owners, as Graham alluded to, all the visiting owners and trainers. We welcome them. Here's number 11, who's left a little earlier, Champompa Champisi. There's a couple of them. I see the other jockeys haven't got up, so I'll just let you know that Champompa Champisi is, now we can see why they want to go down a bit earlier with Champompa Champisi, and that is the one that's going to lead the charges. So there are 2 earlier runners, 2 Hollywood horses. There's 11 Champompa Champisi, who's just responded to the urgings from Athandiwe Mbugudwa. He certainly looks well, the son of Va. And here is the other Hollywood runner going down to the start as well. And looks good too, does number 6, Hit Them Hard Sunshine. Okay, let's get back to the parade ring. Here's King of the Gauls. King of the Gauls is number 14 for Tony Riverland, Robert Bloomberg and Mary Liley. Gavin Lorena is the pilot. And they do obviously have the widest draw of all. But he goes forward. Well, he did in his last start, King of the Gauls. I don't know what the riding instructions are, but he normally goes forward, does King of the Gauls. He led, he tied in the closing stages last time. That was over 1,200. He's an absolute cracker. He's a smashing looking horse. Look at him, the way he's been turned out by Tony Riverland and his team, Patrick and the team at Riverland Racing. And King of the Gauls at 17 Rand 90 and 3 Rand 60. I certainly wouldn't be leaving out of quartets. I did try and work out a quartet. It's competitive. It is certainly competitive, but that's the type of racing that it is. I wouldn't leave him out. He's not my first choice. I'm not saying that he can't win. Of course he can win. He's not my first choice, but I give him more of a place chance than a winning one. But what a specimen. And this was bred by Main Chance Farms. No stranger to breeding good horses. So that's King of the Gauls, gets a tick from me. Number 12, this is Pray for Rain, and a warm welcome all the way from Ireland to Michael Moroney and his team. South African racing, well supported around the world, and lovely that these owners have flown in. They've got Pray for Rain. He won this race last year, Pray for Rain, when Michael did that interview that I don't think any of us will forget with Sheldon. And Pray for Rain, he's capable on his day. Yes, it's a very competitive field. Having a word with Michael Moroney during the course of the day. Of course, it's a tough field, but he's a horse that's won 5 races. He's got an awkward draw. And they're just here for the fun. They're here to enjoy the environment. They're here to enjoy the atmosphere. And whatever Pray for Rain does for them, win, lose or draw, they'll be happy. And do you remember that interview from last year?
Who could forget it? Still got it on my phone, all saved. Brilliant, Michael Moroney. And we're about 2 hours later than what the interview was last year.
Yeah,
so imagine the state of it this year.
Okay, absolutely. He's got it. There he goes out the parade ring, Michael Moroney. He's 2 hours later, you're quite right. So that's how many whiskies in 2 hours?
And I see he's wearing a Make America Great again cap.
Okay, and there we go. That is the horses. Lovely shot of them coming down the chute to go onto the track. The clock says 3 minutes. You'll get more. There's Pistol Pete, and there is another Hollywood horse. There's Pray for Rain, Serena Mudley. Let's go up to Craig. He'll call them down for us, and Alistair and I will come back to you in a short while.
Field for the 10th race, LHKR in December, Mgani handicap, listed 200,000 Rand. It's over 1,000 meters. Here's number 3, Ripple Effect, Dennis Schwartz. The 4's Magic Tattoo, Craig Zaki. Number 2, Coin Spinner, Matthew Thackeray. 1, Dreamland, Richard Faree, a little bit heady. 7, tucked in nicely, is Baltic Secret, Seanville, filly in the race. The 10 horse is Black Egret, Purple Cap, Marco van Rensburg. Pray for Rain, number 12, Serena Moodley. 13, Don Kerari, Chase Majan. The 8 horse, Underworld, Keegan de Mello. Number 5, Pistol Pete, Muzieni. Number 14, King of the Gauls, Gavin Lorino. Strong Individualist, King of the Gauls. Feet out the irons. It says 1 minute. It'll take them a couple of minutes to get to the start. Your favourite is number 1, Dreamland. That's at 2:20. Then number 5, Pistol Pete at 4:20.
To the start they go for the 10th race, which is the LHKIR in December, Mgani handicap, a listed event over 1,000 metres. The tote favourite is number 1, Dreamland, at 2.3 and 1.5. He is going for 5 in a row. Richard Faree, gate 1, Lucky Hoodalakis. His earlier runner ran a cracking race, none other. I wouldn't be shocked, Alistair, if he made it 5 in a row.
You know, life's getting tougher for him, Warren, each and every start, because he's stepping up all the time. He's gone from being just a reasonable sprinter to going into this listed event with a legitimate chance. He's the tote favourite. He's won 4 in a row. He beat Super Awesome last time off level weights. That is probably a worrying piece of form. But other than that, I love the way that he gets the job done. Draw 1's going to be a huge advantage.
the familiarity of Richard Fourie in the irons is going to be a huge advantage as well. And even though this is his biggest test to date, if you asked me 3 months ago at the start of champion season, can you see Dreamland running in a listed feature, I would have said yes, but being favourite, no. But now all of a sudden the way that he's emerged, evolved and become this very smart sprinter, he's not out of place at the top of the boards. He's a live chance. And also when you look a little bit deeper, perhaps bar Pistol Pete, a lot of the horses that have strong chances are drawn out deep, so that's going to count against them. And interesting, you're talking about last year's winner, Pray for Rain, who's just about to get in there behind the stalls. 2 years ago, this horse was won by Isi Vungu Vungu, who obviously went on to become champion sprinter of South Africa and multiple Grade 1 winner. So this race has got a little bit of a habit of producing future history.
Sure, it's a good memory, Ali. Absolutely, quite right. Now that you've jolted our memory, and Pray for Rain going on track there. He's a solid son of soft falling rain and is more than capable on his day. You mentioned Pistol Pete. It'd be remiss if we didn't talk about him. I see he's quite short on the bookmakers' platforms. He's bred by Wilke Borsdrift and Maritz Fontaine. He is a 2-year-old, 52 kilograms, Muzi Yeni, cozy draw, shows pace. And he's already a 4-time winner out of 6 starts. I think he was around 11 to 10 on one of the bookmaking platforms. I'm not surprised to see that.
Money's come for 2 horses here. He's one of them. The other one is number 10, Black Egret. But going to number 5, Pistol Pete, he's a 2-year-old at listed company. The weight for age scale doesn't exactly suggest he's without a prey here, just in terms of the pure numbers that the handicapper works with. He's obviously a very quick son of Buffalo Bill Cody. He showed good resolve last time to win over 1,160 metres. When beating Bjorn Ironside, they were well clear of the rest of the field. What we also need to remember is that a lot of 2-year-olds are beating their older contemporaries at the moment. I think when they're of a sufficient level, it doesn't matter what the weight for age scale is and what the perceived ideas of having their work cut out might be. If they're good enough, they'll win. And I think that he's definitely good enough to give things a shake. He'll be somewhere when the cameras are flashing.
Now, when I spoke to Stuart Ferry during the week, and you might say, why on earth am I going to talk about number 9, Luna Cam, who's paying 22.20 and 5.90. He's quick. It's going to be an interesting observation to see, whether Pistol Pete, who's going to win that argument, Pistol Pete or Luna Cam, because they're both very, very quick. There are others, of course, that are quick, and maybe neither of them will get a blow in the argument. But Luna Cam's quick, Alistair.
I think Luna Cam probably naturally quicker than Pistol Pete, dare I say. He is a ball of speed. There he is behind the stalls. He's a lovely, handsome, dark bay son of Captain of All. I thought he achieved at a very high level. The handicap obviously agreed with that last time, when being under sufferance and emerging with a very big 14-pound penalty, which is obviously justified if you're going to go under sufferance. Bigger test for me, I'd say outside place chance at best.
That jockey, Tristan Godden, he's just blossomed and keeps blossoming and getting chances, and he's delivering on the big stage, and it's wonderful to see.
There are a lot of jockeys countrywide who, obviously 1st of August, everything goes back to zero. They see visions of grandeur and want to travel. I believe quite a lot of jockeys. Kabelo Matsanyani is going to be travelling in and around the country. Sereno Mudli is going to be doing the hard yards, I believe, this season as well. Muzi Yeni can't help himself. Samango Kamalo can't help himself, so they'll be on a plane just about every day. And Tristan Godden will be one of those guys that I'd like to see sort of exit his comfort zone, because he's got a very strong association with Mike Miller, who's got the most horses here in KZN and is training feature race winners regularly. It's not as if it's just 2-year-olds. That was always the way Mark Miller was almost treated. But now, Narina Tragon has gone and won as an older horse and won at listed level, and was a grade 3 level, no, just listed level this season. But that's still testament to the fact that Tristan Godden's associated himself with such a strong yard in KZN. Maybe he could be tempted to testing the waters somewhere out of country in this coming season. I'd like to see it, because he can only broaden his horizons. I do want to talk about the horse drawn deepest. If he was drawn better, number 14, King of the Gauls, probably be my top choice. He's not going to have it easy from that deep draw. I don't need to tell you how he looks in the canter pass of the parade ring. He is a gem. He's a beautiful son of Vercingetorix. The idea is that they're going to be races for him to win, that he's got the capabilities of picking up a few big races. Gavin Larena knows him, rode him in the Gold Rush over a mile, which he just patently didn't stay. He didn't enjoy the trip. He's an out-and-out sprinter. There he is. If you had to paint a picture of a horse, King of the Gauls will be very, very close to being the pick for the centrefold. Didn't have the best luck in running in the Grade 2 Post Merchants on Hollywoodbets Durbanville. I don't see how he's going to have too much luck in running from draw 14 out of 14. But he'll be throwing his weight around, and he's a long-term horse for me.
Yeah, I agree with you. He really is a good horse. He's a good horse by Vercingetorix and Tony Rivlin and Robert Blumberg, for that matter, and Mary Lally. for that matter, have freely told us that, and he really is a good horse. And
let's have a Hollywood race here, Warren. They've got 3 runners: 6 Hit the Mark Sunshine, 10 Black Egrets, and 11 Champompo Champisi as they load.
11 Champompo for me.
Okay, I will race you home with number 6, the stable companion, Hit the Mark Sunshine.
All right, let's race the last race of the season.
Well, the season ends on the 31st of July, so it's not the last race of the current season. Our season ends on Wednesday as they start loading up. Pistol Pete about to step up. Coin Spinner, Dreamland, Striped Cap of Champompo Champisi, Black Egret to come forward, the Purple Cap, Hit the Mark Sunshine, Magic Tattoo coming up, Ripple Effect, Coin Spinner, Dreamland's in one, couple of riders sitting on the side of the gates. King of the Gauls is in, Pray for Rain. Pray for Rain about to step up, and Don Kirari. Pray for Rain stepping up. 1,000 meters. Speeders on, 10th and last at Hollywoodbets Greyville. Along the inside, Coin Spinner, Luna Cam is right there, Magic Tattoo, King of the Gauls is right there. Dreamland a couple of lengths off them, then Pray for Rain, followed by Baltic Secret. That's about 4 or 5 lengths off the leader. Around them goes Don Kirari, followed by Pistol Pete. It's very compact. Ripple Effect, then comes Black Egret. Further back in the field is Underworld, Champompo Champisi, and Hit the Mark Sunshine. Top of the lane, Luna Cam the leader. King of the Gauls is back in second. Down the inside, Coin Spinner and Dreamland. On the outside of that, Don Kirari, King of the Gauls there. Pistol Pete still got 4 or 5 lengths to make up. Luna Cam, King of the Gauls, a big runner. On the outside of that, Don Kirari. King of the Gauls, though, hit the front over the last 100 meters. And it's King of the Gauls going on to win it. King of the Gauls has won it. Second place, Luna Cam. Then came Don Kirari and maybe Pray for Rain. Have to say, a very good victory for number 14, King of the Gauls, from that draw. The Verzin Jederix, Robert Bloomberg, Mary Liley. Main Chance Farms, Tony Riverland, Gavin Larena. Full of himself on the way to the start was King of the Gauls. The 3-year-old records its 5th win from 12 outings. Wins by 2. Luna Cam, number 9, second. Third place will go to Don Kirari. Then came Pray for Rain. Further back was Black Egret. Magic Tattoo. Luna Cam and King of the Gauls. King of the Gauls had the pace and was up with the speed from that draw. Stick in the left hand, and now he quickens up very well inside the 200. Number 14 at pace 12:40 and 3:10. King of the Gauls wins a very good race at the business end of today's 10-race program. And the tote favourite ends up number 5. Number 5, Pistol Pete, ends up the tote favourite. It's the 10th and last race. The end of the season, end of July, is on the 31st of this month. Until then, Craig Peters signing off.
Ali, you said that King of the Gauls, if he was drawn better, you know, he would have been your firm first choice. And I think the fact that he was drawn where he was drawn and he's won the way in which he has, just is such testament to the good horse that he is.
He won the race at the first 100 metres because out of that draw, Gavin Larena had him spot there. It couldn't have been any easier, couldn't have been any better from that draw. And the way that Gavin Larena got him into place, you know, like I said 2 years ago, this race was won by Isi Vungu Vungu, and he swept all before him. I don't think I'd be speaking out of turn by saying that the hopes from the connections is that he can go and rise to those levels of Isi Vungu Vungu. Excellent win. I thought it was more hands and heels and much effort from Gavin Larena. Might have needed a little bit of coaxing into the lead when Luna Cam, who was very, very brave in defeat in second, has to be said.
A huge run.
Yeah, Luna Cam tried to fend off number 14, King of the Gauls, but King of the Gauls has just got a lot of qualities of a serious sprinter in the making. And when you look around the country with Thunderstruck being retired, you know, Sergey, although winning the Mercury Sprinter, and I don't want to take anything and dampen the gloss, Sergey turns 6 in a week from now. We're the emerging young sprinters in the country. This could be him.
Yeah, absolutely. I certainly know that Mary Liley's at the races. I haven't bumped into Robert. Is he not here?
No, he is not here.
Not here. Well, -10 for him.
No, he's well into the plus after this. Don't worry. You can subtract points. I don't think he cares about your leaderboard.
Yeah, it would have been lovely to have seen Robert Bloomberg, good friend of racing here in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, because he loves this horse, and not surprisingly. But King of the Gauls, we'll wait and see him in the winner's box. What did he pay? Number 14 at 12 Rand 40 and 3 Rand 10. For number 14, King of the Gauls, and he's taken home a prize, the first prize of 125,000 Rand. And well done to the team of Tony Riverland and Gavin Lorena getting it all right here today. And lovely to have him in the winner's box. There is Tony, there's Mary, and Mary, a horsewoman and just a gracious woman of the turf.
Oh, you know how much I love her colours, the rose and the lilac and the emerald green cap, beautiful. And Mary's been, how long has she been gracing the turf of Hollywoodbets Greyville and Hollywoodbets Scottsville?
I just hope and pray that at her age I can walk like she does, because she walks stronger than I do sometimes.
I'll tell you what, I was with Dee's Diamond about 15 minutes ago, and yeah, Mary is striding up far better than Dee's and various other people that we know in the game. What do we do to ourselves?
King of the Gauls in the winner's box, and the post-race interview, I'm sure, will be joyous.
So, ending off the meeting on a high, King of the Gauls, a smart-looking specimen. Well done to his groom, Cesar. So well done to Cesar, you get your 2,000 Rand there. And thanks very much to Candice Pillay, CFO of Gold Circle, handing over. Congratulations. Tony Riverland's going to come through. Gavin Lorena's kindly excused himself. He's got a flight to catch. And Gavin just said, I must tell Robert Bloomberg that he's got an exceptionally good horse on his hands. And from that draw, Gavin rode a perler.
Yeah, didn't he just? I thought it would work out well. Something had to go, but he's quick. I mean, he was over there in a flash. But as long as something went and he could get up behind them, that would be right. You know, Merchants didn't work out well on July Day. He worked himself up too much with all the noise. Got so worked up that Grant nearly had him in behind, and then he just couldn't hold him, and he went round up the hill flat out. You're going to battle, you know. Also, he'd had a small hiccup between the two runs, so today was a lot better. Everything had gone well. He actually canted this morning, and yet he's so full of himself, you know. But he gets a bit wide up under the lights. I think he's a bit horse up the straight, which we'll see when he goes back to Cape Town later on. I'm delighted for Robert and Mary, obviously, you know. Great when your friends own a horse that's pretty decent, and he's won 2 listed races this season, and I think he might have a big one in the tank somewhere. I think he might even be a better 4-year-old. So delighted for all the team. My wife and daughter helped me, obviously. It's been a good week for us, and yeah, we don't have any runners, so it's a nice way for us to end the season. I think it's been a reasonable season. Our percentages have been high, and I must say, Gavin, I thank him. He couldn't have ridden a better race. He rode it with a lot of confidence. He's an experienced rider, Gavin. He doesn't get flustered easily. And yeah, what can I say? And well done to all the sponsors today. I think it's been a great way to end our season, champion season. It's been wonderful. Generally, the races have been pretty clean. In most cases, I think the right horses most probably won. And so, yeah, well done to all concerned to put this event on.
Well done to you and the team. It's nice when you got a horse that you earmark from day dot and he starts showing the ability.
Yeah, thank you, Sheldon. Thanks a lot.
There's your winning memento from Candace. Well done to Tony Riverland. And then one of the ladies of the turf, Mary Lally, is going to step in here. And of course, well done to Robert Bloomberg. Lovely to have this horse, King of the Gauls. He's a smart-looking individual.
He's a lovely horse, absolutely lovely. Well done, Tony. Look after him so well. And the groom. And my partner in Cape Town, Robert. Yeah, good luck, Robert. And no, it was a lovely. I told lots of people if he can overcome the draw, he's a certainty.
It's lovely when a plan comes together, and especially winning the last race on a big race day like this.
Yes, wonderful. Very, very nice. But he's one of my favorite horses, that's for sure.
Well, there's your winning memento. All the best, and thank you for continuing to support our racing. Well done, Mary. So well done to Mary Lally, Robert Bloomberg, and the entire team. We've just seen King of the Gauls come through and win an outstanding race. Thanks very much to Candice Pillay of Gold Circle, who's come through, to each and every winner out there and all the horses who competed and everybody on the day. Congratulations and have a wonderful and safe evening.
Up 1,000 meters. Speeders on 10th and last at Hollywoodbets Greyville. Along the inside, Coin Spinner, Luna Cam is right there, Magic Tattoo, King of the Gauls is right there, Dreamland a couple of lengths off them, then Pray for Rain followed by Baltic Secret. That's about 4 or 5 lengths off the leader. Around them goes Don Kerari followed by Pistol Pete. It's very compact. Ripple Effect, then comes Black Egret. Further back in the field is Underworld, Champampa Champezi and Hit Them Hard Sunshine. Top of the lane, Luna Cam the leader. King of the Gauls is back in second. Down the inside, Coin Spinner and Dreamland. On the outside of that, Don Kerari, King of the Gauls there. Pistol Pete still got 4 or 5 lengths to make up. Luna Cam, King of the Gauls, a big runner. On the outside of that, Don Kerari. King of the Gauls, though, hit the front over the last 100 meters. And it's King of the Gauls going on to win it. King of the Gauls has won it. Second place, Luna Cam. Then came Don Kerari and maybe Pray for Rain. Have to say, a very good victory for number 14, King of the Gauls, from that draw with the Verzin Jederix, Robert Bloomberg, Mary Lally. Main Chance Farms, Tony Riverland, Gavin Arena, full of himself on the way to the start was King of the Gauls. The 3-year-old records its 5th win from 12 outings, wins by 2. Luna Cam, number 9, second. Third place will go to Don Kirari, then came Pray for Rain. Further back was Black Egret, Magic Tattoo, Luna Cam and King of the Gauls. King of the Gauls had the pace and was up with the speed from that draw. Stick in the left hand, and now he quickens up very well inside the 200. Number 14 at pace 12:40 and 3:10. King of the Gauls wins a very good race at the business end of today's 10-race program. And the tote favourite ends up number 5. Number 5, Pistol Pete, ends up the tote favourite. It's the 10th and last race. The end of the season, end of July, is on the 31st of this month. Until then, Craig Peters signing off.